Good morning and welcome to our 30th weekly broadcast. We've recorded over 100 hours of calls so far over the past 30 weeks, and all these calls are indexed. You can always go to the description field in the YouTube video and search in the Q&A if you can't make this call live. Now, the way this works is enter your questions right beside the YouTube video there, and when there's no more questions left, then the call will end. We go non-stop until there's no more questions. We don't take breaks, at least I don't. You can. But our record has been over 6 hours in week number 23. And you can ask me anything. You can ask me questions about personal stuff, business stuff, career stuff. This is an AMA. Ask me anything. Now, I see there's a number of questions there. Please keep writing them. Thank you. Before I get started, I want to show you something and discuss something very, very dangerous and bad that almost happened to me this week. And I'm doing this as kind of a loving public service announcement to all my students here because I care. So I was in the garage at my house, and I have a car that it's not electric, but it's really quiet. And so I went into the garage and I closed the garage door, and I have one of those cars, like most cars these days, where you don't have to put the keys in to turn it on. The keys in my pocket. And so what happened was I thought I turned the car off. I got out of the car and I closed the door. It was quiet. Everything was quiet. And what happened was my key slipped out into my car, out of my pocket. And then I walked into the house. And then my son, Dylan, my 9-year-old, he comes in the garage to practice golf sometimes. And we have a golf net, whatever. But I realized that the car was still on. And it was only 20 or 30 seconds, but I went back right away and turned it off. And I'm mentioning this because I bought this product, and I'm not sponsored by anybody ever, by the way, please. But I bought this product by Nest that I suggest that you get as well if you have a car that's really quiet in the garage. And you can get cheaper knockoff versions as well. And what this does is it's not only a smoke detector, but it's also a carbon dioxide detector. Okay, and
Ready. In the office. Press to test. This is only a test. Canceled.
Okay, cancel that. But you get the idea. If you have a car that's really, really quiet, then I really suggest going out and getting a product like this or similar to this. It's an accident waiting to happen. And I can't believe people aren't talking about this right now in the media. But now one more thing I want to quickly mention is I have 3 kids, and I buy this product here. Again, I'm not affiliated with anybody. I'm not sponsored, but this is called Fire Gone. It's really cheap. You can get that on Amazon, and they're in every room in the house where the kids usually go into. Okay, I got this because this old fire extinguisher, and I had a little fire drill at home I was just kind of testing out with the kids. They didn't know how to turn this on. Right? This is the Fortnite generation. They know this. They don't know this. Right? So what I did was I bought this product here, which can operate this way here. I really recommend getting them. And what I do with the kids every now and then is I say, there's a fire right there in the corner. What do you do? And they know exactly where these are in the room. They run to get them, and then they would hypothetically push this button at the base of the flames. All right. So thank you for listening to that. That was just important for me to get that off my chest. All right. Let me go to the questions here. Wow, tons of questions. This is awesome. Andrew Dupree from Toronto. How are you, Andrew? Thank you. Andrew has a question. The IMF site suggests there have been some recent changes. Can you please review how to bring up data and charts? Yeah, and I haven't done this in a little while. I did this in my complete financial analyst course, but let's go there together. Let's put me to the test. Okay, let's go to IMF. And for those of you not familiar with the IMF is the International Monetary Fund. It's a not-for-profit, hence it's .org here. And you can get just a ton of charts and research here. Let me just check, see if we're still recording. 1 second. Test. Okay, we're good. Yeah. You can get a ton of research here on any country and any subsector in any country as well. And so before you decide to sell your product in another country or even your own country, I recommend going to the IMF website here and just doing a little bit of research. Now, there is a ton of data here that you can chart as well. And in my complete financial analyst course, we charted the GDP growth of China versus the United States. And we came to a conclusion, hypothetically, that the gross domestic product, meaning the revenue of China, will pass the United States by the year 2040. Okay, so we should be able to just click here on the database and get certain statistics and then download them directly into Excel. I'm winging this. Again, this website looks a little bit different from when it did when I started the complete financial analyst course. Looks like that's taking a second to load. So what I'm going to do, Andrew, is I'm going to come back to this, okay? All right. So Andrew has another question, which is, by the way, I very much wish I had this course in 2006 with your financial analyst course in hand. Thank you. Thank you. I could have made sense of the financial world. Thank you. No, it's everything I teach is from experience, not from theory. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay, Andrew's also saying, also during the summer of 2006, I wrote Chairman Bernanke, wow, that if the Fed raised interest rates to 3.75%, it would be recessionary. 4.25% would be depression-like, and I think we ended up with 4.75 to 5.25. Wow, yeah, and you're mentioning here that I saw the Great Recession begin as of August 2006. What did you see in 2006? So all great questions, and let me talk about this in a little bit more detail. Change the background here. You can see me in bigger picture here. So Ben Bernanke, I'm grateful that Ben Bernanke was the federal chairperson at the time. That means the person in the United States that controls interest rates. And yes, they might have made some mistakes. However, Ben Bernanke did his PhD at Princeton University in depressionary economics. And because of that, he kind of understood how bad the crisis was that we were in. And so eventually he and Hank Paulson, who used to be my boss's boss at Goldman Sachs, Hank Paulson was the Treasury Secretary, together they kind of architected a turnaround in the U.S. economy by creating what's called TARP, which stands for Treasury Asset Repurchasing Program, which is close to $1 trillion fund they created to buy awful assets from banks and mortgage companies to prop up the economy because nobody wanted to buy that stuff. Now, it took Ben Bernanke a little while to convince the president, and it took Hank Paulson as well a little while to convince the president and Congress and the Senate, et cetera, to let them do what they want to do to revitalize the economy. You know, with desperate times calls for desperate measures. They even had this crazy idea, which was called Clash for Clunkers, where they would pay consumers for their old cars. And they wanted to do that as a way to put more money in consumers' pockets. And so in 2008, we were within 24 hours of bank machines not working. It's scary. We were on a cliff, all of us. It was deadly. It was deadly. So in terms of your follow-up here, what did I think of in 2006 or so? So I was at a hedge fund called Pequot at the time in 2006. And I asked my boss's boss at the time, a guy named Art Sandberg, brilliant investor. I remember a bunch of us said, hey, these home builders like Lennar, ticker LEN, KBH, which is another home builder, we should short these companies because, you know, you've got this big real estate crisis. And Art Sandberg said something I'll never forget. He said, son, I've been investing long enough to know not to stand in the way of insanity. I've seen bubbles peak and burst over the years. I've seen the internet bubble. I've seen many bubbles. That's what Art Sandberg told me and my friends that worked at Pequot. Never, never, never try to time the market. It's almost impossible. And he was actually right. 2006 was the wrong time. And a lot of people tried to short then and lost their shirts. And so 2008 was obviously the right time to short. 2020 hindsight, it's tough to call peaks and troughs. But he was right. He was right. So no, but I hear you. A lot of people saw the Great Recession coming in 06, 07, and before 08. It's just timing was a little off. It's kind of like right now with all these venture capital companies that are getting funded at nosebleed valuations. You know, I'm a growth investor, but I do believe we're in a bit of a bubble when it comes to venture capital and valuations. And we have to be careful because venture capital cycles are at least 10 years, and it's tough to get out of positions right away. You have to kind of be a long-term shareholder. So thank you for that. And Andrew is saying, I skipped a 9:05 Raptors game to be here today. Thank you. I appreciate that. And so 9:05 is an area code just outside of Toronto. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate that. And then Andrew is saying also, special thanks to Wrigley for assistance on a technical issue. Thank you. I saw the emails go back and forth, Andrew. I appreciate that, buddy. And Wrigley, who works with me, is the best. He's working from Brazil. He can work there forever if he wants to. He can do whatever he wants. He's awesome. He's family. All right. I didn't read that next line item. Let's go Yankees because I don't know who the Yankees are, but I know the Blue Jays. Thank you. All right, next we have Phil, Germany. Phil, good morning. First, thanks to all that you do. Thank you to you more so. Please, my students, you all inspire me so much. I've learned a lot, so have I. When one teaches, two learn. Being a Toronto native and baseball fan, did you have the opportunity to attend the 92 and 93 World Series? Gosh, that's a great question. One of the games I did, I think it was a championship series game. My dad had season tickets at the time. And I remember the 92 World Series. I saw Dave Winfield, somebody mentioned Yankees there, but he was a Blue Jay at the time, get that game-winning hit against Atlanta. I was in a bar called Bar St. Louis in Montreal. And then 93, when Joe Carter hit the walk-off home run, I was in my fraternity house in Montreal as well at McGill. And then we had fun after that. I don't know what that means. Anyway, so thanks for that question, though. I love baseball. And by the way, sports is great boardroom talk for everybody on this call. It doesn't matter where you're from in the world. If you meet with somebody for the first time in business or outside of business, you probably have one thing in common, which is a love for a certain sport. And so when I meet somebody from, say, Baltimore, which is right by Washington, D.C., I always say, oh, are you a fan of the Baltimore Orioles? Great baseball team. I really respect Cal Ripken, that sort of thing. And you can do this with every sports club in the world, be it Barcelona or Real Madrid. You can do that, and you can do it for any team. And if you want other icebreakers, you can always talk about something we all have in common, which is a love for cinema. This is fake. It's from my complete presentation course. Yeah. Anyway, so thank you for that. All right. Next up is. Okay, good day to you too. Thank you for that. Julian's saying, hey, Chris, how are you doing today? I'm great, thanks. I'm awesome. I love what we do here. We go straight until there's no more questions nonstop. I never take a break. We've gone over 6 hours before. I hope we beat that today. I'm motivated to do so. And when you're having fun, you don't have a job, you have a passion. All right. So next up, I've got Phil is asking, I'm sure you've had mentors. Who are they and how did you find them? Did they reach out to you or did you go grab them? You almost always have to go and get them, right? Remember Luke Skywalker. He had to, in Empire Strikes Back, I think, or was it Return of the Jedi? I can't remember. Somebody correct me, please. But he had to go find Yoda on some remote planet. He had to find Yoda, who became his mentor. There is no do, there is only try, I think is what he said. But for me, my mentors are usually people I've worked for or at companies in the past. And so whenever I write a book, and I'm not the best author, whatever, but I always dedicate it to one of my mentors. And so in this book here, which is How to Motivate Employees, which is from a course called How to Motivate Employees, I'll read you the dedication. It was to my mentor at Goldman Sachs. To Lisa Shallett, who motivated and inspired our team while teaching us how to be incredibly productive. And so I worked at Goldman Sachs for somebody named Lisa Shallett and two other great people named Colin Stewart and Yumiko Murakami. And all of them mentored me. They were wonderful. They loved what they did, extraordinarily hardworking. But Lisa is very, very well spoken, and she had this way of firing us all up. And we were all very productive because of it. Other mentors I've had in my life, when I worked at Accenture, there's this amazing man named Murray Cronick in Ottawa. And he taught me how to just be organized in my life in terms of scheduling things the right way. When I first started working for him, I was a little bit scattered. I put Post-it notes everywhere to figure things out. He taught me a system, which really helped out. And I'll never forget these people. They were awesome. Other mentors of mine at Accenture in Toronto, a great guy named Martin Crisp, who really taught me to appreciate and love software to the extent that it wasn't a job when I was coding. It was a passion. It was a passion. And I have younger mentors too. My kids kind of mentor me. I look up to them because they inspire me and my students inspire me. And I think it's important that we all have younger mentors as well, because as you get older, like I am, you tend to forget what's important from a communication perspective. And the way that my kids communicate with social media and their jobs has not been invented yet. Think about that. And so I always like to have younger mentors as well, just so I can kind of keep it real and understand what's up and coming, what's next. But everybody should have mentors. And the best way to find mentors is you can read this free book of mine at harounventures.com. It's about 200 pages, and it'll teach you how to get mentors, how to get a meeting with basically anybody so that you can close business, get customers, or get a job, that sort of thing. But it's like dating, mentoring. You just got to go out and just keep asking people until you get the right people. Okay. And if you have follow-up questions on that, please let me know. And I will go back, as a little side note, Andrew, to the IMF data soon. Okay. We talked about that earlier in the call if you're just joining us now. All right. Next one I've got is, when founding a new company, how do you pay for the expenses of the employees and managing the day-to-day costs of the initial stages of the startup before IPO? Yeah. So what happens is you usually bootstrap a company initially. And what that means is you finance it yourself a little bit, but please don't use too much of your own money. I always recommend using OPM, which stands for Other People's Money, which is a great movie about private equity with Danny DeVito, by the way. But I recommend using other people's money because I don't want you to put your family at risk. I don't want you to have too much pressure that you can't think properly. And there's enough people out there that will invest in you. Don't get loans from the bank because banks are chicken. And if you miss one payment, quite often they'll seize everything. Everything. I've seen it happen before to my next door neighbor growing up. It was traumatic. Get high net worth investors to invest in your startup initially. Don't get venture capital firms yet. Get high net worth investors because the sales cycle is very short, and you can always network just reading my free book, whatever, figure out how to get people to invest in your company. Now, when it comes to later stages and it's a more mature product or service you're selling, then you might get institutional investment in your firm, meaning venture capital firms. And so you go out and you raise money that way. I have a course on how to raise money as well. If you're interested in that, please let me know. Or actually, don't even take the course. I have a vlog on it. Just search my vlog for fundraising, and that will help you understand how to raise money. And in terms of the initial costs with the startup before IPO, I should say, per your question, again, that all comes from the money you've raised from investors. Okay, all from money raised from investors. You're giving up part of the company to them. They own equity in the company so that you don't have to worry about getting a second mortgage on your house. Okay, and the money they give you, the use of proceeds is to hire employees, etc., until that company goes public. Okay, and when a company goes public, it's usually when venture capitalists hand off that private company to Wall Street, the investment bankers. And it usually happens when revenue growth is still positive but slowing. Once revenue growth is slowing a little bit, then what happens is the venture capitalists give the company to Wall Street firms like Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, etc. And the investment bankers at those firms or other firms will take the company public. And you'll notice that almost every single publicly traded company that's mid-sized to a large-sized company has positive revenue growth, but it's decelerating. All right, let me get a sip of my bulletproof coffee here when I read the next question. All right, the question is, what will happen to the employees at Theranos now that the company is facing legal issues? Will Elizabeth Holmes be able to start a new company again, given her reputation with investors? It's very unlikely. So I think if they were involved with fraud, meaning the employees, not only could they pay a big fine, but they might go to jail as well. And I don't think she'll be able to raise money again, but never say never. I mean, America is such an incredible but different country where you get the highs and lows of people. Tiger Woods was brought up and then brought down, then brought back up again. It's just the way it works in this country. Never say never. But I want to kind of pivot a bit and talk about something that really bothers me. That materialized in the news in the past couple of days. And for those of you in the United States, you probably heard of it. Overseas, you might have not. And so here's what happened. A bunch of people were caught by the government bribing university admissions folks or employees associated with test-taking companies like the SAT. And they would pay hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, and their kids would get into great schools, including USC, Stanford, etc. Now, it kills me, and one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about education and I'm dedicating the rest of my life to this, and I'm even launching my own MBA degree program later this year, the reason I'm passionate about it is because I don't think it's fair that people, just because they weren't born with a silver spoon in their mouth, it's not fair that they can't get access to high quality education. And it disgusts me that people actually bribe a lot of universities and university officials to get their kids in. I mean, the only legal way to bribe, so to speak, is to donate a building. And that's kind of a bribe, right? But these people that have been caught, some of them are celebrities. One of them was a woman from a TV show called Full House, and there's another actress that you'd recognize as well. And there's actually a couple people that don't live that far away from me in Hillsborough that are also on that list. It's disgusting. It's disgusting because think of those people that worked really hard that did not get into those universities because of that. That really pisses me off, And so I think that education, like water and food is a fundamental right for everybody on the planet. Cheap education. Okay. And this is my life mission. You're born free. The air is free, water is free. Hopefully you can get food as well or enough of it. But education should be close to free. I really, really believe that. And every problem in the world can be solved with education. If you want to know more about my thesis, just watch my speech in Brazil or my TEDx talk on this topic. And so I think what's going to happen is within a decade, I think that people are not going to be going to 4-year universities anymore. It's going to start. People will be doing 2 years only. Because 4-year colleges, you have 13 hours of class a week. And a lot of times I had trouble making those 13 hours. I don't know why. But also, you don't really learn that much stuff you can apply in the real world. You don't learn how to get a job, how to network, how to get customers, how to buy a house, how to manage your own money. You're taught how to manage other people's money, which is tragic. All my friends and I, when we graduated business school, we all had to call mom and dad and say, how does a mortgage work? So anyway, I think that university is going to be 2 years and it's going to be supplemented with online education. And we're going to see a dramatic decrease in the cost of education for everybody in the world. And it's a beautiful thing. And for my MBA degree program, by the way, you don't have to even have a high school degree. Okay, it's going to be very limited. I'm not going to accept that many students initially, but you don't even have to have a high school degree. And there's going to be a ton of scholarships available too, because I think education is a fundamental right for every person. All right, next up is, and if you have more questions to go on about Elizabeth Holmes from Theranos, please let me know. And for those of you who don't know Theranos, it was this venture capital darling here in the Bay Area, where there's this woman who created this amazing biotech company, but she lied to people that the product worked, actually didn't. So, and people don't realize that you can go to jail for fraud. You can go to jail for lying. I mean, that's why one of the 10 rules we live by is don't lie. It's amazing though, because even in like insider trading, I've had friends that have gone to jail and I've gone to visit them. Okay, I've never done anything wrong, but I've gone to visit them, and one of the people, I'm not going to say which one because I've visited a couple, didn't even know what he did was wrong. Right? He was recorded by the FBI. And he said something which somebody else transacted on. And you can go to jail for that for a longer period of time than you can killing somebody. Manslaughter. Like if you kill somebody accidentally. It's crazy. So when it comes to investing in companies, especially publicly traded companies, be careful about insider information. And basically the test is this. If you hear something about a company, that company is not publicly disclosed to every investor in the world over a webcast, for example, and you transact on the information, even if you don't make money, you're breaking the law. That's insider trading. Okay, that's insider trading. And if you work in a company and you think you've heard something which might be insider information related, you got to tell your compliance officer right away. Right? You don't have to work at a Wall Street firm. You might work at a tech company. You heard something, or whatever it is, just you got to make sure you tell HR or compliance. And if you work in a finance company, what they'll do is they'll love you for that. Okay, they will love you for that. And I will too. But what will happen is they'll put that stock that you heard information about on the restricted list, meaning you cannot transact on it. Okay, and I've done that before too. Okay, so anyway, if you want more details on friends I visited in jail or what insider trading is and that sort of thing, just search my vlog for it and you'll find more information, or you can ask me here as well. Thanks. All right, so next up we have got, keep losing my place here. I'm so sorry. Here we go. I'm good. Okay. Mahadur from Bangladesh is here. How are you? How are you? Great to have you. And actually, all of my book covers, I get designed. I'll show you the back of it here. All my book covers, I get designed by this incredible woman that I met through Fiverr.com. You can go to that's Fiverr.com. Get anything you want done for $5. And she made all my book covers. And she's based in Bangladesh. It's amazing. I love it. I love it. She's wonderful. And of course, I pay her more than $5. I tip her well as well. She's incredible. But anybody can start a company now. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. You don't have to be in the Bay Area here if you want to start a tech company. You can be anywhere because the cost of computing has come down dramatically. It's deflationary. And all you need is a browser and an idea and a lot of this. All right. So, question is from Prashant. Hey, Prashant, how are you? Hello, mentor. Oh, thank you. God bless you. And again, you all inspire me as well and mentor me. And I've said this before, but when one teaches to learn. Okay, so Prashant Sharma says he's from India. Excellent. I love India. Actually, I worked at during the evenings. I used to teach at a school. I worked in venture capital during the day. During the evenings, I taught. It was fun. And one of the schools I taught at was called the Halt International School of Business. And I love my students. It was great. And what they did was they actually sent me to India to go to. I actually got to go to Mumbai and to Delhi to give a bunch of speeches. And I think it was PR for the school. And I loved it. And if anybody in this call has not been to India, please go. It's the most peaceful place in the world. And you will never, ever, ever eat better food. The dosa is the best food that's ever been invented. But I want to mention something because I remember one of the parents that saw me present was there with their child. And they weren't interested in going to the Halt International School of Business, but they just wanted to see an American, although I'm Canadian, but an American talk about education. And they came up to me and they said something which blew me away. It was early 2016. They said, our son's dream is to go to America and study at MIT. And he's also been accepted here locally at IIT. And for those of you who aren't familiar with IIT, there's 5 of them in India. They're awesome. They're awesome. Some of the best technical schools in the world. We don't know if we want to send our son to America, though. And I said, why is that? And the parents said something that I disagreed with. They said because if Donald Trump wins, then he might have trouble getting a visa. He might get kicked out. And I said, that's ridiculous. That'll never happen. That'll never happen. And unfortunately, the reality where we live today, it's we're not that far off. Not that far off. But if anybody wants to come to America, don't let stupid political decisions throw you off from your dream. You can always come here and get visas. Always, always, always. You can get student visas or H-1B visas. It is possible. Millions and millions of people do it. Okay. Sorry for being a little bit off topic there, but you mentioned India, and I got all excited when I remembered the dosa, best food ever. Fujimori-san, you're back on the call. Thank you. Fujimori-san has not been with us since was it week 10 or so, right? We're on week 30 now. So welcome back, Fujimori-san. Excellent, excellent. Glad to have you with us. All right, next up, we've got Kantar, who was with us last week as well. And if this is your first time joining us, please ask questions and ask as many as you want, please. I'm here for you, the student or the customer, and the customer is always right. And again, this call never ends until I've answered all questions. Okay, I'm having fun. We're just getting started here. So Kantar is saying, hey, Chris, hope all is well. What is a better way to apply for a company if I wish to work there? Directly texting talent acquisition members on LinkedIn or sending an official email on website? Yeah, I would do that. So what you got to do is, again, I know I mention this a lot, but I care. Okay, but and it's free. What you can do is you can go to my website, harounventures.com, download this book. And this will teach you how to get informational meetings with people that might be hiring at a company. Don't just send your resume in when you see that they want to hire somebody. That's not the way the world works anymore. Because every time you see an opening for a job, thousands of people apply. And a lot of times the person that gets the job might know somebody at the company, or they were born with a silver spoon in their mouth, and their parents, got them into a great university by, I don't know, donating a building or legacies help you get in, or maybe they bribe people. And I know that's a really harsh thing for me to say right now, but you can tell what's on top of my mind just given the fact we've had these scandals announced in the media in the past couple of days. It's unfortunate, but a lot of the times, some of the people that are going to get the best jobs might have the best university degrees, and they're not qualified. They're not more qualified than you. They just got there because their parents, helped them to get into that university, or their parents went there, right? If you go to a great university, you're going to find that after a while, when you get to know your fellow students, about a third of them, in many cases, I won't name schools, about a third of them only got in because their parents got in, or an aunt or an uncle. Is it aunt or aunt? Aunt, I think. Aunt or an uncle or a cousin, that sort of thing. Or maybe their parents made a big donation. Donating a building is legal, but bribing is completely illegal, and it absolutely kills me. It kills me. So, when it comes to sometimes getting a job, people will want to hire based on your merits, meaning education-wise, which is total BS. It's not fair. It's not fair because not everybody has the same access to information and education. They were born in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's changing because of online education. And it's my mission in life to make education accessible for the masses for next to nothing. Very, very low price. So I think what you need to do is you need to get these informational meetings with companies if they're hiring. Right? And once you get in front of them, get them to fall in love with your personality and how passionate you are about the company. Network with them using the principles I teach you about networking in my networking book. But there's no reason that you can't get a very coveted job on Wall Street, for example, or Bay Street in Canada if you didn't go to the best school. Okay, and I do say jokingly, many a truth in jest, though, that 2/3 of Harvard Business School or 2/3 of HBS is BS. So if you weren't born with a silver spoon in your mouth, then I want you to go and network like crazy and get those informational meetings so you can get that coveted job or get into a great school. Okay, I love hiring people or working with people that are poor, smart, and hungry. I love it. I love it because there's no entitlement and because they want it badly. They want it badly. And if there are a bunch of you on this call, I want you to take my MBA degree program with me at a 100% discount. Okay, I'm staying true to that. Okay, there's going to be a lot of scholarships. Okay. All right. All right. Next up is I'm a little too passionate about that topic today. It's just something that really bothers me. Just it's a little bit hot in here. It just kills me that people are bribing to get in these universities. Absolutely, because it makes me question education in general and society. Can you only get into a great school because mom or dad made a lot of money and they're buying your way in? And the issue is that it's not just these people that I saw on CNN, these celebrities, etc., that did this. There has to be millions of other people that do this around the world. There has to be. They just haven't been caught. They haven't been caught. So anyway, if you guys want to talk about that in more detail, I can scroll down and see if that's of interest to you or not. Sorry for spending too much time on that. It's just something that really bothers me. Okay. Oh, thank you, Ian. Appreciate that. And I've got Tony is on the call. Hey, Tony. We have a couple of Tonys now. What would be your strategy to correctly start your path on creating online courses? Thank you for that question. Okay. Everybody can teach, and I want everybody in this call to teach, okay, on Udemy, other places, whatever. And what I do, because I'm so passionate about this, is every single year I create, I'm trying to make the screen smaller here. Every year I create a course called 40 Tips on How to Make a Great Online Course. And it's based on 40 mistakes I've made over the past 12 months teaching so that you can work smarter and not harder. I think we can learn a lot from failure when it comes to teaching online. So I'm going to show you where to access those. Oh, here's the database here. Okay. Earlier in the call, we had a question from Andrew Dupree about data from IMF. I'll come back to this. It was just loading earlier. All right. So you can go here to udemy.com. Just search for my name, whatever. And then what you can do is there's 2 courses that I've created, and I've created them in many languages, and they're free. So the first course here is called 40 Tips on Making a Great Online Course. And this one here, it'll teach you how to set up your camera, audio, all this stuff too. Very basic entry level stuff, so you can get teaching online right away. It'll teach you little things like what microphones to use, how to get up and running very quickly, okay, and how to market your courses too. And you'll see here that I've actually I created another version. It was expensive, but it was a worthwhile investment for all of you, and I put my heart in my sleeve, I guess. But I had it translated at a website called rev.com. It's about $1 a minute to translate. And I made translated versions here. I got Russian, I've got Arabic, I've got Portuguese. Thank you, Wrigley, for helping. Spanish, we got French, we got Italian, we got Japanese, we got German, we've got Mandarin, traditional, and then we've got Korean, and I have a couple more too. And then what I did was it's free. I created another one, which here is part 2. Where is it? Here it is. Here, yeah, part 2. And I went overboard in this one, and the ratings are better, I think, partially because of that. It's over 4 hours, and I talk about how to script something. How to be passionate about teaching, how to use a teleprompter if you want to. Everything you need, and you know what? All you need is a mobile phone, and you've got one already. That's all you need. And my vlog that's coming out today at 11 a.m. San Francisco time, they drop every day at 11 a.m. San Francisco time, is I actually made it just using my iPhone. And the quality is great. And I didn't even have a speaker. I just used it. And anyway, it's one of those motivational videos I love to make, which I had to cut short because it was raining. You'll notice that in the background. So anyway, those are my humble thoughts on how to start teaching online. Everybody has something to teach. Everybody does. I promise you. Teach your passion. Teach anything you want. And people don't realize that Ninja, and I thought of Ninja because I looked at this. He, by the way, he uses an Elgato Stream Dock to change between screens. I do that too, right? It's like a smaller screen, bigger screen, etc. People don't realize that Ninja actually, he started out teaching on Udemy. He taught about Twitch, and you can go on and take a look at it. And for those of you who don't know Ninja, he makes millions of dollars every year playing Fortnite. Pretty cool, pretty cool. All right, not supposed to look down at this thing I'm trying to do without looking down. My goal is to take on CNBC plus Harvard Business School with a studio here, one-man operation with help from Wrigley in Brazil, 2-man operation. All right, because small groups of people can always change the world. All right, next up I have got... Nice to meet you too, Tony. Thank you. Oh, Craig, you're right. It was Return of the Jedi. Earlier in the call, I said, Yoda, Empire Strikes Back. It was actually Return of the Jedi. I had my kids watch Empire Strikes Back recently. And remember that snow creature, the white dude, in the cave? I said, now be careful. It's going to be a scary part. And they watched it and they're like, Dad, that's so fake. All right. So next up is Ian, who's saying, thanks for that, Craig. Appreciate it. My question is, I want to join and serve boards someday. What can I do now, or what resources can I use to increase my chances? For reference, I'm a manager at a management consulting firm now. Great question. Okay. Yeah, so when you get a bit older, when you're in your 30s and 40s, you join boards. And I have a vlog on board, so please do a search on it. Just go to my YouTube page and search on board, because it'll go in a lot more detail. And there's 3 types of board position. There's board member, which I don't want you to do unless your lawyer looks at it, because you can be sued. And if you do it, make sure that you're given D&O insurance, meaning director and officer insurance. Okay, that's board member. Then there's board advisor, which is really informal. You just kind of advise. You're an advisor, but we call it board advisor. And then there's board observer, which is like board member, but you don't have the same access to information. Okay, so I would focus initially on I was going to use that finger, but I won't. Focus initially on board observer. No, a board advisor. God, the older I get, the better I was. I'm having a senior moment here. Focus initially on board advisor. Okay, and if you're starting a company, anybody on this call, and you know that there's gaps in your knowledge base, and you're worried that some investors might be worried because you don't have enough technology experience. okay, or whatever it might be. You can get people to be board advisors, which will help to assuage or lessen the concern investors have when they look through your presentation materials or business plan. And you can always take my course, the complete business plan course, because I'll help you create presentation slides and an entire business write-up business plan from scratch. And we cover the board in a lot of detail as well. So you got to just network a lot in order to get the opportunity to be on boards. You have to help a lot. And when you help people a lot, they usually ask in return that you help them. Right, or they give you something. They give you that board position if it's something you want, So, and my first board actually was actually older. I was in my early 40s, I think, when I got my first board position. Yeah, and the thing is that like when you work for a venture capital firm like I did, you never want to work at a venture capital firm if you don't have a lot of experience starting companies. Why? Because if you haven't had experience starting companies, then when you invest in companies and join their boards, you can't really help them run their companies because you haven't had as much experience. So for all you people that want to work in VC, don't do it when you're younger, please, unless you've started companies, many companies. Okay. And there's a lot of mean people in the VC sector as well. A lot of them are really nice. Most people I know are nice. But it's kind of it's different. The dynamic of venture capital is people are... it's called co-opetition. They compete and they cooperate. They cooperate because, if I invest in a company and I own a venture capital firm and I want another venture capital firm to invest a year down the road, I might say, hey, here's this company. Why don't you invest in it? It's a great company. But what also happens is we all compete for the same types of deals. Okay, so we're all sharp elbows trying to compete with each other to get that deal. So anyway, it's a little two-faced. Most people are nice, but there are sharks. They're just tougher to spot in venture capital. Okay. All right, let's go. Next up, we've got but just Ian in general. Ian, sorry, and if I'm mispronouncing anyone's name, please let me know. But and I apologize for my ignorance. But just network a lot, add a lot of value, and then eventually, as you add a lot of value to startups and whatnot. They'll ask you. Yeah, it's a good feeling when you're asked to join your first board. Okay, it's prophetic and true since the beginning of time. Give and you will receive. Eventually, you'll be asked to join. And there's a great Harvard Business School book. And I know I trash HBS. It's just fun because they're like the New York Yankees. They're just a great team, great school. But there's a great Harvard Business School book called Givers and Takers. And the most successful people in the world are. Let me first of all talk about the middle 98%. The middle 98% of people in the world are takers, right? They don't give anything. They just take. Most people take. They're short-term focused. The bottom 1% of people in the world are givers. People with beautiful hearts, like Mother Teresa, who I love to death. God bless her. And the richest 1% of people in the world are givers. Right? The richest 1% of people, and the givers, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them, because they just gave with their hearts. And if you give, you will receive. It'll come back to help you years from now. And that's not why I ever gave. And I'm not in that please 1% thing or whatever. I don't know. But I always love to give. And every success I've had, or many of them at least in business, has been because I've given. I've helped somebody. I've mentored somebody. And the same thing with your question on joining boards. If you help a lot of people, eventually they're going to ask you to join their boards. All right. So next question is, what do you think will be the next big thing 5 years from now? Yeah, that's a great question. So I think that the operating systems of the future are twofold. Number one is voice-based, right? Voice it's incredible. It's changed my life. Like watch this. Hey Siri, turn off the lights.
Done.
All right, didn't work. Hey Siri, turn the lights off.
Done.
There we go. You see the green screen, how it's all messed up now? Hey Siri, turn the lights on.
Done.
Okay, it's voice based. You don't need to see or you don't need to see your operating system.
Ready. In the office.
It just
Press to test. This is only canceled.
Okay. The operating system is everywhere. It's virtual. It's voice-based. So I think anything voice-based will probably be a wonderful investment longer term. voice has changed my life. I'm so much more efficient now. I order things on Amazon. Like, I don't go to the store anymore. I don't go to the store. I reorder on Amazon. I say, hey, Alexa, and I reorder. Everything I do is voice-based in my house. I have the whole thing decked out in my house, IoT-based. So I'm really bullish on voice. One more thing I'm bullish on is VR and AR longer term. AR means augmented reality. Okay, augmented reality is kind of like, I don't know if you've heard of that company Magic Leap, which Google bought for over $500 million based in Florida. But augmented reality is, say you're looking at you're looking at a video of a gymnasium. Okay, and this is a real case study they've done. And all of a sudden you see a whale jump out of the gymnasium floor and flip on its back. Right? That's magicleap.com. That's augmented reality. But dude, once you put these things on, you don't want to take them off. Right? You don't want to take them off. And if you're interested in virtual reality, I did a case study on it for a company I created called Shark Virtual Reality. Trying to get the focus there for you. And you can go to my complete business plan course, and I create a business plan sample for this company. And the reason I have stickers here is because I don't want to be sued by Dell. So Michael Dell, if you're on the call, I put these stickers on to cover your logo. It's a mock-up, it's not real. But once you put these on, you don't want to take them off. And if you have a PlayStation 4, and you try the visors, it'll blow you away. I mean, the games are okay, but if you go to YouTube and you do a search on 360 or VR, and then any topic you want, you'll be able to experience it in 3D on YouTube. It's off the charts. It's amazing. One of my kids loves the movie Titanic. I let him watch all of it except for one scene in a car. But he loves Titanic, and he actually went on a Titanic roller coaster. Like, just using YouTube, you can search for it. It was a lot of fun. And I watched the movie Creed Part 2 recently, and I bought the video game Creed, where you're actually a fighter. That's Rocky Balboa is he trained that kid Creed. But it's amazing. I feel like I'm fighting Mr. T. I feel like I'm fighting Drago and Rocky Balboa. It's incredible. It really is amazing. And now I understand why Facebook bought Oculus, okay, which is a VR company, not this brand, a better one than this, because the operating system of the future, the social media platform of the future, somehow is going to be VR based. We don't know, and all the big companies are into it. Like Microsoft has HoloLens, which is a pretty cool product. Also, Apple, I'm sure, is getting into it. They're all into it, especially the video game companies. Nintendo will come out with it soon. And remember, Nintendo had Virtual Boy years ago. Their timing was way off, but it will come out soon. Imagine playing Mario in 3D. It's incredible. So I think the next big thing in 5 years is going to be VR and voice, much more so voice. And the way to know what's going to be big or not is just ask yourself a simple question. And this has helped me a lot when I invest in tech companies. The question is this: in 5 years, will this company be more relevant or less relevant than it is today? Okay, and so we know that in 5 years, voice is going to be more relevant. And we know in 5 years, virtual reality is going to be more relevant. You can also do that with individual companies. You could have asked yourself years ago, in 5 years, is Yahoo going to be, more relevant or less relevant? Less relevant. Same thing with BlackBerry, my beloved research and motion company in Canada. Right? Just ask yourself the 5-year rule question. That'll help you a lot. That'll help you not panic when a stock is down that you own. Imagine that, selling something because it gets cheaper. All right. So, but in general, when I think of business models that I want to invest in, the best business models in history are platforms. If you own the road, you can charge the cars. Right? So eBay is the quintessential auction platform. Amazon is e-commerce platform. It's also the best software platform in the history of the web. AWS, Amazon Web Services. LinkedIn is an HR platform, etc. I always think of platforms whenever you're creating companies, and that's why Udemy is such an amazing company, because it is a platform. It is a platform for selling educational courses. It's amazing. It's amazing. And Udemy is Google, and everybody else is Bing when it comes to ed tech. Right? There's nobody else that really matters at this point. But Udemy is a platform. It's a brilliant business model. And platforms work exceptionally well because it's win-win. They make money when they sell my courses. I make money. It's like the iPhone. The iPhone's a platform. When somebody buys an app, Apple gets, literally, an Android too, 30%. right? So everybody's incentives are aligned. I love platforms. Those are the best investments you'll ever see in your life, especially in tech, because they're infinitely scalable. All right. Hey, Serkan, how are you? How are you? Good to have you. Good to have you. And thanks for your nice comment last week on the webcast. I appreciate that. God bless you. Thanks. And then Serkan. I'm so sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Sometimes when a lot of questions come in, it jumps, but I'm going to bookmark this so it won't happen again. Okay, so Serkan is saying Jason Zweig, who I don't know, but Jason Zweig recently said that the biggest firms are still running 20% plus net profit margins. And that basically means for every $1 a company makes, they have 80 cents in expenses and then that 20 cents left over. They have 20% net profit margins. These are dinosaurs too tough to kill without a giant meteor of death. What do you think about big technical giants like Apple, Google, Facebook, and Amazon? Is it safe to invest in these stocks? Or if the U.S. economy turns down, is there a risk of big losses? Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question. So every company, almost every company on the planet will be negatively impacted if the economy tanks, right? And if anybody tells you this time it's different, they're wrong. It's never different. So what happens is economic cycles are usually about 10 years, right? Boom, bust, echo, rinse, lather, repeat. It always happens that way, about 10 years roughly. And you have to know where we are in the economic cycle. And so I humbly believe that right now, the economy's slowing, global economy. Things have been really, really good, relatively speaking, for the past 5 or 6 years or so. And I think what's going to happen is we're going to go into a recession. That's okay. It's just the way it is. And when we go into a recession, that gives the government the opportunity to cut interest rates to get us out of that recession. And then they raise interest rates when the economy is doing really, really well. So they have bullets in their chamber to fire when the economy is not doing as well. And so every company in the world almost gets hit hard when we have a recession, right? We get multiple contraction, meaning the price earnings ratios go down for all these companies. And it's a great time to buy stocks because America and the rest of the world is on sale during recessions a lot of the time. So yes, I think we're going to enter one soon. And yes, I think all those tech companies you mentioned will be adversely impacted. Almost every company will, except maybe Barrick Gold, ticker ABX, or other gold companies, because gold kind of has an inverse ratio thought process, so to speak, when the economy turns. People usually like to buy gold. And that happened in 2008. I owned a lot of gold. GLD was the ticker of the ETF in 2008, because that was one of the only things that did well. Other stocks that can kind of do well in a recession are anything with a high dividend yield, which is a consumer staple, meaning it's something you can't live without, like food. CPB, Campbell's Soup. Soup is good food, but has a nice dividend yield. And that type of company will tend to outperform when we're in a recession. And it's nice to have that dividend yield as well. And so in terms of the other companies, I don't give my thoughts on individual investments. I talk higher level, and because I think it's my job to teach you all how to fish humbly instead of just giving you a fish. But in terms of, I'll go through them one by one, really high level though, just for fun. So, thoughts on Apple. Okay, so I don't think Apple has done anything innovative since Steve Jobs, God bless him, has passed away. And I never invest in companies when all the founders are gone. I just don't. I mean, think about it. And I'm a very, very long-term investor, very long-term. But if you think about it, since Steve Jobs, God bless him, passed away, what has Apple done? They've made a bigger iPhone, a smaller iPad, a bigger iPad. They've made a watch. This is half the price Fitbit, which I love. They made a watch which not many people are buying. And we know that because of market signaling, because they don't tell us, they don't brag, they don't chest pound about how many watches they've sold like they used to do with the iPhone. So they haven't done anything really, really innovative. I love the products. I use them, but I'm not a long-term investor in Apple. I'm just not. And plus, everybody owns the stock, right? So who's the incremental investor, right? Why do stocks go up? A lot of times it's because more people want to buy that stock. It pushes it higher. But if everybody owns that stock, who's the incremental investor to push it higher? There's not that many. So with Apple, I'm just not. Maybe I'd rent it, so to speak. I hate to use that term. I'm sorry. If it if it crashes for some crazy reason and becomes a broken stock, but not a broken company. All right. So anyway, those are my humble thoughts on Apple. And you always want to buy stocks that people are going to like. You never want to buy any investment class that everybody loves, because what pushes that investment idea up is other people buying at a higher price. If everybody owns it, there's not that many incremental investors. And so you want to be like Wayne Gretzky, who's the greatest hockey player ever, Canadian represent. But Wayne Gretzky was very successful and humble too. But he said he was very successful when asked because he never skated to where the puck is. Rather, he skated to where the puck is going to be. And by the same token, I want us all to invest in stocks that people are going to like, or start businesses that people are going to like. Like I'm a teacher right now online, and people think I'm crazy. You know, I have venture capitalists calling me and hedge funds calling me saying, "Hey, we have a position. Do you want to come back?" And no, they don't get it. I love teaching. It's my passion. And once everybody is teaching online, then it's too late. It's too late. So anyway, I like to take the road less traveled. All right, next up, you asked me about Google, thoughts on Google. I mean, Larry and Sergey are still there. They're still engaged. They're not really running the show, but they're involved. But I like Google longer term. I think it's an ethical company as well. I think Apple's ethical as well. I don't think Facebook is. You asked about that next. But I think Apple is ethical, relatively speaking. I think Google is ethical. I remember in their 2004 IPO prospectus book, before they went public, I remember reading it, and it said, "Don't be evil," or "Do not be evil" was one of their mottos, whatever. I think they're good. I think they're good. I respect them. I respect Google. Now, when it comes to Google longer term, I think we're going to see incredibly innovative things coming out of Google. And what I love about Google is just the flexibility that the employees have there. You know, 1 out of every 5 days, you're allowed to work on a pet project if you're an engineer in many departments. And that's where Gmail came out of. That's where Google Labs came out of. You know, these products that are in beta for far too long, they come out of departments where people are given, you know, the leeway to kind of manage themselves. You know, 1 day off a week to create a new pet project. How fun is that? How fun is that? So I think Google is going to do incredible things longer term. I think we're just scratching the surface. And I think Google is going to be a bigger market cap one day than Amazon. All right, next up, you're asked about Facebook. I just don't trust Facebook. You know, I never have. I never have. I think Facebook is going to go into secular decline. You know, I think Mark Zuckerberg is a wonderful manager. I think he's obviously the right person to run that company. He's very successful, but I just don't trust the brand. And my kids will never use it because it's for old people, right? And I've stopped posting. I post maybe once a year, whatever. And it's really weird because a lot of people get depressed when they go to Facebook. They get depressed not just because of the privacy issues, but they get depressed because all people post about on Facebook is great things. Like, look at me, I came first in this race, or I'm on vacation, we're all happy. And it's kind of an artificial existence. It's artificial. And when people look at it, they're like, oh my God, everybody's so happy. Oh, I feel depressed. Because a lot of people are insecure. I used to be that way too. But anyway, it's interesting how people get depressed after they use Facebook. And in 5 years, I think fewer people are going to use Facebook because the younger generation just they won't go after that. It's old, man. It's like old school stuff. So anyway, I'm not a fan longer term. I've gone to their headquarters here, and I've gone to all these headquarters. And it's really interesting when you go to Facebook's headquarters. It's really, really artificial. It's like, I don't know if you've ever gone to Disneyland in Southern California, but there's this one part of Disneyland called It's a Small World After All. And there's all these stores in Disneyland as well that were they're not real, right? They kind of created a little village, right? Like souvenir places, food places, that sort of thing. You can get this butter beer stuff, Harry Potter, which I have with my kids, actually pretty good. But when you go to Facebook's headquarters here in the Bay Area, you walk in, and because it's so far removed from other tech companies, just geographically speaking, they have all these stores they created. a laundromat. There's obviously many coffee shops and lots of other stores as well within Facebook's headquarters in their citadel there. It just feels kind of fake to me. It's cool. I guess they want people to work longer hours. I have friends that work there. They're great people, but I just don't trust. I just don't trust the brand. And then you asked here about. I think you asked about Amazon as well. Yeah. So I love Amazon. I think that. So I've been a shareholder in Amazon for years and years and years. And I remember when I worked in the hedge fund industry, people would say to me, "You're crazy. That's over 100 times earnings." And then a rookie mistake in the hedge fund industry is to short Amazon. We call that a widow maker. Kind of a harsh term, sorry. But you never want to short a company, meaning bet against it because it's expensive this year. This year doesn't matter, man. 5 years from now it matters. And I used to own LinkedIn, and it broke my heart when Microsoft bought them because I loved investing in that company. But I owned LinkedIn, and people would tell me for years, "Chris, you're crazy. You're crazy. I mean, this company trades at over 100 times earnings." And I would say, "No, you're wrong, man. It actually trades at 5 times earnings." They're like, "What?" It trades at 5 times my earnings estimates in 5 years. That's pretty damn cheap. And so I would always build up my own financial models that way. So as you all know, I love to look out longer term. But when it comes to Amazon, I mean, Jeff Bezos runs that company brilliantly. He does a couple things. Number one, he never allows any meeting to take place that requires more than 2 pizzas. It's called the 2-pizza rule. Because if you have too many people in the same room, stuff doesn't get done. And you know exactly what I mean. That's why I love companies I start to be very, very small. I think small groups of people can change the world. Too many people in a room, it becomes the government. Stuff doesn't get done. You've all experienced this at work and at school as well. And what Jeff Bezos also does is, and you all know that I am very passionate about goal setting. I can't find my goal setting book. It's here somewhere. But what Amazon does, Jeff Bezos does, is he has all of his product managers, whether they work on Kindle, Amazon Web Services, Prime, etc. He has them all write a press release today that's going to be released 1 year in the future. He does that so that your goals are written down. You have to make that press release 1 year in the future a reality by filling in the gap. For he's very long-term focused. He doesn't care about Wall Street. He doesn't care, right? Like Jeff Bezos never gets on the quarterly call. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. And I love that about him because he's long-term focused, very long-term focused. And incidentally, Jeff Bezos only has meetings in the mornings, right? Himself at least, right? And what he would do is he would actually cook breakfast every day for his kids. Then he would go to the office, and around 10 a.m. he'd have his most important meeting because he was fresh, kind of like we are right now. I'm fresh right now. I could never do this late at night. I wouldn't be as fresh as I am right now. And so it's kind of an interesting best practice that Jeff Bezos has. And Amazon is the most important software company that has ever existed and ever will exist, I think, because of Amazon Web Services. And the reason interest rates are low globally today is because of Amazon Web Services. If you're interested in more details on that, I could talk about that in more detail. Thank you. All right, let's go here. All right, so next up, I've got a question from Shashidhar. How are you? Hi, Chris. Huge fan of yours. Thank you. Appreciate it. Devouring your courses one by one. Thank you. Currently going through the Financial Analyst course. My question is, what is the way to go about starting a boutique investment bank? Yeah. Okay, so I've started a couple of finance companies in the past. And the first thing you want to do is register your company by talking to a lawyer. Okay, and every country is a little bit different. Talk to a lawyer. If you're in the San Francisco Bay Area, when I registered my law firm, or my hedge fund, I talked to a guy named Jim Grand at the Securities Law Group. So if you want to start like a hedge fund and you're in the Bay Area, talk to the Securities Law Group. But what Jim Grand and the Securities Law Group did was he created all the paperwork for me so that, basically my investors, and I was protected too, just in case there was a lawsuit, which there never was. He also told me and did some research. He said, Chris, you have to write these exams, Series 3, Series 63, and a bunch of others, whatever. And you also have to get registered with a body called FINRA in the United States. Every country is different. And so my lawyer, and you should get one as well, please, will advise you on what certifications you have to have in order to be able to legally do what it is you want to do in finance. Okay. And finance is a very regulated industry, and it's a good thing because the government wants to protect people from getting defrauded. And that's why if you look at an IPO prospectus, if you go to sec.gov, for example, you'll notice that there's a ton of risks listed in these things to protect the investor. Okay, so make sure you talk to a lawyer. And I also want your lawyer to be able to register your company. And I try to make all my answers generic enough on this call to apply to everybody. I want your lawyer to also create a legal structure that's going to protect your family and you in case, God forbid, knock on wood, you get sued. Okay, and they might create a limited liability corporation for you, or an S corp or a C corp. I'm not a lawyer, please. They will tell you what legal entity to start. Okay, so step one, we talked about the legal stuff. Step two is you should probably raise money. I don't want you to use much of your own. And I know that investment banking is not asset management. But when I manage my hedge fund, I raise a ton of money, but it's a little bit different. But I want you to raise money anyway because I want you to give up partial ownership in the firm to somebody else, unless you have a lot of money yourself. Because I want that person to give you cash flow so you can run your company. Okay, and maybe there'll be a minority investor. I don't want you to use a bank because if you get a loan you pay back late, banks suck. They'll come after you. Okay, so anyway, that is what I recommend. And hopefully you have investment banking experience. If you don't, you can always intern and network to get a job maybe in the investment banking industry first, obviously, before you start an investment bank. But make sure, most importantly, last but not least, make sure you're passionate about investment banking. Make sure you enjoy it. Okay, a lot of students want to go work in investment banking, and they never know why. But they all want to. At least business students. And then they get there and they're miserable. Their happiest day was the day they got hired. Why are they miserable? Because they're working crazy hours, 100 hours a week. And they're not doing high value end stuff initially. They're photocopying, creating pitch books, and moving PowerPoint slide images around here and there. It'll drive you crazy. And by the way, they get out of shape because they don't have time to exercise. And face time is important. You have to be there. You have to be FILO, first in, last out. I just made up that term. And they're not happy. And their social life sucks. They're out of shape. And hopefully they don't have kids. Just don't do it, man. Don't do it. They're not happy. Before you do any job, and this goes for everybody on this call, make sure you understand why you want to do it. Are you passionate about it? And you know what? People think that investment bankers make a lot more money than the rest of us. They don't. They basically make the same amount per hour. They just work crazy hours. All right. And the problem with working crazy hours and never taking breaks, never scheduling time for exercise is it's not worth it. And you'll wake up one day and realize you wasted your life away. And the Dalai Lama, and there's a great book you got to read, please. It's called The Art of Happiness by the Dalai Lama. And he said that the problem with Western society is we sacrifice our health, our entire lives, in order to make money. Then at the end of our lives, we sacrifice all of our money to maintain our health. And then we look back and we realize we never really lived to begin with. So make sure that if you want to go into investment banking, it's because you're passionate about that role. Okay, but be balanced as well, and please take care of your health. And I say it because I care. But you're not different from me because I was like that too. We all were. All of us business people, whatever. Okay. And you have a follow-up here. I know it's a really vague question, but I'm doing my CPA now. That's an accounting thing. And I have plans to join CFA once my exams are over. CFA is Certified Financial Analyst Program. It's kind of like a CPA, but for finance people. Please briefly give me some pointers and a roadmap to go about starting a small investment bank. Okay, sorry, you wrote that there twice. My bad. So, yeah, and please, if I didn't answer your question properly, this goes for everybody in the call. Or if I missed your question, just paste it in again. Ask me again. I'm here for you. You're the customer. Customer's always right. Okay, and don't feel like time is an issue because I'm going to stay here forever on this call. And if it's really late for you where you are in the world, you can always join the call, later on, like 4 or 5 hours into the call and ask questions then. Okay. All right. Or you can always go to my website, and I'll show you how to access just the replay of everything. This will be helpful. And eventually, what we're going to do is we're actually going to make all this stuff indexed. So you can go here to the weekly webcast here. Okay. And by the way, if you can sign up here for the new MBA program just to receive information about it. Applications are going to be out soon, by the way. But the webcast, you can always go here. Okay, so it's harounventures.com/webcast. And I have every single webcast we've ever done here. And eventually I'll have it indexed as well, so you can search on keywords. So we've actually answered over 1,000 questions live in the past 30 weeks for you. And we've done over 100 hours. And it's all documented and it's all recorded here. Some people listen to it in the car as well, or they download it on their iPhone or Android handset. Okay. A little bit off topic there, I apologize. All right, next up is the commodity traded for education is hard work and studying, not money. The commodity traded is hard. That's fascinating. I've never thought of that quote. Yeah. Well, it's interesting the way you phrase that, because a lot of people, they look at when they do a degree, a 2 to 4 year degree, they look at the opportunity cost of money lost by not working. Right. So if you do an MBA and it's 2 years and you're making, 50 grand a year, then you're giving up 100 grand. And if it costs you 100 grand to do that MBA, then it's costing you really 200 grand all in. Okay. And my MBA course is going to cost, sliver of that. It's like, a lot lower, but yeah. All right. Next one is, thanks for your effort, Chris. Thank you. Everyone deserves education. Keep up the good work. We all stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Awesome. Love you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. And I was so disgusted by this whole, bribing Stanford USC thing on the news that I almost flipped the switch and gave all my courses away for free. Right. And I do that a lot. I give away a bunch for free, but it just kills me. And if you're affiliated with a .org and you have a .org email address, you can always email you, and I will always give you all of my courses away for free to you and everybody that works at that .org. Thank you. Okay. All right. And the next one I've got is, Sir, I'm from Chris, please. Sir, I'm from India. Use this knowledge from your course for analysis of stocks in the BSE, which is located in Mumbai. I guess that's the Bombay Stock Exchange. Absolutely, absolutely. So I've invested in a lot of companies in India over the years. I've invested directly in India, and I've also invested in what are called ADRs. ADRs are American Depository Receipts. And what that means is you have a ticker for a stock that's on the Sensex in India, as well as on the U.S. stock market. Okay, so absolutely. I've invested in Infosys, Satyam, Wipro, tons of them, all the Tatas. I also Crompton and Greaves, which is kind of like an engineering company in India, similar to Foster Wheeler here in the States, ticker FWLT. Yeah, so everything I teach you is 100% applicable in every single country. I've invested all over the world. I invested in Brazil. I've invested in any country you can ask me. I've invested in any major economy. And so my courses are always global in nature, because it's not fair for me to teach you from only a U.S. Or Canadian, where I'm from originally, bias. Yeah. All right. All right, next up is Craig is saying governments can do it legally, which baffles me when they use terms like "we're all in it together" and "tightening the belt." Yeah. No, it's tough. It's tough. And by the way, for all of you that are really confused about what happened in 2008, I want to make it fun for you. Okay, and I love edutainment, right? Meaning education and entertainment. And I love movies about business or the economy that are fun. So, for example, if you want to learn about Wall Street and why insider trading is disgusting, watch the original movie Wall Street, 1987. That movie was made by Oliver Stone, who's awesome. And then Michael Douglas got Best Actor. If you want to learn what happened in the 2008 crisis, I want you to watch a movie called Too Big to Fail. Okay, it's on HBO, but it's now available everywhere else. You should be able to rent it online. Too Big to Fail. It's amazing. And it'll explain in an hour and a half in an entertaining way what really happens. And I know a lot of the players that were in that movie. Okay, I mean the real people, not the actors. And it was very, very legit the way they did it. Okay, kind of like that TV show Billions. It's very well researched, and I know who the characters are they're talking about. Okay. All right, next up. Hi, Chris, I have a question. Hey, I'm close to finishing college, but I don't know how taxes work, how money works. And of course, I'm a bit afraid of the future. Do you have any courses that teach these values? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So I would start off with my course called An Entire MBA in One Course. Okay, and you can always go to harounventures.com and access my courses there. Okay, actually, I have a bundle on right now, which whatever it's 9 courses for $50 discounted, but whatever. You can go to my website and check out that stuff. But I would start off with an entire MBA in one course because that covers taxes as well. Then what I would do is I encourage you to take my course called the Complete Business Plan course, because I want you and everybody in this call to be independent and have your own companies one day. If you don't, I've failed. Okay. And I want you to have successful companies. And it's my job to help you launch a successful company. So I want you to take the Complete Business Plan course because it'll inspire you to have side hustles. Okay. The worst thing that can happen is you wake up when you're older and you realize that, you know, you're getting paid this much money to make somebody else's dreams become a reality. I want you to start your own company. So start with the entire MBA course, then move on to the Complete Business Plan course. And as always, ask me questions here on this weekly webcast or in the course too. Thanks. All right, and I've got this coffee heater thing. Keeps my coffee at 176 degrees Fahrenheit. It's awesome. I am a nerd. I know, I get it. Okay, and if you want to learn a little bit more about how money works, maybe take my Complete Financial Analyst training course. All right, next up, Craig is saying, I used a dictionary to learn the language of the words, use quendrum. I don't know what quendrum means. Actually, what does that word mean? Now I'm curious. So I just had an alert in my house here. We're good. I got a ton of cameras now. I had this one student that it wasn't that bad, but it wasn't over Udemy. It was over text. Somebody reached out to me and said some things that weren't that nice. Sometimes you give a lot and people take advantage of you. I used to think that kindness was a sign of weakness. I don't think it is anymore, but anyway, sorry to get sidetracked there, but I got cameras everywhere. Yep. Except in the bathrooms. All right. Next up is Rudy. Good morning. Good morning to you as well. And Fujimori-san. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Fujimori-san, again for being with us. Appreciate it. I know I'm just catching up on these questions here. But Fujimori-san, the call is not the same without you, dude. I mean, you were with us since the beginning, right? You were there for the first 10 or so. And then I was depressed over the past 15 or 20 weeks because you weren't with us, but now I'm happy again. All right, next up is Andrew. Andrew's saying hello again, Chris. Hey, Andrew, what's up, bud? Regarding a capital raise, investors, and investor returns, I have yet to view your capital raise blog, but will do so. However, what is a typical investor return? For instance, if I wish to construct a home or a development, hard money is 15%, bank development loans are 8%. Which of those rates stresses the deal? Yeah. So I don't look at it that way. A lot of people look at it on an IRR basis, meaning the internal rate of return. I'm gonna be honest with you. People have explained IRR to me a million times, and I still don't get it. I'm just being honest. And Andrew, you'll love this. You're from Toronto, just like me. People have explained the difference between icing and offside in hockey to me a million times. I still don't get it. It's true. So I tend to keep things really, really simple. But if you wanted to, you could look into IRR if you want to compare the internal rate of return for the 15% versus 8% development loan you're talking about there. I personally love to keep it really, really simple. I like to look at how much money am I investing today? How much money am I going to make in the future? And the way I do that is I build out a financial model, which I teach in the course you're taking, a Complete Financial Analyst training course. I build out a financial model. I discount all the cash flows till today, or I just look at a price earnings multiple in the future. And then, obviously I have to make a lot more money than the cost it is for me to purchase the equipment. And maybe that's an indirect way of saying my IRR is high. I don't know. But when you list monies like that, 15% or 8%, I would just think to myself, obviously I have to make a lot more money than that. And the rule of thumb is this. And this is the way a lot of venture capital firms work. And a lot of venture capital firms are not that sophisticated, by the way, when it comes to valuation and rates of return, because most of their investments go to zero. But if one little investment, which is 2% of a fund, becomes a billion-dollar company, then that fund has made money. Here's what they do. They invest in management teams first, which I've talked about ad nauseum for ages. But they also do this, a lot of them. They want a 5 by 5. And a 5 by 5 means they want to get a 500% return within 5 years on every investment. A lot of venture firms are like this. And obviously a lot of those investments will go to zero. But if one of them does become a 5-bagger within 5 years, then that might help to offset a lot of the other companies in their portfolio that are zeros. Yeah. So, but if you wanted to, Andrew, I mean, you can even send me a spreadsheet and we can look at it real time in front of everybody here on the call on what you mean by real estate development rates and whatnot. And the extent of my investment in real estate is, my apartment in New York when I was whenever younger and stuff I bought, and then my house here and other stuff. But I tend to buy REITs as well. And REITs are real estate investment trusts. And what that means is they're like stocks, and they're high dividend yielding because by law, these real estate investment trusts, which is a company that owns a lot of real estate, when they put their ticker up there and you can buy it like any stock, they have to pay out 90% of their profits as dividends. So if you want to invest in real estate, but you don't want to buy property because you're worried that you'll be a stockholder, meaning you can't sell it or it's illiquid, or you just want to take that risk yet, then start by buying REITs, R-E-I-T-S. I've got that song, R-E-S-P-C-T, in my head now. Roberta Flack? Can't remember. All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then just go and do a search on my vlog on fundraising. I have a course on fundraising. It was the very first course I made on Udemy. I don't think it's that great. Don't buy it, please. Just go and do a search. And every year, what I do here is there's an MBA school in Paris called HEC. And every year for the past couple of years, they've come out here and they've asked me to keynote some, presentation on how to raise money. And I recorded it this year, actually. You can go to my vlog and check it out. All right. Yeah, and Andrew, if you have follow-ups, please let me know. Thanks, man. All right, Omar's got a question. Hey, Chris, how are you doing? I'm great, Omar. How are you, man? I just wanted to know, what are your thoughts regarding the next financial crisis? So I don't know. And the problem is when you try to predict these things, it's almost impossible, right? And so we call them black swans. And this is a book by Nassim Nicholas Taleb. Very, very hard to read. I had to use a dictionary a lot for it. But the bottom line here is that there are very rare events that occur. Like swans are usually not that color. And that's why this book is called A Black Swan. There are events you can't predict, like 9/11, for example, which kind of pushed us into a recession, which we were going to anyway, recession-wise, in the financial crisis. So, I mean, a lot of people knew that there was a financial crisis when it came to the real estate bubble, the mortgage crisis back in 2008. But timing it was really, really tough. And this is another book by the same author, but this one here is tough to see. Is called Fooled by Randomness, right? And if you try to time the markets, in terms of going short or long, you might lose your shirt. And if you're right, you might be right because it was random, and you do it again, you might lose money that way. And that's why short-term traders, you don't know who they are. You know why? They stay short-term traders. They never make it big time. They eventually go back and start working for somebody else later, longer term. There are no traders that have been successful over the years that are still doing it. It's impossible. So I tend to focus on bottoms-up analysis and long-term investments rather than trying to time the market. But I don't know what the next financial crisis could be. I mean, it could be something geopolitical. And somebody asked earlier in the call about the IMF. It could be something, related to monetary payments globally between two countries. It might be a country that defaults on their loans, like Argentina did years ago. We don't know. It could be Asia falling. There's the Asian financial crisis in the late 1990s, where a lot of countries in Asia were having financial issues, and it became like dominoes. Right? It was like the butterfly effect. You know, one little butterfly flaps its wings and it creates chaos theory globally. And I read a book on that called I think it was called Asia Fallen. It was a Business Week book if you're interested in that. But you can't predict those things, man. You can't predict them. You just don't know when it's going to happen. Right? These macro shocks occur and are random sometimes. It's really, really tough. It's tough. All right. All right. Omar is saying, what do you think about the future of jobs? What are the promising industries to get into or prepare for? What skills do we need to acquire? And what will pay off in the next 5 or 10 years? Yeah. So first of all, always focus on what you're most passionate about, because if you're doing something you're passionate about, you'll be incredibly successful over time and the money will come even if you don't want it to. Okay. If you chase money, you lose your dreams and your money. If you chase your dreams, as long as you're cool with failing a couple times, your dreams will come true and the money will follow as well. But in general, I would think just, the old school production line getting replaced by robotics. That's a trend that's been going on for, 40 or 50 years now. There's a movie about this called Gung Ho with Michael Keaton, with Japanese automotive companies back in the 80s. You can watch that if you want. But no, the automotive industry is gonna probably lose a lot of people because robots are gonna build cars. And I've actually gone into a number of different plants. I went to the Honda plant in Ontario, Canada, about 15 years ago when I used to do Japanese equities at Goldman. And it was amazing because they use mainly robots there, but they still had some employees. And then more recently, I actually went here in Fremont, about 40-minute drive from where I live right now. I went to Tesla's factory here, which used to be owned by Toyota, and Tesla bought it, and they've done well in the real estate investment there. And it's almost entirely robots. It's entirely robots. It's unbelievable. It blew my mind. So anything that involves, physical labor to build stuff will probably get replaced or will be helped by robots in the future or AI. So I'd be careful with anything that is manual labor focused. And if you work in an industry where you're being replaced by robots or whatever technologies from companies like Fanuc, which is a great Japanese robot company, Fujimori-san represent, right? Don't worry. I just want you to retool by taking courses online. Take courses online. Anybody can program. So take programming courses. I don't teach them, but you'll find them online. There's Angela Yu teaches great programming courses. So does Rob Percival. Go to Udemy. Retool. If you want to learn about artificial intelligence, there's a guy named Kirill who teaches that on Udemy. Take those courses. Retool. Re-educate yourself during the evenings online. Right? It's an exciting time to be alive because there's no barriers when it comes to education now. There is barriers in terms of degrees and whatnot. But when it comes to education, there really aren't any barriers. You can get all this stuff online for very, very, very low price. So just retool online. And always ask yourself the 5-year question. 5 years from now, will this industry be more relevant or less relevant than it is today? For example, if I look at trading floors of big investment banks, I think that the role of the sales trader, which is one role, I'm getting a little technical here, is going to be replaced by technology. Not entirely, but a lot of it will. So anyway, and I'm sure that everybody's job, everybody's career will one day, I don't care what you do, what we all do on this call, it'll be partially replaced or augmented by technology or robotics or AI. And I want you to, when that happens to you one day, I want you to see that as an opportunity, because with crisis comes opportunity. Learn how to embrace technology to be more efficient, or maybe learn how to create a couple side hustles on the side if you're worried about your job being replaced by technology. It'll help you. It'll help you because you'll be more diversified in terms of money streams on the side, and maybe it'll push you to start your own company too, which is why I'm here. All right. But just in general, I think that the best skills are obviously just technology, anything technology focused, programming based, that sort of thing. And if you're new to programming, don't worry. Just take courses from Rob Percival. He's a machine. He's amazing on Udemy. All right, hold on one second. I used a bit of filler there, to be honest, because I lost my place here. Okay. All right. Next up, I've got a question from a Twilight fanpire. It's great. And because you inspired me with that, I'm going to change my background to something a little bit more Twilight-ish here. Hold on a second. I got to mix it up a bit. There we go. That's more Twilight-based, right? All right. So Twilight fanpire is saying, I'm currently taking your course for accounting and finance. I have my associate degree in business. I already work a little with accounting. How necessary do you think a bachelor is? So I think that university and MBA degrees are only useful if they're going to help you get a job and you can't get that job by networking. Okay. And so in hindsight, would I have gotten my MBA? No. I did an MBA because I wanted to transfer, out of the tech consulting industry into finance. And I tried networking a bit and I gave up networking. So I went to business school to change career tracks. What I would have done in hindsight is, and I didn't know then what I know now, but I would have networked a lot. Okay, this is a free download you can get from my website at harounventures.com, but I don't think you need a degree unless it's going to help you get a job that you're passionate about. Okay. And obviously, I'm not belittling the whole university process. I respect education. That being said, if you want to be a doctor, obviously you have to go to medical school. If you want to be a lawyer, you have to, unfortunately, go to law school. I'm not a big fan of lawyers, unless you're a civil rights lawyer, and I love you. That sort of thing. But if you want to be a programmer, you don't have to get a computer science degree. You can learn how to program online. And the wonderful thing now about the Bay Area is, in order to get a job at Google or Apple and many other tech companies here, you don't have to have an undergraduate degree anymore. And the same thing at Wells Fargo, a big American bank, right? And IBM as well. My goodness, the oldest tech company, one of the oldest ones. You don't need a degree anymore. I would recommend getting a degree if you cannot get into whatever career it is you want to get into without that degree first. All right. Yeah, Craig is saying he likes 3D printing and solar in terms of 5 years from now, what industries are going to matter. I agree on 3D printing, and the pricing points come down a lot too. And I think we're going to get to a point where it'll be the night before Christmas, and parents will be able to print whatever toys it is their kids want the next day. Anyway, so it's solar definitely. I have solar on my roof as well. It's fantastic. Only because we have a lot of subsidies in the state of California, and I am an idealist too when it comes to the environment. But I agree with that. Yeah, and then 3D printing is amazing because of just in time as well, right? And so the way that Amazon works is incredible too. And so if you look on the back of any of my books or any paperback book, you'll see the date that it was printed. Let me see if I can get that to focus there. There it goes. Okay, so this one here was printed in October of 2016 in San Bernardino, California. Whenever you order a book on Amazon, a lot of the times they're paper-based, or paper-based, meaning not hardcover, softcover. That book hasn't even been created. Okay, you get it a day and a half later, and they print it after you order it. And I think the same thing is going to happen with 3D printing. And it's interesting because my kids don't own as much stuff, physical stuff, as I did when I was younger. Because they have digital rights to stuff. Maybe I had toys. I'm going to date myself here, and nobody's going to know what this is. But when I was a kid, I was a big fan of something called Micronauts, these little robot things. My kids don't own as many toys. They own digital rights to stuff, right? Whether it's Fortnite skins or whatever it is online. It's interesting. It's fascinating. All right. Rudy is saying, on your business plan course, in the management team, my partner and I are the only employees. How do I list my partner and my strengths and weaknesses? Yeah. Okay, so let me pretend that you're okay, you started Apple, okay, you're Steve Jobs, and you don't have enough technical experience. And so you bring on a partner named Steve Wozniak, who's a great engineer and a computer software programmer. And so for Steve Jobs, who wasn't really a programmer ever, he wasn't a technical guy. His strengths would be marketing, the ability to sell, and his vision. His weaknesses might be, coding, understanding how to assemble hardware. And when you look at Steve Wozniak, his strengths would obviously be coding and how to assemble hardware. And his weaknesses might be, and I don't know if this is true, I'll just make it up, not as good as Steve Jobs, for example, at sales and marketing, that sort of thing. And if you have follow-up questions on that, please let me know. Thanks. Yeah, so Omar is saying, any more question regarding my MBA course? Yeah, so the MBA degree program is coming out later on this year. If you're interested in it and you haven't already done so, you can go to my website at harounventures.com, and at the top you'll see the MBA degree program. You can put your name on the list to receive more information. I'm still creating the content. It's going to be radically different from anything you've ever seen. I'm even putting a little bit of sports into it as well. You'll find out what that means, like golf. You'll see. Don't worry. It doesn't matter if you don't have a golf course there. I still think it's important to understand the basics of it, but that'll be a short elective course. I'm also creating a course on videography. I'm creating a YouTube course. I'm doing this all on the side as well, because part of the degree program is going to be how you embrace social media. Can you do what I've done, for example, here and create a studio at your house using just an iPhone or an Android handset? I want you to be able to do that, because I think that creating YouTube videos is the best way to get free access to advertising. Right? I don't pay for advertising. I don't pay a penny in advertising. I do my stuff over YouTube. And YouTube is the only gold rush in history where you can actually create and get access to the product for free, meaning create videos, and you can get access to billions of people immediately. That's the only gold rush in history. And so I'm going to teach you also how to do high-end videography with a low-end camera phone. Okay, and I'm also going to teach you about marketing, more advanced Photoshop, etc., so that you can brand yourself. So it's going to be like getting a digital marketing MBA as well. Okay, so there's a lot of really cool stuff I'm adding to the course. It's going to be really, really exciting. Again, it'll launch towards the end of this year. There's going to be several tiers. There's going to be an entry-level tier, which is video-based, probably $499. And that's not going to get as much access to me. Then there's going to be another one that's $4,999, another SKU. And that's going to be, I'll help you write your resume and many other things. I'll give you a lot of feedback on how to be a great presenter. And then there's going to be a $9,999 version, which is going to be much more interactive. I'll come and teach wherever you are, that sort of thing. It'll be fun. And don't worry if those sticker prices scare you, because I'm going to have a ton of scholarships. Ton. Okay. And the tiers is probably going to be silver, gold, platinum for those three aforementioned pricing points that I mentioned. But it's going to be exciting. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm getting a lot better, I can humbly say now, at this whole process here. And I'm ready to bring in my second and third cameras. And I'll do that in the next couple of weeks. And I've actually got real-time Excel spreadsheets that will be created on the fly here. I got to fix that lighting there. It's going to be interactive. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. So anyway, still working on it. But if you're interested, just make sure you go to my website, please, and just sign up there. And the first class is going to be quite small, okay, because I want to make sure it's perfect. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be the best degree you've ever had. It's also going to be an irresistible offer to the extent that there will be a money-back guarantee. Okay. And I hope a lot of people on this call join me as well, as I'm starting to get to know a lot of you as well. That's not why I do this, but I enjoy your company here. Hold on, I got a motion sensor thing. Okay, that's fine. I've got this new Arlo 4K HDR based video system, as well as ADT and everything. And what Arlo does, it's so cool, is it recognizes boxes. So it'll tell me when a certain package has been delivered, that sort of thing. It's kind of neat. I'm a nerd, I know. All right, next up is, hi Chris. What are the most common questions from business angels, venture capital firms, or accelerators to seed stage startups raising their first round? Okay. So it's funny because this week I think it was on Tuesday this week, I went to Stanford University and I was on a panel for a boot camp startup, and I was assessing business models. And a lot of people pitched their business plans, and they had 3 minutes to do it, and then we had questions. I know it was short, but let me share with you some of the feedback I gave them. I also gave another speech at the Stanford event at the Graduate Business School, which it might be webcast soon. If it is, I'll send you all a link if you care. But one of the issues, and there were some great business models, but one of the issues was when people were presenting, they didn't talk about their management team. They didn't talk about their backgrounds. And I believe that ideas are commodities, but execution is not. And that's a famous quote from Mark Cuban. I didn't make that up. And so I think that people should always focus more time selling themselves and their management team and why they are the right fit, okay, before they actually pitch their company. Another thing that I critiqued, and I did with love my heart for some of these startups was you got to show the product right away when you're presenting to investors. Because if you lose the attention span of the investor, or if they don't get it right away, you've lost them forever. So show the product or the service, explain it, maybe a diagram. And if the product hasn't been created yet, then show an MVP, a minimum viable product version of it, or wireframe diagram, right? Or just a little mock-up illustration. So you got to be able to show the product right away. And then also be able to sell yourself. And I learned a lot, actually. So I was on the board up at McGill University, my undergrad, of, and I'm humble to say I'm a Dobson Fellow there now, where every year we had this competition, this pitch competition. And we would judge these students' business model, and the winner got $50K or something. And so there was 5 or 6 of us on that board for the McGill Dobson Cup, we called it. One of the guys on that board that I met was, and they're all alumni, was a guy named Reuben Gruber. And Reuben Gruber is a really successful guy, really nice guy. He lives in Boston now, but he started Sonos and tons of other amazing tech companies. He's never failed. And I asked him, I said, Reuben, how have you never failed? And he's an amazing man because he gives away 300 scholarships every year to students. He's done really well at McGill. God bless him. I asked him, I said, Reuben, how is it you've never failed? Like, please give me some advice. Give me some advice. How do you know what company to start next? And he said this. Again, he lives in Boston now, but he said, before I start any company, I fly up to Montreal and I have dinner with my 90-year-old mother who doesn't know anything about technology. And if she doesn't understand the business model within a few minutes of talking to her over dinner, I don't do it. And I thought that was fascinating. It was fascinating. And it really crystallized, my whole thought process of you got to make the whole process of explaining your business model intuitive, very intuitive, so that people get it right away. And that's why very successful companies like Airbnb, I don't know if they still have this on their website, but when I used to go to their website, they would have this really simple cartoon animation that they probably used something like powtoon.com to get access to. But they would use this Powtoon-like comic video to explain how Airbnb works. And that's one of the reasons they're successful. I think a lot of times in technology, it's not the best technology companies that win. It's the best marketing companies that win. Microsoft Windows was never the best product, but they had great marketing. And so when you're meeting with investors, you need to be able to not only pitch yourself and say why you are the best fit, but you also have to talk about your product right away or show an image of it so that less is more and people understand it. You always want to make sure you never have more than 3 bullet points per slide as well. Less is more. Less is more. And if you want more details on what to include in your 10-page PowerPoint presentation or keynote presentation, whatever, to investors, you can take my complete business plan course, because when you take that course, I provide you with 25 templates for presentations. I give you plenty of samples, and I help you create those slides from scratch as well. All right. But in terms of other things that people look for, we look for entrepreneurs that are really passionate. And there's a very, very famous angel investor here in the Valley. A lot of you have heard of him. I'm not going to mention who he is yet because I used to be on his board, and I'd help him pick companies. And I asked him, kind of debating whether to say this, but I asked him, what is the most important question you ask? And he said this. He said, Chris, there's one question I ask, and if they answer it the wrong way, I don't invest. I said, well, what question is that? He said, I always ask this. Do you have a plan B? And if the entrepreneur says, yeah, I have a plan B, I might just go back and, finish my undergraduate degree, or, I might go to business school, whatever. Or I might go to work for another company, whatever. Then he never invests. What he's looking for is somebody that is so passionate and so motivated about changing the world and creating an awesome company. He wants to hear something along the lines of, I don't have a plan B because this is going to work. I don't have a plan B because I'm passionate about this. I don't have a plan B because I can't see myself ever doing anything except for this. This is going to work. All right. Morning, Joe. How are you? Oh, the Will of D is back. Hey. Good morning. Will of D, I missed you last week, brother. You weren't here. Welcome back. I think you're in Morocco, right? Awesome. Oh, hey, Craig. Craig is saying, sorry, it took a bit too long for an intro. Good afternoon, Chris. Good afternoon. How are you? All right. So the Will of D is saying Facebook and Instagram was on yesterday, and they posted in Twitter. Twitter, so funny. It is funny. No wonder. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, cool. I was trying to Hootsuite something yesterday to Instagram. Couldn't get it to work. All right, next is the Will of D is saying, I never post personal stuff in social media, like a matter of privacy and respect for those that have less. I can be a sick guy posting every meal he has, but I think it's not good. A lot I feel bad. On March 1st, I asked a personal question on email with subject, who am I? Please stick a reminder to have a look at it. If you're going to look at it at Webcast, if possible, don't show the screen. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah. It's best to ask me questions during this Webcast. I'm flooded with so many emails. I don't even answer my phone anymore. It's just it's unfortunate. It's my fault. I should have put it on the do not call list years ago. But the best way to ask me questions is always right here during the call. Please. Thank you. And if there's something you want me to answer in front of everybody, just please post it here. And if people on this call have sent me messages and I haven't replied, it's probably because I haven't seen them. I'm so sorry. I get just a lot of inbounds. I apologize. But just ask me here always, please. Okay. So the Will of D is saying, is it wise to outsource lawyers, accountants, and that sort of thing? Because a lot of information you don't want to get leaked. That's a great question. So lawyers have this attorney-clients rule whereby they don't disclose anything they talk about with you. And if they do, they can be disbarred or lose their license or their credibility at least. So I wouldn't worry about that with lawyers, accountants as well. You can always mention it to them. Please keep this confidential. But it's I hear you. But I do outsource everything. I outsource everything, so that it's just myself and Wrigley. That's it. And we're going to change the face of education, the two of us. So it's going to be fun. All right. And next up, Craig is saying, I want to know more about companies and how they are related to each other, why they work and why they don't. Why should I earn as I learn? Okay. Yeah. So the way I teach is I don't teach theory. I teach based on my real life practical experience. And so, Craig, if you take my complete financial analyst course, I teach you about mergers and acquisitions, and I have a case study where one company buys another one. And I show you how to merge those companies. And that's actually based on real practical experience. And that will help you to understand the relationship between different companies when it comes to finance. Now, when it comes to relationship between different financial analyst roles, I talk about 14 of them and how they all work together in my complete financial analyst training and investing course. And if that didn't answer your question, please let me know. Okay. And you wrote here, why shouldn't I earn as I learn? I agree. I agree on doing school on the side while you work, right? And so you're earning while you learn at the same time. And my MBA degree program, which comes out later this year, you're going to be able to take it on your own terms. I'm going to find out what time zone you're in. And when you apply, I'm going to ask you as part of the application process, what's your time zone? So that I can teach you all live based on what's most convenient for you. Okay, so it doesn't disrupt your work life, or your school life, or whatever it might be. And eventually, you're going to be able to do this entire MBA degree program within 6 months if you want to, or within a couple of years. It's basically you're going to learn while you still earn on your own pace, on your own terms. And I'm smiling, Craig, because there's this charity I'm on the board of. I'm not really that active anymore with it. I've just been jammed. It's called the Limo Foundation. And the founder of the Limo Foundation has this great quote. He says, well, a couple things. He said, number one, don't expect to accomplish your goals in life unless you help others accomplish theirs first. I think I butchered that. He said, don't expect to accomplish your dreams in life unless you help others to accomplish theirs first. He also said, you always want to learn, earn, return. I love that. All right, next up is Mr. Wright. Hey, Mr. Wright. I just joined your courses on Udemy. Thank you for the content. Thank you. I'm very passionate about real estate, and I'm taking your courses to sharpen myself. Thanks again. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Wright. First time seeing you on the call here. I hope you join us again. I appreciate it. I'm grateful. Thank you. All right. And by the way, for people that, if you're renting, and I rented for years and years and years, and I get it when we're younger, especially, it's hard, even in our 20s and 30s, to buy a place. I get it. It's expensive. But what I want you to do is do whatever you can to buy a place. Because if you take $600 per month and you spend it on a mortgage or a house instead of on rent, then in your lifetime, you will save about $10 million. And if you want, I can go through the math on that. Or what you can do is you can actually go to my vlog and check it out. I think this will really help anybody that's thinking about renting for long periods of time. What I want you to do is I want you here to go to my YouTube channel, whatever, and then I want you to do a search. I think it's on number 31 here. Hold on one second. There's one vlog I did where I teach you how to save a lot of money. Save $31.9 million. I wish I wrote 32 so I can just index it. But there's one in here which I promise you will help you save a fortune. Anyway, it's in here somewhere. Do a search on the number 31 and then just keep scrolling down. I was at the Tony Robbins event and I did my intro that week there. This is Bill Gates. He decided not to hire me. You can watch the video and learn why. Here it is here. Okay, good. Yeah. So right here, there's a video called How to Increase Your Net Worth by about $32 million by making 5 simple spending habit changes. And what I do here actually, and I'll just go into it really quickly, is with part of this. And by the way, all this animation I did here, I did it at this great website called powtoon.com, and you can do it for free. And so as you're trying to explain your business model to people, you can create something fun like this. I had a blast doing this. And the reason I did this back in November 16th was because I did one webcast where I lost my voice because I talked for hours without stopping. And so for a week, I actually had to vlog without talking. So I made this one. But I'm going to show you the whole $600 per month thing, okay? And there's a spreadsheet you can download here. Okay, here it is here. The future value of $600 saved every month for 50 years at an interest rate of 9.5%, which is the average historical return on the stock market, by the way, is that much money. So just over 50 years, it's going to be $10 million. But anyway, check out this vlog if you want, and then you can download that spreadsheet, which will teach you why you need to buy your own place when you can. I get it. But there's a lot of young people live in New York, for example, and they spend all their money on drinking and rent. Which, to be honest, was kind of me for a while there. Not cool. Try to buy as fast as you can. All right. Okay, so Quendrum is saying, the best thing that happened to me is that I found your course in 2019. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks. You're a diamond. Thank you. God bless you. I appreciate that. And you all inspire me so much. This is fun for me. I love doing what I'm doing. And when you wake up in the morning, if you tell yourself you're going to work, then with all due respect, you're doing it wrong. You got to find your passion, your raison d'être. What was the reason you were put on this earth? And that's why I start every call, I don't know if you've seen it at the beginning, with a quote from Mark Twain, which is this: the two most important days in your life are, number one, the day you're born, and number two, the day you find out why. What are you passionate about? And I can't tell you how liberating it is for me to get up every day and to tell myself, I'm not going to work. This is what I just love. This is fun. This is fun. This is fun. So thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, question from Power CDFI. When do you think the bearish market will start, or did it already start? Thanks again for your course in finance. Thanks. So a bear market, for those of you not familiar with terminology, is when the market is down more than 20%. That's a correction in the market. Okay, kind of like a recession is defined as a couple of quarters in a row where GDP, meaning the revenue for a country, is negative. Okay, and a depression, I think, is many more than just a couple quarters in a row. And so are we in a bear market right now? Well, I don't know if the market's down 20% from the peak. If it is, then technically, yeah, we are in a bear market. In terms of timing the market, I never know. I never know. I don't look at it that way. I actually do more bottoms-up analysis, and I look longer term when I invest. Kind of like Warren Buffett, who's way out of my league. I should never even mention him. He's just so amazing. But whenever Warren Buffett invests in a stock, he always assumes that the stock market is going to be closed for the next 10 years. And he's an owner. He's not renting stocks. He's not a tourist. He's a long-term owner. And if you're a long-term owner, you don't look at economic cycles. You just think long-term. And if you think long-term, I promise you, you will be a much better investor. Because those that are short-term focused are almost always fooled by randomness. That's the name of this book here. And they end up losing their shirt. And there's a reason why we cannot name a single day trader. You know why? Because they don't exist longer term. They don't exist longer term. It's just not sustainable, because if you try to make money every day, and every month has 20 trading days, meaning 20 weekdays, you will be fooled by randomness. You might be right one time. And because you're right one time, you get overconfident, you get cocky. Then you lose money. You can't make money like that. And if hedge funds make money every single month, it's because they're breaking the law. Because statistically, it's proven you just can't make money every single month. And if you do, it's a criminal institution. And there's a reason why the government has gone after so many hedge funds. And I can go there if you want me to. Okay, I've gone to jail to visit friends of mine in jail. And you can always go search my vlog for the word jail or whatever, and you'll see. And I talk about it at length there. I never name people, but I've gone and helped my friends that have unfortunately, committed fraud. I've never done it, but when something negative happens to somebody, I always run towards them. It's just who I am. Okay. Oh, thank you. God bless you more. Okay. So Mr. Wright has a question. So, hold on a second. It's my kale shake I make every Sunday. I make 7 of them for the week. It's greatest hits. Everything I need to eat, antioxidants and whatnot, so I can think gooder and speak gooder. It's dad humor. So the Will of D has a question. Mr. Wright has a question. What advice would you give a 20-year-old? All right. The question is, what advice would you give a 20-year-old? I would say a couple things. Number one, don't ever care what people think about you. Okay, the sooner you become not insecure, the happier you will be in life. And every entrepreneur that's changed the world has never cared what people think about them. They've lived their lives in their own terms. A lot of them, don't wear the right clothes. Their hair is messy, and eventually they become very wealthy, and they hire a stylist to help out. I know a lot of tech entrepreneurs that, just live their lives on their own terms. They dress differently. They dye their hair. They just don't care what people think of them. And the second you start living your life on your own terms is the second that you become very successful and much happier too. Okay, so number one, live your life in your own terms. Don't give a damn what anybody thinks of you, because, someone else's opinion of you does not have to become your reality. Okay, and I want you to live your life in your own terms. Otherwise, you'll always be other people's prisoners in your mind. And I want you to do and be what you want to be in life because you're passionate about it, because you see it as a passion, not a job, not because parents told you to do this. And I don't mean to disrespect parents, because I know one of the 10 rules in life we have to live by is respecting our parents, and I do. But you should be the master of, your own career path. What is your purpose on this earth? What sector do you want to make a dent in? What do you want to do? What would make you happy? And if you chase money, then you're going to be miserable, and you probably won't make very much. But if you chase your dreams, eventually, if you're cool with failing, and I hope you all fail a lot, and I say that with love in my heart, because every time you fail, you get closer to success. But if you focus on chasing your dreams and you're cool with failing, then an amazing thing will happen. Not only will your dreams come true, but you'll also end up making a lot of money. Even if you don't want to, it just happens. Like, nobody has changed the world has done it just for money. They've done it because they love it. You look at all these incredible musicians or athletes. When they're up there performing, two things. Number one, they're not doing it for the money. They love what they do. They don't have a job, they have a passion. And number two, they don't give a damn what people think about them. And I love that about them. They're not insecure. They're not insecure because they're living their lives in their own terms. And if they did care what people thought about them, they wouldn't be able to be successful. I mean, imagine playing basketball. And let's say you're Kobe or somebody that's not retired. You're Kyrie Irving, who my son Matthew loves. When you're on the court, if you're Kyrie, if you're just focused on, God, what is the audience thinking about me? God, is the coach really happy with my performance? Do my teammates approve of me? Does the other team think I have kind of a weird haircut? I know it sounds crazy, but Kyrie would not be successful in basketball if he thought of those things, because that would take away from him focusing on his passion and his love for the game. We don't have time for that. By the same token, movie stars, they don't really care as well. They get up on the stage, and this is a fake Oscar from my complete presentation course. But they're not nervous when they get up there because they've learned not to care what other people think of them. Same thing with entrepreneurs that are successful. They don't care what people think about them. Humanitarians are like this too. Nelson Mandela, God bless his soul. He doesn't care. He never cared what people thought of him. He just did in his heart what he thought was right. And he said that education is the most powerful weapon that we can use to change the world. And I believe it. Malala, God bless her. She's one of my idols, one of my heroes. She doesn't care what people think about her. She marches to the beat of her own drum. And she's helped change education forever because of her incredible act of getting shot and standing up to the Taliban and demanding rights for women to education. God bless her. God bless her. So you can't care what people think about you. You just got to do what you are meant to do in life. And if you're older and you haven't discovered your passion yet, that's cool. Don't worry about it. Because the average age of somebody starting a company in America, for example, is over 50. And the average lifespan for people on this planet is 26 years longer today than it was back in the 1950s. So if you're 46 right now, you're actually 20. And so this question was about what advice would you give a 20-year-old? Well, I'm giving this advice to a 46-year-old as well, and to everybody on this call. Live your life on your own terms. Do what you want to do in life that makes you most happy. Don't give a damn what other people think of you. And I want you to always say 3 words and then fill in the blank. Those 3 words are as follows. I don't care, then fill in the blank. I don't care what people think of what I'm wearing. This is a great movie, by the way. I don't care what people think of my career choice. I don't care what people think of my hair. I do a little bit because I'm thinning a bit here. I don't care what my friends think of what I want to do in life. I don't care what people think of my girlfriend or whatever it is. I don't care what people think of my house. I don't care if people find out that I'm older and I still play video games like Red Dead Redemption 2, which is the best game ever. It's dope. I don't care if you're laughing at me right now. I just want to, and I'm saying this with love in my heart for all of you, to just live your life on your own terms. And just know that there's no limits to what you can achieve in this life if you set your mind to it. And you're going to find that the busier you are, the more stuff you get done. There's a great saying, which is, if you want something to get done, give it to a busy person. So stay busy. It'll keep you out of trouble as well. I also want you to cut off everybody in your life that's negative. Everybody. When I was 20, for me, it was, 5 or 6 strikes, you're out. For me today, it's 1 strike, you're out. Out. Americans on the call, it's not out. It's out. We say Canada out. Okay, that's the right way to say it. But just cut everybody off that's negative, because they're bringing you down. And what a waste of time it is being friends with those people anyway, because that friendship is not going to last longer term. And you're going to look back and say to yourself, why did I waste all that time with them? Why did I waste all that time? I could have spent more time with my dad and my mom and the people that matter to me in life. So you are a product of your surroundings, your environment. I want you to cut off everybody that's negative. And in terms of your overall environment, spruce it up, make yourself happier. You set the soundtrack to your own life. So listen to music that inspires you. That's your environment. I listen to a lot of Hans Zimmer. His soundtrack to the movie Interstellar gets me in a peak mental state. I change my environment that way. I change my environment by consuming the right products as well. Be a snob when it comes to your diet, vitamins and everything, right? It'll help you live longer and think more clearly. And if you want to, you can't, this is a little out there, but your question was, what advice do I give to a 20-year-old? You can't reverse aging, but you can slow it down. And so little things like wear sunblock all the time when you put your face cream on in the morning, like 30 SPF, right? If you get into that habit now in your 20s, then, when you're in your 50s and 60s, you'll look like you're in your 30s, okay? And then just set big goals, big audacious goals, okay? BHAG, big, hairy, audacious goal, they call it, right? And just know that you can accomplish anything. Write down your goals often too, and update them often. Write down your goals and put them in your calendar on your handset. Make it private if you want, but repeat it every single day, those goals. So you see them every day. Every day at 5 a.m., boom, alert. Here's your goals in life. Update them often. And something amazing will happen. You'll get to a point where you're like, dude, I've accomplished most of these. And I can humbly say I've accomplished almost all of them. There's some I haven't yet in my life. One of them is to get a black belt in karate. I got into a car accident in 2009. Actually 2008, sorry. And because of that, my back's kind of messed up. And I had to stop at a orange belt, but screw it. I'm going to find a way to cure this spine of mine and go back and get that black belt. But there's no limits to what you can achieve in life. But just write down your goals. Write down your goals often. And one last thing I want to say is, you know who you are when I say this. Do you remember a while back, you set this goal in your life? And it's almost like you could see the top of the mountain. There it is. That's my goal. And then you started working towards this goal. Okay, you're getting closer. Oh my God, I'm getting closer to the top of the mountain. This is great. I can see it's getting bigger. And all of a sudden, one thing happens. You start veering this way, and you're lost, and you can't see the top of the mountain anymore. What's going on? Just know, just understand that you're getting closer to your goal. You're getting close to the top of the mountain. You just can't see it because you're halfway up the mountain, and you just can't see the top. I want you to set audacious goals. I want you to write them down often. And I want you to also vocalize your goals. I want you to tell people about your goals. Your friends, your family. Because if you tell people about your goals, then eventually they'll become true. And I want you to set deadlines for your goals too. Most people that set their New Year's resolutions, they give up on them by the 3rd week of January. Why? Because they didn't write down a deadline date. I want you to write a deadline date. For example, where's my first book? I wrote a deadline date on this one, okay? Otherwise, I'd never have gotten it done. I wrote a deadline date. And actually, I did something to motivate myself. I bought the cover, and I had this wonderful woman in Bangladesh over Fiverr.com make this cover. But I bought just the cover of the book, right? And the inside was empty. And I put the cover on the outside of another book before I wrote the book. And I put it on my desk. And I made it sit there for months and months and months. And I told myself, I'm not taking that book off until I get it. And I started telling people that I was going to write a book. And because I said it, I vocalized my goal. And I eventually set a deadline. I got it done. It's kind of like when you're younger and you have a picture of a car on the wall, right? When you're younger, you dreamed. Well, now you're older. I want you to still dream, but dream bigger. Just because we're older doesn't mean we can't be a kid at heart again. When I was younger, I used to laugh so hard until it hurt. You remember those days? Then I started working for other people, and I stopped laughing. I stopped being myself until I started my own company. And now I live my life on my own terms. And my raison d'être, my reason for being, my purpose, is to help you, my students, my customers, live your life in your own terms. Now, I got to share with you one of my goals, okay? And I'm giving myself a deadline, too. This is a fake Oscar, okay? This is a prop for my complete presentation course. I want to get an Oscar for Best Business Documentary in 10 years, okay? This is my goal. This is my goal. And this is a replica of the real thing. It's 13.5 pounds, heavy for me, 13.5 inches tall. You got 5 little canisters there, film canisters representing the original 5 branches of the Academy. I suck at film editing. I'm getting better, but I vocalized my goal. There it is. Now I have to work towards it because I vocalized it. I want you all to do the same thing. All right. My God, I talk a lot. All right, so the Will of D. Get a sip of my coffee here. It's killing me, man. I've got that lawnmower. My neighbor only cuts his grass when I'm on his webcast. When I'm on a webcast. Every Thursday, as you all know. All right, give me a second here. Got these LCD lights. They're better. I'm not as shiny as much, but I still shine. I shine. All right, next question is from the Will of D. And if I've ever missed a question of yours, please just repost it here. The Will of D is saying, is it wise to work for many companies in terms of partnerships, or should I focus on one company with its services? So when I look at the younger generation, like my kids, they're not going to have, one job for the rest of their lives. We know that lifetime employment is done. They're not going to have a pension. They don't know what the word pension means. They're going to have lots of jobs at the same time. Okay, and that's a beautiful thing about cheap internet-based technology that's available to everybody now. Amazon Web Services. I want you all to have many side hustles. If you work for somebody else especially, I want you to have many side hustles. I want you to keep them confidential. And when one of them takes off, and it will, if you're willing to fail, please fail a lot. But when one of them takes off, then I want you to quit your job full-time working for somebody else and make your side hustle your full-time gig. And so, Will, I would say that I think you should have many companies on the side until one takes off and then do it full-time. You want to have many side hustles when you work for somebody else. But when you work for yourself, you can kind of focus on one thing or two if you're passionate about two things. I focus mainly on education, but I do a bunch of other things I don't talk about either. Anyway. But the important thing is just do what you're most passionate about in life. And as Confucius said, you'll never have a job for the rest of your life. All right. Let's see here. I got to change things up a second. Hold on a second. I want to take you to the streets of. I'm going to show you the streets of a certain place in the world, and you have to guess what street it is, or actually guess the country and the city, and then the street name. I don't know the street name, okay? But if somebody tells me the street name, I'll be really impressed. There it is. There. All right. It's kind of busy. All right, next up is a question from Danios. Danios, how are you? Hi, Chris. I asked a director from a major company during a seminar on how new graduates can set themselves apart from the pack while networking for professional opportunities. He suggested finding a project the company of job search focus or specific unit we want to working for, then we could come up with the idea and fully develop and help the company team, et cetera, solve the problem. I find it challenging to get to know specific units or teams to focus my research on. Do you have any advice on how to find out what a team or manager is focused on or planning for their future? Thank you. All right, this is kind of tough for me. Let me just take a second here to read this again, please. It'll take 10 seconds. Okay, so I think the question is this. If it's not, please let me know. How can you add value to people in a company by networking? What are they looking for? So one thing you can always do is there's something called market signaling. If you go to the website of any big company and find out who they're hiring or what job positions they have on the web, that will kind of let you know what their long-term strategy is. So if Apple is hiring a lot of developers for virtual reality, then they're probably going to come out with a VR product one day, or they're looking into it. If Apple is hiring a lot of people to create automotive-based software, then obviously it tips their hand what products they're looking at longer term. So you can go to the job postings part of any company's website just to understand what they're looking at longer term. You can also go to the managers at that company and go to their Twitter profile to see who they follow. And that might kind of indicate, what they're passionate about, not just from a personal perspective, meaning what sports teams they follow, whatever, but what business leaders and what business publications as well. And it might, show you what they're interested in. If somebody follows a lot of AI stuff, maybe they're interested in using AI in their function at work, that sort of thing. So, Daniel, if that does not answer your question, please let me know, though. Thanks. All right, Akil is saying, sorry, I'm a bit late. No, better late than never, please. I'm glad to have you. Thank you. Here's my question. What is a fine print and why should we read it? Sure. So there's a term called read the fine print, which means before you invest in something, for example, make sure you read the small words which list all the risks. Okay. And it's caveat emptor, which is Latin, I think, for buyer beware. But let's go through that together. Okay. So we're going to go to a government website for the stock market. And we're going to read the fine print before we invest in a company. So let's do this together. So we're going to go to sec.gov, and that is the Securities and Exchange Commission in the United States. And they're basically the police for the stock market. And every country has their own version of the SEC and a website. Okay. In Canada, it's called CEDAR, CEDAR. So what we can do here is we can search for company filings. Okay. And we can enter in the ticker for any company. Okay. I'm not giving any feedback to you. So let's say that we want to invest in Microsoft. Well, let's read the fine print first. And before you invest in any company, please do what I'm about to show you. So what's the ticker on Microsoft? I can enter the company name up here, Microsoft, or I can enter in here the ticker, which is MSFT. Now what we can do is we can read the fine print. Now, the fine print when it comes to finance companies and investing in companies that are publicly traded, you can read the annual report, which is called the 10K. You can read the quarterly report. Every 3 months by law, they have to release a big report called the quarterly report, called the 10Q. Okay, it talks about how they did in that quarter, what new risks they have. You can also read the 8K, which is a press release, right? And there's a bunch of other filings as well. If it's a new company about to go public, you can read the S1 document you could find here online. So on Microsoft, let's do a search on 10K, the annual report. Okay. So here we go. Let's read the most recent one. Okay. So Microsoft's fiscal year ends in June. Okay. Most companies, their fiscal year ends in December. Some companies end at different points in time. I can talk about why if you care. All right. So let's look at the fiscal year 2018 annual report for Microsoft called the 10K. So let's open it up here. I'll click here. And this is just an annual report. And they're colored, and you can get the color versions usually on their website, or you get the boring black and white text here. So here we go. Let's go through this and we can read the fine print. This will tell you everything you need to know about Microsoft, okay? All the risks and everything. And if they don't disclose a big risk here, they get in a lot of trouble, right? Sometimes I know I talk a lot about how there's too many lawyers out there, but lawyers are a good thing to protect you, the investor, okay? And this is a regulated industry. And whenever there's regulation by the government, there's lots of lawyers to protect you. So we can go through this report and we can read about risks. Okay, and risks here, which starts on page 17 and goes to page 29. Risks here are risks related to Microsoft's business. Okay, and this is the fine print. We can also look at the financial statements here, read about the management team, and lots of other things. And people don't read this stuff. You got to read this stuff, please, before you invest. So let's click on risk factors. Here's the fine print. Okay, so here are some risks that are highlighted by Microsoft. Our competitors range in size from diversified global companies with big resources to small firms, yada, yada, yada. Okay, that's kind of obvious. Another one here, some of our products compete with OEMs or original equipment manufacturer partners that distribute the product on computers. Here's another one. We're increasingly focused now on cloud-based offerings, which presents a big execution and competitive risk for the company. So the reason that Satya Nadella, for example, I'm going off script here, sorry, is the CEO of Microsoft now is because he basically created the cloud division at Microsoft, meaning Microsoft Azure, which competes with Amazon Web Services. But they list it as a risk here because cloud is a risk to Microsoft because traditionally Microsoft has sold software that's client server focused, meaning you download it and you run it on your computer. They're selling cloud-based stuff now too. And you're starting to see it with OneDrive online and Office 365 as well, which you can run within a browser. So this is the fine print. You can go through here and read read the fine print. And for years, Microsoft, since they launched Xbox, they listed tons of risks because I've read all their annual reports on Microsoft. Like Xbox is a risk because it loses a lot of money. It has for years, but it's a hedge for them. And the reason that Microsoft is in the Xbox business is because they were worried back in the late 90s that Sony, with the PlayStation they were worried would become a computer, and your TV screen in your living room is like your computer to monitor. And Microsoft was like, dude, that kind of scares me. And so that's why they created the Xbox division, just in case. Anyway, you can read through this. They talk about a lot of acquisitions they've made, and there's always risk to integration. They talk about the acquisition of the LinkedIn Corporation for $27 billion. And also they talk about another acquisition they did for GitHub here. All you techies out there know about GitHub. It's basically a nice repository for coders. Anyway, so there's execution risk. And so right here is where you have the fine print. Cyber attacks and security vulnerabilities is not a risk, etc. This is the fine print. So I want you to always read the fine print before you consider investing in any company. All right. Next up is I love coffee. Sometimes I'll be in bed, go to bed, and I can't wait to wake up to have my coffee. All right, next up is Daniels is saying, I find it challenging to get to know specific... I already read that one, sorry. If I've missed anybody's questions in the middle, please let me know. All right, the Will of D is saying, what should my Twitter, Facebook, Instagram content be? Yeah, so thank you for that last comment there too. So I will drink some water, sorry. You're supposed to drink like 8 glasses of water a day, which is 4 of these. I've only drank that much since the call started. This is a USB enabled thermos, so I track everything. All right, so the question is, what should my Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram content be? So Facebook is a little bit more personal, but let me talk about more on the business side. So your Twitter and Instagram content, and Facebook too, if it's not personal, if this is business stuff, it should be stuff that reflects that you're a content expert in whatever your passion is. And I always try to encourage my students to write a lot or make a lot of videos or post a lot of pictures online. Because what happens is if you write a lot about your whatever area it is you work in, eventually people will look at you and think of you as an expert in that one particular area. And because I write a lot and I post a lot of videos online, I get a lot of people from the media that will reach out to me, and they see me for some reason. I don't know, some sort of expert, whatever. I'm not. But I get a lot of interviews that way on television or newspapers, whatever it is. And so I want you to post often, also on LinkedIn, which you didn't mention here. I want you to post often, every day if you can, or every week. And whenever you decide to post, just be consistent so that your audience knows when you're going to post things. So for me, we know that we do this weekly webcast at 8 a.m. every single Thursday. It's consistent. We've done this for 30 weeks in a row. I release my vlog every day at 11 a.m. my time, San Francisco time. I'm consistent. We release a lot of Instagrams as well at different times. We're going to try to make that a certain time every day soon. But what I do is I actually use a product to do all this stuff. And it's called Hootsuite, and it's amazing. Okay, and so if you go to hootsuite.com, rhymes with Hootsuite, Hootsuite, okay, Hoot, suite.com. What you can do is you can create all of your content and automatically schedule when it's going to be released. And it's free to use unless you do more than 30 postings per month, then you pay a premium. Okay, so what I would do is, just to make it easier for you, Will, I would create all your content in Hootsuite and then have it automatically go to Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, whatever, all these websites at the same time, and just be consistent so that your viewers, your students know, for example, when you're going to post that sort of thing. And the more you write, the more you become a content expert. I want you to own your domain. I want you to own it. Okay. And in this book, my book I always show here, the networking book, there's a chapter here which teaches you how to write as well. And you can go to my website and download this as always, but it's free. But I used to have my own column in Inc. magazine. So I was taught how to write. And if you want to learn how to write articles, you can read that book as well. It'll help you out, I think. Right. Next question is from Akil. How can I franchise multiple different companies and place all of them under the same roof? Is that how shopping malls work? Oh, interesting. So usually with shopping malls, what happens is one person doesn't usually own them because that would take a lot of money. Shopping malls are often owned by REITs, real estate investment trusts. And I'm going to show you that right now so that we can all visualize and understand what a REIT is. Okay, so if we go to financeyahoo.com, and you can basically find any REIT you want to here, okay? So here's Apple Hospitality REIT, American Tower Corporation, I think that's for cell phone towers, that's a REIT. And a REIT is a real estate investment trust, okay? And it basically means that in most countries, that if you set yourself up as a REIT, that means that other people can invest in your company like it's a stock, but you have to pay 90% of your earnings out as dividends. And so REITs tend to have very high dividend yields. And this here is a REIT for Equinix, which is they're a REIT now. It's a data center company. I didn't know they were a REIT. That's interesting. So this here is a residential REIT, and there's also REITs for shopping malls as well, or strip malls. So just for fun, let's go to this one here. I don't know it. It's called Armor Residential, okay, ARR. Okay, so let's go here, and let's learn a little bit more about this REIT. Okay, you see that the dividend yield on this REIT is 11.7%. That's amazing. That's really high. And that's why I like REITs a lot to invest in. Don't put too much of your money in REITs though, and do your research first. And whenever you see a high dividend yield like this high, it might signal there's something wrong with the company. Okay, so read the fine print. Okay, go and read the prospectus of the company before you invest. And sometimes these companies will actually also be rated by certain agencies. Credit agencies like Standard & Poor's, and there's others as well like Moody's. So make sure they have an A or AAA rated rating. Okay, the way it works is anything below A, B, C, D, etc. Don't touch that stuff. It's too risky. Okay. So anyway, this here is a REIT. You can see when the dividend is going to be paid. So that big dividend is paid on March 14th. And so what would happen on March 14th is the stock should go down a certain amount. How much? Well, if you're 11.6, say it's a 12% yield. Okay, so 12% divided by 4 quarters is 3%. The stock usually goes down 3% when it goes ex-dividend. Okay, it's just an arbitrage thing. Okay, and here you can get the average volume of it. And you can read up more so on these REITs as well by going here to financials or profile just to find out what's in this thing. Okay, so it looks like this dude here is based in Florida. Okay, let's see the executives of this REIT. Okay, interesting. Huh. You can learn a lot more about it, corporate governments and all that stuff. I don't know much about this company, anything actually, but you can find out the holders. You can find out what is inside this thing as well. Okay, it's kind of like when you look at an ETF, which is an exchange traded fund. You can get a lot more detail on these things. So, for example, if we want to learn about the Labu, which I've never seen before, which is an S&P biotech ETF or exchange traded fund, we click here. 3x means it's levered up 3 times. You get 3 times the upside, but 3 times the downside. Don't do it. It's dangerous. But you can go here and find out what's in this thing as well. Okay. And so, for example, within this, you've got Spark Therapeutics, Portola. I don't know these companies, but obviously these are biotech companies. Looks like you got a cancer product company here as well, and what percent of the fund is there. So Yahoo Finance is amazing. So please use it. Please use it, and it works globally too. I know we've had some people on India from the call here today. So you can actually do Infosys. Infi, I think, is the company. Right, and so you've got on a bunch of different markets. You got it here, Bombay Stock Exchange. You got it here in the New York stock market as well, which is the ADR. You can click on it, learn more information about it. You've got call options as well, which basically means you can buy this little instrument that will go up a lot if the stock goes up a lot, and if the stock goes down, you lose that little amount of money you invested. So anyway, that was a little long-winded there, but hopefully that helped you understand how shopping malls work. A lot of them are REIT-based. Okay. And your question also is, can I franchise multiple different companies and place them all under the same roof? Yeah, absolutely. You can do whatever you want. Just talk to a lawyer first. I'm not a lawyer. And what you can do is, and I do this actually, is I have an umbrella corporation, right? Haroun Education Ventures, Inc. It's an S corporation, and it owns a bunch of other stuff underneath it. And when I ran my hedge fund, I had Haroun Capital Management, Haroun Capital Management LLC. And that was an umbrella company that owned what's called a master feeder. It owned a bunch of entities. Okay, it owned my offshore entity for Haroun Capital Partners over in the British Virgin Islands for offshore investors, and my domestic fund as well. Okay, but always speak to a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. They will set these things up for you. Okay, and depending what state you're in, it costs different amounts per year to register a company. Okay, the state of California is crazy expensive, at over $800 per year for an LLC. Other states are much, much cheaper. Okay. And sometimes you'll hear people say a Delaware registered company, and you're like, dude, why? What is this Delaware stuff? The only time I hear about the state Delaware is when it comes to a Delaware registered company. Why is that? Because when America was founded, the founding fathers and mothers and all that stuff, they had a lot of lawyers work on that on the initial documents for the country, and a lot of legal documents were done in Delaware. And over time, a lot of people have just stayed in Delaware as lawyers to create legal documents, and they figured out how to crank out the system mass production wise so that it's cheaper to register companies there. So hopefully that explains why you hear a Delaware company. All right, next up, Akil is saying, how do you reach companies for asking for franchise? Is it only possible through networking? I think so, yeah. Yeah, and so I think what you can do, and one thing I always want to suggest is there's nothing more frustrating in business than trying to sell your product or service and talking to the wrong person at a company. Always go right to the top. That's right. I always want you to go to the CEO, and you got nothing to lose and everything to gain. And the way you go to the CEO is, watch my vlog from yesterday, please. It's called How to Get Customers, Easy Way. And I explained going to shareholder meetings and leveraging Twitter a lot to meet with people that matter. Okay. So hopefully that's helpful. But yeah, watch yesterday's vlog, and I promise you it'll help out a lot. I think it was yesterday. Anyway, yeah, it's one about on how to get customers. All right. Hold on one second. I lost my place. I'm so sorry. Oh, here we go. Okay, good. So next up here, and I don't read these in advance. I just read them as we go here. So Quendrum is saying Quendrum is an Albanian name. Oh, interesting. I'm the guy from Germany, Chris. Oh, yeah, that's right. Every time you say Germany, I always thank you for Hans Zimmer. Hans Zimmer is my favorite musician. He's from Germany. He made the soundtrack for The Dark Knight. He did the soundtrack for Interstellar, which blew my... I'm getting shivers just thinking about it. He did the soundtrack for Inception and a lot of great movies. Also, the new Blade Runner. I love the original soundtrack better for Blade Runner from 1980. But the new one he did as well, and he's from Germany. And he actually teaches a course, which I've taken, on masterclass.com. It's amazing. And he really simplifies the whole process for conducting scores for movies. And I love listening to soundtracks for movies because, I don't know, it gets me into this zone, man. You know, when you're coding, for example, and you listen to music, if you're in an inspired zone, like if you listen to the soundtrack for Interstellar, you'll be in this zone where you're more creative, because Hans Zimmer is very creative and anyway has a big influence on me. Love that guy. Yeah, that's right. And I remember I told you the story about Waldorf. I used to go there and meet with Henning Kagerman, the CEO of SAP. I would land in Frankfurt. Yeah. Awesome. Very cool. All right, next up we've got the Will of Deal is talking to Akil. Okay. All right, the Will of D is saying, I told you about my dream in launching a development nonprofit foundation. You said that the right time is now. Yes. All right, do you say it's okay? Do you think it's okay to launch with one employee only, meaning an assistant, or should it be on a street like a retail store or an office like a building? No, I think that, well, I think you should always start a company with just you initially, and it should be confidential, a little side hustle while you work for other people. And you don't have to make it confidential if you're still in school and you start on the side. But I want you to always hire people at the last second. It's kind of like Japanese manufacturing process, which is Edward Deming, I think, came up with the concept of JIT, or just in time. You know, a lot of the best companies, they don't really have much inventory. They make it at the last second. Okay, so for example, if you buy any of my books, whatever, what happens is they haven't been printed yet when you order them. And if you look in the last page, you'll see where they were printed and the date they were printed as well. That's just in time. And I want you to do the same thing when it comes to employees. I don't want you to hire anybody until you need them just in time. Okay, and I want you to outsource everything. And I think it's better to outsource everything initially because you don't know if you're going to need full-time employees. Okay, outsource everything. Okay, but I think you always start with just yourself. Then you build it slowly. And the best time to start a company is during a recession, because that way you're lean and mean. And when you come out of the recession, when the economy comes out of the recession, you're levered to the upside. You're ready to explode to the upside. So yeah, I would just start with you. Yeah. And anybody can start a company, man. I mean, this is such a wonderful time to be alive. Like I don't really focus on the media very much. I find out about news stories by accident. You know, Christine might mention it, whatever. But the media is so negative, and it really bugs me. And I think it's because the media companies aren't making as much money because a lot of people are going to the web, whatever. And so in order to get our attention, and all of our attention spans have decreased because we have all these different handheld devices to distract us. But in order to get attention, the media has to, I don't know, say controversial things or make us believe that, oh my God, it's the end of the world. CNN breaking news. Amazing things are happening. I'm so optimistic about the future. I wish there was a TV station that was just positive news because I'd watch it. And it exists. You know what it is? It's YouTube. Not me, but just people in general. My kids watch these YouTubers. They're all positive. They're all positive people. My kids are getting a mini MBA in how to market themselves by watching these YouTubers. So anybody can start a company, Will. You don't have to be located in any part of the world. All you need is a browser, a little bit of heart, and willing to fail a bunch of times. It's not going to cost you much money, if anything at all. I want everybody in this call that works for somebody else to keep starting companies. And then when one of your side hustles takes off, I want you to quit. And I want you to see me as your resource, your free resource to help you humbly, okay? And if you work for somebody else and you're scared that if you come on this call and your name is shown and you ask questions that might come back to haunt you, then register another account on YouTube. Create a nickname. I'm here to help. I'm here to help. It costs you nothing to start a company, right? It's this much risk and the rewards are infinite. It costs you nothing to start a company now. What a great time to be alive. All right, so Colton's got it. And by the way, when you guys talk to each other, I love it. I love it. I love interaction with each other. It's a sense of community. It's awesome, right? But a lot of times I won't read what you write. I'll actually skip over it because I'm assuming you're just talking to each other. So don't assume I'm being rude, please. All right. Oh, I love this. I just read the beginning of this one. I love this question. Okay. So Colton is saying, hi, Chris. I'm in a dead-end job that makes me miserable, but it's a stable job that has good benefits. I want to leave, but I'm afraid to leave. What should I do? Yeah. So if you're not happy and if you're frustrated in life with your job, I think frustration is a good thing. And I'll explain why. With frustration comes the ability for you to be pushed to reinvent yourself, to find a job where you're not frustrated, where you're more happy. With frustration comes the ability for you to be able to think about starting your own company so you can live your life in your own terms. The most successful people in business were actually very frustrated at one point in their lives. And because of that frustration and because of many years of failure, they ended up being successful. And there's many examples. And most successful people have failed more times than you and I have combined, but we just don't hear about it. Harry Potter's author, J.K. Rowling, she was frustrated. She was a single mother, God bless her. She had an assistant job. She hated it. And she was rejected by every major publisher in the world, basically. She kept at it. She was frustrated, hated her job as an assistant, hated her job as an assistant, hated her job as an assistant. So she kept applying to have her book published by many different publishers. And eventually that frustration paid off big time. She's a billionaire. She's done great things. So I want, Colton, I want your frustration to inspire you to start your own company so you can live your own life on your own terms. Okay. And I think a great way for you to find a better job is to network. And I always talk about this, but I wear my heart on my sleeve. This is a free book. Go to harounventures.com, download it. It's 200 pages. And it will teach you how to network so you can find a better job, or how to network to find investors to invest in your startup. All right, next up. And Colton, I love that question. I love questions like this. And Colton, please ask me follow-ups. Okay, this call is never going to end until all questions have been answered. Okay, so just ask me more follow-ups if I didn't answer your question right. I want to inspire you, Colton. I want you to take my complete business plan course. And it'll help you create your business model. And it'll also help you because after an hour into the course, you might realize that based on the questions I asked you in that course, that your business model might not be that great of an idea. That's a good thing that I'm helping you there because I'm stopping you from, launching a company that might not work. Just keep taking the course over and over and over again until you write a business plan that works. Okay. And I want you to have a side hustle. And, I want you to, I get a lot of people reach out to me that teach on Udemy, which is one of the places I teach. And these teachers ask me, Chris, should I quit my full-time job? I just had a good month. And I always tell them, no, wait. I want you to teach full-time. It's liberating. You can live your life in your own terms. But I don't want you to do it just because you have one good month. I want you to look at a 6-month trailing basis. And I don't want that month to be November, because that's Black Friday month. It's a big month. I don't want that month to be a January. That's a big month because it's New Year. Okay. But if on a 6-month trailing basis, not including January and November, if you're making enough to support yourself, then yes, quit your job. Do it. I'm here to help. All right. Next up is a question from Property Search. Property Search is saying, I've gone through your business plan course and it's awesome. Thank you. One question I have is around DCF, meaning discounted cash flow. How do we calculate it? Also, how do you calculate net present value for software projects? Yeah. Thank you. It's a great question. So DCF and net present value are somewhat interrelated. So net present value will basically tell you the value of money you're going to make in the future today. Okay. And it's kind of like DCF. So discounted cash flow basically tells you the value of all future cash flow, meaning future money you're going to make in the future, what it's worth today. And a lot of people get confused by net present value, but let me show you how easy it is to use. Okay, so let's go here to Excel. I love Excel. Excel's so fun for me. I love software. Okay, let me just open a brand new spreadsheet. Hold on a second. I'm going to go back to Excel. Here we go. Good. All right. So let me show you what net present value means. Okay, so net present value is basically saying, let me make sure we're still recording. Good. So net present value is basically a way for you to understand what all the money you're making in the future is going to be worth today. And I'll explain what this means. Okay. So let's say that we create a company, okay? And we have year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, okay? And let's just say profits. Let's just say profits and cash is the same thing that you're going to get out of the business. And let's say that this, in year 1, we're making $100. In year 2, we're making $200. In year 3, we're making $400. In year 4, we're making $500. And in year 5, we're making, I don't know, $1,000. That's pretty healthy growth of profits. Okay. And let's say that the interest rate, if you want to get a loan, interest rate is, I don't know, we'll say 3%. Okay. 0.03. And I will percent that right now. Give me one second. Let me go here and open this up. Yeah. Okay, good. So now I'm looking at this company and I'm thinking, how much is this company worth? If I want to buy this company, what's it worth? I mean, I can't just go and sum up all this stuff here. Like the sum you could see down here in the corner is $2,200. The company's not worth $200. It's or $2,200. It's probably worth less because I could take my money and invest it in the bank and make that much money each year. So it's going to be worth less than that. Stay with me here. So it's going to be worth basically, how much is $1,000 in today's terms? Okay. So here's how you do it. You go equals NPV, EA Sports in the game. And then you open up brackets. And I want to get the net present value of these future cash flows. Okay. My future profits. So NPV, when you type it in Excel, is going to say, okay, I'm going to help you out. I'm going to give you the net present value of all that money. But first of all, you got to help me out. You got to tell me what's the rate. Okay, well, the net present value rate is going to be 3%. Okay, so I fill it in, nicely color coded. Then it's going to say, okay, well, now you got to tell me the value in year 1, year 2, all the way up to year whatever. Sure, I can do that. I'll hit comma, and it's going to say, well, what's the value in year 1? So I'll click here. And then comma again. Well, what's the value in year 2? Okay, this, comma again, and there's a fast way to do it too. This, what's the value in year 3? This, what's the value in year 5? That. Okay, so there we go. We got all those years. Then I'm going to close brackets, and when I hit enter, Excel is going to use the net present value formula to tell me how much all that money is worth today. Okay, so we know that all 5 years added up together is $2,200. So if I wanted to buy this company that's going to make $2,200, I'm not going to pay $2,200 because if I wanted to, I can instead take my money and put it in the bank and earn interest at 3%. So the value of that company is going to be, enter, $1,958. Okay. Again, if I highlight these, you see here that the sum is $2,200. Okay, that's the net present value. And that's very similar to discounted cash flow. When Wall Street analysts try to value companies, when they use discounted cash flow, they do this. It's a little bit different, though. They add another 1 or 2 steps, which I can show you as well. Okay. So let's say you're like, Chris, you know what? I think interest rates are that's not right. Interest rates where I live are like, if I want to get a loan to start a company, are 7%. Okay. Watch what happens to the value of the company when I hit enter. It's going to be way lower. $1,689. Okay. So the value of a company that's going to make that much money over 5 years and then shut down in year 6 is that much if the interest rate is that. Okay. Now, what about if there's more years? Okay, we can create more years. If the company doesn't shut down in year 6, we can just keep creating this. Okay, and we can make it go on forever. And there's a formula that you can use to basically tell you year 6 to infinity. And you can either create all those years way, way out, or you can use that formula. It's called the terminal value. And what you do is you divide this last year by the cost of capital, meaning the interest rate minus the long-term growth rate. And I'll do that for you too. Okay. So let's say that we've got here year 6 to infinity. Okay. What we do is, let's just say that in year 6, we're going to make, let's say growth is slowing down. You're not doubling anymore. Say it's up 80%. You got $1,800, okay? Now, keep in mind, NPV, this formula is not going to pick that up yet. We'll get there in a second, okay? So if year 6 to infinity, we want to calculate how much cash will be year 6 to infinity. So what you do is this. You create what's called the terminal value. And the terminal value is just math. Is you basically go here, whoops, right? The year, the last year that you calculate for your cash you're going to make. Then you divide it by, I put this in brackets, okay, the interest rate minus your long-term growth rate. Okay. And so the interest rate is right there. And your long-term growth rate, it's usually 1, 2, or 3%. Why? Why is it not higher than that? Because statistically, it's impossible, basically impossible mathematically, for a company to grow more than 1, 2, or 3% when it's really, 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 really big. Okay, like the U.S. economy will never grow more than a couple percent per year, meaning their GDP. The reason is because the U.S. economy is responsible for about 1/3 of the GDP or revenue in the world. It's just big. You know, it's kind of like IBM can't grow anymore. They're just big. It's not their fault. And eventually, Apple will get to a stage where they can't grow anymore. It's just big. And so the long-term growth rate for Apple might be 1, 2, or 3%. Okay, so we divide it by the interest rate minus growth. So let's say that the interest or the growth, long-term growth rate for this fictitious company, let's just say it's, I don't know, it's 1%. Okay, so minus 0.01, which is percent. Okay. Okay, so here we've got the value of year 6 to infinity. It's right here. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to get the net present value for all those years and year 6 to infinity. Okay. So the value of this company is $21,679. Now, what if we tweaked it? What if we said the interest rate was higher? Say it's 15%, right? And usually when interest rates go up a lot, it's bad for the economy because people don't start companies. Why? Because venture capitalists might not invest in your company because they're like, heck, man, interest rates are so high, I'm just going to put my money in the bank. And the stock market goes down because, heck, interest rates are so high. If I can earn 15% in the bank, I'm not going to buy stocks. So watch what happens if I put interest rates to 15%. The value of the company goes down a lot. If it's really cheap to get companies or to get money, right? That if the interest rate's very low, watch what happens to the value of our company down here. Okay, let's say that it's 1%. Okay, is the interest rate. Whoa. Oh, sorry, 2%. The reason it said error here is because here I did the long-term growth rate. Remember, it's 1%. Okay, so let's say it's 2%. Look what happens to the value of the company. It's up a lot. Okay, and so when interest rates are really, really low, people don't put money in the bank. They invest in stocks and startups because the government's basically telling you, I'm not going to pay you very much money to put money in the bank. I want you to spend and grow the economy. So I'm going to make interest rates low so you can start a company. And so you end up investing in companies and the value of companies goes up. And we get multiple expansion. Price earnings ratios go up in the stock market because more people want to take on risk and not invest or put their money in the bank because interest rates are low. So hopefully this explains it to you, the whole net present value process. If you have additional questions on this, please let me know. Thanks. All right. And I hold on a second here. All right, and I have to change the backdrop, guys. Sorry. I think I want to go to Hong Kong. Let's go to Hong Kong together. There we go. Isn't that a beautiful city? Oh, dude, I was on my honeymoon. So I paid for I invest a lot in stocks in the 90s, whatever. I've always been an investor, whatever. But I I invested in a lot of tech stocks in the 90s. I did well, whatever. And then I paid my wedding. I paid for it entirely myself. Right? I didn't get my parents or Christine's parents to pay for it, and I paid for it on margin. And I'll never forget. I think I paid a lot of money to rent this place called Roma's Place in Mississauga, Ontario, for our wedding. And then Christine and I were actually. There's a reason I'm mentioning this. Christine and I were actually over in. We were over in Hong Kong, and I got a margin call. And I want to show you where I got my margin call. I actually had to pay a bunch. I did fine, whatever. But if you look in the back here, I'm going to point right here. There's that beautiful building there. Okay, you can see me pointing there, and I'll make it big screen, Chris, again. So right at the bottom of that, and I think that's Kowloon, part of Hong Kong. We were there, and actually in the basement there's a cyber cafe. That's what they call them then. That's where you get internet. In June or July of 2000, and I had to pay back my broker because I levered up a lot. I did fine, whatever, but it cost me like 10 or 15K that day. But anyway, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right, that's a little bit. That background's a little bit too much for me. Let me go here. Okay. All right. Next up is the Will of D is saying, I don't want laborers to be replaced. To be honest, where would human beings be going? A lot of jobs get lost. Yeah, fair. That's a fair point. I hear you. But I think people are just going to retool. They're just going to retool. You know, I think with every crisis comes opportunity, and I think that people that are in their 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, they can learn a new passion by coding or doing something software related. Anyone can do it. Anybody can do it. Anyone's able to do it, and the cost of education is very cheap online. Just go to Udemy and take programming courses. Anyone can do it. And it's tough to kind of scream into the wind and try to ignore the faces or winds of change. It's tough. You can't like at one point there were companies that made the best buggy whips ever, which were whips to whip the horse. Not a nice thing to do, but whatever, to get the horse to go faster. And Henry Ford created the car in the production line, and it didn't matter what kind of buggy whip you made. The writing was on the wall that fewer people were going to want to buy buggy whips. And so you retooled. And those people probably that made buggy whips went to go and work on making cars. And, those that are traders that work on Wall Street, if their function is replaced with artificial intelligence-based software algorithms, they're going to do something else. Maybe they'll become long-term investors. For people that work in factories, they can always retool online. I think what's going to happen is the global economy is going to be moved towards services-based. Most people will be employed by the services business and not manufacturing. They'll just move and find something better. That's all. I mean, keep in mind that at one point, almost everybody in the United States worked in the agriculture sector. They did. But eventually, we realized how to be more efficient and make harvest more crop using great products from the John Deere Corporation or John Case, which is another company, etc. That's what happened. And I'm sure at that time people thought, oh, this is terrible. If I can't farm anymore, oh my God, there's tractors that are going to take away my job. No. What happened is fewer people are farmers, and everybody is richer now because of it, right? If machines help to, create crops or better yields through technology, then you can focus on doing something else with your life. And I'm a positive person. I see crisis always as an opportunity, which is an opportunity for people to retool. All right, next up, and it's never too late to start over, right? The average age, again, of somebody starting a company in America is 52. Okay. Questions from Akil. How do you take decisions that you wouldn't regret later in life if it goes wrong? Okay, so the question is, do you regret later in life when you made the wrong decisions? No. It depends how you look at it. So for me, I always see crisis as an opportunity. And if you're frustrated in work and you're fired, which has happened to me before, at that point in time, you might be questioning, why is this happening to me? Oh my God, this is awful. And then years later, you might look back and be grateful to God that it happened because it sent you down a different career path in life. And you would never have gone down that career path in life had you not been kind of forced to do so. Okay. And a lot of very successful people were fired. And I'm sure at the time they were really upset when it happened. But in hindsight, they're happy. You know, Robert Redford, a great actor, he's awesome. He actually worked at an oil company. He was fired, thank God, because we wouldn't know about him as an actor. Maybe not. Madonna, the singer, she was fired by Dunkin' Donuts. You know, a lot of people were fired that you know, like Michael Bloomberg, he's a billionaire, and he created Bloomberg software. He was fired by Merrill Lynch. I'm sure he was upset, obviously, when it happened, but now he looks back and he's like, oh, it's a good thing it happened. And so I think perception becomes reality when you think about decisions in life. And are there wrong decisions from a business and career perspective and right ones? It all depends how you look at it. And for those of you that are frustrated right now, you're going to look back on this and say, thank goodness I was frustrated, because that frustration forced me to start my own company or to go to another company and be happier. You know, don't you want to be happy? Of course we do. We all do. And so with frustration comes breakthroughs. It all depends how you look at it. And if you don't see a crisis as an opportunity, then you won't embrace it and you won't profit from it. You know, for example, Warren Buffett said the New York Stock Exchange is the only store in the world where consumers sell stuff when it goes on sale. You know, when the market's crashing, the best investors on the planet see crisis as an opportunity and they invest. I want you to think of your career the same way. All right. Thomas, how are you? All right. I love coffee. All right. Let me see how we're doing here. Good. I got a backup drive here too, because I record all this in 4K. I've got these drives that are 2 terabytes each. And after 4 hours, my 4K stops recording. Anyway, I keep all this stuff because one day I'm very long-term focused, right? Like this is expensive for me. But I'm very long-term focused because I want to use all this stuff we're doing maybe as sound bites one day. I don't know. Maybe I'll turn it into a course. I have no idea. But I keep all this because I want to repurpose content longer term. Okay. So anyway, and you'll notice that with a lot of my vlogs, for those of you that are subscribers to my vlog, that I have 4K in the corner because I'm so long-term focused. And I know my competition. I don't know who they are, but I know that they're not creating stuff in 4K. I film everything in 4K now. Because in 5 years, are more people going to watch content in 4K or less people? More people. And more people are going to be watching this and YouTube on televisions, which are 4K. So I record everything in 4K. It's costing me a lot of money. I'm losing money on it right now, but I don't care. I'm long-term focused. So anyway, this is for my post-edit process. If you have questions on that, please let me know. All right. Next up, Thomas. Dear Chris, how are you? I'm great, man. How are you? Last Thursday, you explained how AWS, meaning Amazon Web Services, worked and how other companies use their excess capacity within the January to October period. What happens with those companies during the November to December period when AWS needs their installed capacity again? What a wonderful question that is. Yeah, I love that. Thanks for the follow-up on this. So what happens is Amazon creates so much extra capacity that it doesn't impact those companies. It doesn't. Because Amazon is so long-term focused that just like I was explaining with me, you know, losing money on this stuff right now, Amazon knows in the long run that they'll make a lot more money. And Amazon is such a customer-focused company. And I believe that the companies with the best customer support will end up being the winners in the long run. And so Amazon makes sure that their big customers like the Netflix or Dropboxes, which used to be the biggest customer for Netflix or for Amazon, they ensure that the quality of service is awesome for them during peak traffic, meaning in November and December. Yeah. All right. What a great question, though. Thank you for that. All right, next up, and I just want to say that I really believe that a company is only as good as its customer service. You know, if you do an only half decent job with your customers, they'll be satisfied. I don't want satisfied customers because satisfied customers go away. I want raving fan customers. customers where I give them such ridiculous value. Like a money back guarantee on an MBA degree program, which is coming out later this year. Anyway, it's got to be something you're passionate about. And I think that good customer service can only occur if you love what you do. Like if you ever get on the phone, you talk to somebody who's a great customer service rep, it's because they love what they do. They're passionate about it. So, all right. Malika, hey Malika, how are you? I'm smiling because of the exchange we had within my entire MBA course when we talked about Saint Viator Bagel and Air Hova in Montreal. It's awesome. And hopefully I answered your question. I saw that you wrote down in an entire MBA 1 course that I didn't answer your question. I think I did on the webcast. But if you have follow-up questions on that, please let me know. Okay. Thanks, Malika. Okay. So Malika is saying, hi, Chris. Yesterday, my friends and I were talking about fintech, meaning financial technology companies. And I found this article, which I am sharing with you here and others. It is the global fintech landscape. Thank you. So when you paste an article, what happens here for some reason, I can't control this, is YouTube actually blocks it, hyperlinks. I don't know why. I wish they got rid of that. So if you're going to share something, I want you to game the system. And here's how you do it. Instead of entering the web address, let's say it's cnn.com/article. What you do is you write in CNN space and then the word .dot and then com/article. So if you want to share a web link, try doing it that way so we can all open it up. Trying to game the system here. Thank you. Okay, so Mustafa's got a question. Hey, Mustafa, how are you? Hey, Chris, I just started to take your financial analysis course, and it's great. Thank you. You are amazing, very sincere. I feel like a close friend. Thank you. God bless you for that. And this is fun for me. This is fun. I love this, and I'm getting to know a lot of you as well through this call. And some of you have been on the call for most of the 30 weeks, and I feel like I've met you. And eventually, I'm going to do a studio audience thing. Which is going to not be profitable. I don't care. It's just something long-term I'm focused in because it's fun for me. And I've actually expanded this room quite a bit. I wish you could see it. You can't right now. But I'm going all out with the green screen and everything. And I'll give you guys a tour at some point here. This is fun. I'm really nerding out. All right. Mustafa's got a question. Do you know anything about modern monetary theory? Does it make sense to you? Okay, so I don't know what that means. I know what monetary policy and fiscal policy is, and everybody has a different philosophy. Like Ronald Reagan, who's my favorite president ever. Oh, please bring Ronald Reagan back. Or somebody make a great movie about that man. Ronald Reagan, he believed in the Laffer curve or trickle-down economics. So anyway, maybe it has to do with something like that. I'm not sure. But if you want, you can provide a little bit more color on modern monetary theory. And I'll give you my humble thoughts. Thank you. And if I've missed anyone's question, as always, just paste it again, please. All right, so Tomas is saying, this installed capacity at Amazon Web Services is still being rented out to other companies during January, October? Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely. So Amazon Web Services, as I mentioned in the previous webcast, for those of you that weren't with us, is the most important software product that's ever been created. Amazon is successful today and a great investment longer term because of this. So Amazon, what they do is Amazon rents out computer space to a lot of different companies. And because of that, Uber was created and Lyft and all these great online companies. And they offer this great service at a low price. Netflix exists because they run their company on Amazon Web Services. And what Amazon does is they cut the pricing point every couple of months. And they've cut the pricing point on Amazon Web Services more than 50 times since 2006. Compare and contrast that with Microsoft. Microsoft, until recently, only cut the pricing point on Windows 3 times, going back to the 1980s. And so because Amazon cuts the pricing point all the time, nobody can keep up with them competition-wise. And it's incredibly deflationary for the whole world. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. So Donald Trump, stop trying to bully Jeff Bezos. I don't get political. Sorry. All right. Next up is, sorry about that. Actually, I'm not. Maybe a little. All right, next up is Craig Scott, and Craig is saying, in 2013, I opened a trading account for $200 just to access the economic calendar. I was tired of news reports that didn't tell me anything. 3 days in, a broker opened a sell order for gold on my behalf, 1,700 to 1,600 in 15 seconds, and all I made was $3,000. Yeah. That's a great return. It's a great return. Are you still bullish on gold? So you probably used options there as well. You probably used puts, right? You probably used puts to do that. That's great. And so for those of you who are watching that don't know much about options, options means you can pay a small amount of money for a financial instrument and bet if a stock is going to go up or down, or a commodity like gold, GLD, whatever, go up or down. And usually the most you'll lose is just that little amount you use to buy that option, but you can make a lot of money if it works out. Okay. All right, next up is Twilight Vampire. I love that name. That's fun, man. Thank you very much for your insight, Chris, and for paying homage to Twilight. So thank you. Earlier in the call, I gave you my Twilight background, which was this. Yeah. Portland, right? It was filmed in Portland, I think. Yeah. They made like a bunch of those. All right, Akil's got a question. Akil's saying, for AAA rated companies, okay, I'm trying to understand this. The AAA companies don't require a degree. So how do I apply for a job to interview those companies? So I just mentioned I'm dope at coding or management. Okay, I understand now. Okay. So a lot of companies don't require you have degrees anymore. Okay, I love it. It's the right thing to do. Because why should I just hire people that were born and, had a spoiled upbringing maybe, and got into Harvard because mom or dad went there? Or paid their way in, which is a big scandal going on in the news now. Yeah, so you don't need a degree now to get into the top companies, right? Like IBM, you don't need a degree. Wells Fargo, Google, etc. You don't need a degree. But what I would say is, if you don't have a degree and you want to get in these companies, a lot of times you got to network aggressively to get in. And you can read my book. You can get it at harounventures.com. It's free, to learn how to network to get into these companies, or to get anything you want in business or life for that matter. Business is about relationships first and product knowledge second. And here, at least in the Valley, it doesn't matter where you went to school. If I'm interviewing somebody for a job and they have experience, if they talk about the fact they went to Stanford or Harvard or whatever, I don't care. I don't want to be reminded of, why do you have to tell me that? All I care about is how good are you at your job, and are you passionate about what you do? And I know a lot of people have worked hard and gotten scholarships to go to great schools. And I love one thing I love about America is the whole, rags to riches process, where you can be a zero and go to hero. And it's not just America, it's a lot of countries too, right? And a lot of times people that are very successful don't even have degrees. So my favorite students are the ones that are poor, smart, and hungry, that were given a crappy set of cards in life. This is why I do it. I want to inspire and help. And with my new MBA degree program, it's going to be way, 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 way less than getting an MBA at any other school. There's going to be a money-back guarantee, and there's going to be tons and tons of scholarships. All right. Next up is Mr. Wright. And I'm thinking of Will Wright, who I met years ago. He created The Sims and SimCity. He actually founded this company called Maxis. He sold it to Electronic Arts. I met him at Electronic Arts. All right, Mr. Wright is saying, I have to say, Chris, I don't want to work for a company. I'm passionate about real estate, and I'm going to Texas Tech, awesome, for a general business degree. Is it worth staying in school? If you've already started, just finish what you started. I always say that. Always finish what you started. But what I want you to do, and people in general in this call, just look longer term and think, what are my goals in life? Do I need a degree? And if your goal in life is to work at X company, if you've tried really, 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 really hard to network, you set up like 100 meetings and you still can't get that job or change careers, then consider getting a degree in university. Otherwise, I don't think you need it. Okay. And I know you mentioned you're in Texas there. Can you do me a favor, man? Can you bring Texas, I'm going to piss people off now, Texas politics and the tax code to California? I'm not supposed to show my hand, politically speaking. But I believe in low taxes. All right. So the question is, I got a drinking problem here. The question is, I have so many interests. I can't just do one thing. And it has made it hard to choose my degree. Yeah, I hear you. Well, if you don't know what you want to do in life, then maybe getting a Bachelor of Arts, if you can, is worth it. And for those of you that that don't have enough money to go to school, please don't think of it that way. I want you to apply, get in, and then figure out scholarships after you get in. Okay, and that's what we're going to do with my degree program as well. You're going to get accepted if you apply, right? And I'm going to keep the first class pretty small. And then we'll worry about if you can pay for it or not. Just don't worry about about money when you're going to school. Just apply first and get in. I've only drank that much water. That's why my throat, yeah. And you got lots of interest. So maybe you just do something general initially. And some people just don't know what they want to do, but they want to do something in business. So just join a big company early on, and you can move around and transfer internally and figure out what you're most passionate about. And joining a big company when you're younger is awesome sometimes because you learn not just what to do, but more importantly, what not to do. And it will frustrate the hell out of you, the politics too. It'll drive you crazy. You'll realize that, hey man, I'm not getting paid, for making this company money. It's not a meritocracy. You don't eat what you kill. I'm getting paid to play politics. And so if I'm supposed to only focus on politics to climb the corporate ladder, then the customer is not getting great quality. So I'm being incentivized to play politics and not help the customer. So the customer's not always right. That's why I think big businesses can't compete with small startups. Small companies can change the world because they care more. I care more than other big schools would about your career. And it really kills me, man. Like when I think about university in hindsight, like you, the student, are the customer. You're paying a fortune for a degree. And the teacher should treat you not like you're a student only, but like you're a customer. Think about that. Customer service? That's amazing for school. It's the way it should be. You're the customer. It's like when you go to the doctor. Why is it whenever I go to the doctor, I have to wait like an hour until the doctor sees me? Like, what is that? I'm the customer. I'm paying the bill. Why are they like that? Anyway, there hasn't been much competition. That's why in education until now. So I hope to change that. All right. So next up is, and if you join a big company, what happens is when you first start, they don't make money on you for a couple of years anyway, and they're using you. They're not paying you much. So use them. Okay. Just learn. Like some companies, like if you're in Toronto, for example, and Andrew Dupree, I know you're in Toronto, you're interested in finance. If you join the Royal Bank of Canada, RBC, they have a training program for 2 years, a rotation program, actually, where you get to work in investment banking, trading, asset management, etc. It's like you're being paid to get another degree. All right. Next up, Akil's saying, how do you know your worth? That's a great question. So if you ever get a call from a headhunter, I want you to take that meeting. Okay? I want you to take that meeting because I want you to find out what you're worth always. Because you're always worth way, 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 way more than what your boss is paying you right now. Somehow these big companies, they have this process somehow of paying us the minimum amount to keep us there. Not to keep us happy, but to keep us there. And so if you ever get a call from a headhunter, I want you to take those meetings because you will find out your real worth. Okay, and it's all relative, whether people are willing to pay you. But your real worth longer term is the worth you assign for yourself, meaning start your own company, change the world. You can only live your life on your own terms, and really understand your real worth if you start your own company. All right, Mr. Wright is saying, I'm an intern at a big real estate company in Lubbock, Texas. Sorry if I mispronounced that wrong. I really don't know if pursuing a degree is worth it anymore. I found my passion. I do ride-alongs with agents, and I love it. Is there any way to do a one-on-one call for 30 minutes? I would gladly pay you for your time. I have personal questions pertaining to my journey. So it's I don't really do this that often. I apologize. Let's just do it here. And if you want to ask questions that you can change your username in YouTube and ask it a different way. I'd be more than happy to do. I'm so sorry. It's just I do it sometimes, but it's just I haven't been able to keep up because I'm working on 3 courses right now at the same time with 3 other instructors and this MBA thing as well, degree. But if you take, I'm not saying this for this reason, but if you take my MBA degree course, which will have a low pricing point later this year, if you apply and you're accepted and all that good stuff, whatever, then of course I'll spend a lot of time with you. Appreciate it, but I'm so sorry. I try to service everybody, but I'm just limited. But just ask questions here. Thanks. Food Bottom Mom is back saying Google sucks. I always smile when I see you, Food Bottom Mom, because you, I think it was about 8 or 9 weeks ago, I think I used the F word in a question you asked in a loving way, and I didn't see another question for you, and so I kind of felt bad. I thought I did something wrong, but thank you. Avi Pro, how are you? Avi Pro, for everybody who doesn't know, is this really smart dude from Sweden. Thank you. Why is it that everybody in Sweden is really good looking? Like I went there with a couple buddies of mine when I was in business school. We went to Norway, went to Sweden. Every woman we saw in Sweden, everywhere was gorgeous. It's an amazing place. And it's a big tech center as well. I was at this Stanford venture capital boot camp thing where I was teaching and judging business models this week. And I met a guy from Sweden, and he was explaining to me how many great tech companies come out of Sweden. Like Spotify, I didn't realize it's from Sweden. There's a lot of great telecommunication companies and video game countries from Sweden as well. Avi Pro, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'd love to learn from you. If you can just please type in, why is it there's so many successful tech companies from Sweden? What's the secret sauce there? Thank you. And welcome. It's good to have you again, buddy. All right, Akil is saying, how do you prepare your life partner for hustle and life when she hardly knows about the harsh and cruel world of business and real life? Yeah, I know you started a company with your girlfriend, yeah. That's hard, man. It's hard because, like Christine, my wife, and I, we kind of work together, but kind of not. Like she'll help out with the company and stuff. And I kind of like to keep work separate from personal life. And the way I used to be was I would, and maybe you could think about it this way too. If things are stressful at work for you and your business partner and your real partner in life, maybe you leave your stress at work. And I've been doing this for years when I work for other people, especially. When I come home and I touch the front doorknob, I condition myself that I forget about work. I leave work outside. Like Fred Flintstone, Wilma. I'm dating myself. I don't know if anybody gets that. But yeah, because when I used to bring my stress home, it wasn't fair, man. Like I remember I'd walk home into the home, open the front door, and Matthew and Andrew, we didn't have Dylan then, they come running up to me. Like my kids didn't learn how to crawl or how to walk. Sorry. They went from crawling to running, kind of like a dog. You let them out of the car. Oh, they run. But they come running up to me and they say, Daddy, did you have a good day at work? And if I would say something like, that was only okay, they'd go, and they walk away. But if I said, no, I had a good day at work, then they'd light up like a Christmas tree or like Tweety Bird, whatever. And they say, great, can we play baseball in the backyard? And it was the best. I mean, if you play catch with your kid, it's like that movie Field of Dreams when Kevin Costner's playing catch with his dad. There's nothing better than that. That's that bond, that connection. And anyway, a little off topic there, sorry. But just I kind of learned the hard way over the years to leave the stress of business outside the house. It's not fair to your kids that you're there, but you're not really there. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Just leave it outside the house. Yeah. And if that didn't answer your question, I don't know if it did, just please let me know. Thanks. All right, Craig. Okay, Craig is saying, a daughter wants to go out, need to go. Thank you very much for the response and advice, Chris. Questions are excellent. Be well. Everyone have a great day. Sad, and I'm not going to hear the past intro. Thanks, Craig, for that. I really appreciate it. And Craig, just so you know, I don't know if you're listening, this might be a moot point, but you can always come back and watch the replay of this. And just to make it easier for you, the customer, the student's always right, customer's always right. What we do is within a couple days, this entire call is typed up so that you can always go to this video, go to the description field, right, for all 30 of them, okay, so far. And we're going to do this forever. You can always go and search, just look for the questions and click and go immediately to questions, okay? Yeah, anyway. It's fun too, right? All right, Property Search is saying, regarding the MBA program, would it be possible to see the curriculum and what areas it contains soon? Soon. I promise you it's coming soon. It's going to include everything from other business schools, but taught in a practical way, in a short amount of time, in a fun way too. There's going to be case studies that are so fun. It's going to be amazing. And I'm going to teach you off the chart stuff that's going to make you successful right away or your money back. Okay. I'm going to have you start a company as well. It's going to be part boot camp as well. And I'm going to help you grow that company. Okay. But it's coming soon. It's coming soon. And for those of you that have taken my courses, there's going to be no overlap. But some of the concepts I'm going to drill down to in more detail. And in fact, the prerequisites, a lot of them are going to be courses. Take on Udemy, whatever, and just submit the certificates completion. And so the way MBA school works, it's usually 4 semesters. Year 1, year 2. 2 semesters each year. 4 semesters. So semester 1, a lot of it is going to be my courses that I've already created on Udemy. Okay. And you can take them with me or get credit for them. Okay. And then it's going to be new stuff. It's going to be fun. You're going to love it. It's going to be edutaining, and it's just the way I teach. It's the way I roll, yo. So you'll love it. It's coming soon. But just check, make sure that when you get an email from me to say applications, I'm taking them now. Just apply if you're interested, whatever. And if you get it, you can always decide not to. Whatever. I'm not going to. Yeah, but I'll have more details now. I do have an outline right now. It's pretty detailed. I'm just trying to figure out how to prioritize it. You know, what to teach first and what to teach second, that sort of thing. Okay. All right. Our next question is from Akil. How do I balance work, health, family? It's tough. But I would say that if you want to get something done, give it to a busy person. And I think the best thing you can do is to schedule each one of your days the night before. And I do this often. And you can always go to my website and download the template I use daily to create my schedule. You can go to harounventures.com/ all lowercase schedule. harounventures.com/schedule. And I create my schedule every night. And I always schedule in time for family, time for God as well. It's just who I am, as well as time for work, of course, and time for gym. And I have an elliptical trainer here at my house. It's a cross-country skiing thing, right? And I bought it used. And it's in my garage. And if I can't make it to the gym, what I do is every day around 4 or 5 o'clock, I use that elliptical trainer. And it's awesome because cross-country skiing, meaning elliptical trainer, works out every muscle group in your body. And I have my iPad there, and sometimes I put my computer right there. And you'll be amazed how much more stuff you can read while you're taking in oxygen to your mind. Your brain is like a muscle. So feed it well, oxygen, and you'll be able to retain a lot more, and you'll be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. It's kind of an awful analogy, but you'll be able to work and also exercise at the same time. And I've done little things too. Like sometimes I'll vlog when I take Dylan to the park, right? So I'm kind of exercising, working, family time at the same time, sort of. And in my garage, I put in a massive golf net for Dylan. So I'll be exercising on an elliptical trainer and he'll be hitting balls into the golf net. And today, my vlog, which hit today at 11 a.m., Dylan was practicing in it at the golf course. It's pretty cool. It's fun. So I tend to try to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, or 3 birds, so to speak, by doing that. And I'm teaching a course with Matt Lacousse, he's a well-known brand name here in the Bay Area. And he teaches Dylan, my son, golf. and it's going to be a golfing course, and anybody can take it, and it's going to be a companion device you take with you on the course, because a lot of you watch, your courses on your handheld. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. But in terms of like just general balance for me, like I don't do the best job at it, and I feel like it feels a little hypocritical sometimes for me to talk about it, because I love what I do so much that sometimes I don't know when to stop. But I just love it. It's like playing Fortnite, if you're a gamer or whatever, or GTA 5, which is so awesome, or Vice City, which is my favorite one of all of them. It's just fun for me. And one of the issues sometimes with doing what you love doing, and it's a high-class problem to have, is you love it so much, sometimes you just don't know when to stop. And for me, I force myself on Sundays. I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to work. Sometimes I'll check email briefly, but that's sinful, for me at least. And you set your own terms in your life. For me, Sunday is about the kids. I go golfing with Dylan. Anytime you see me vlogging about golf, that's usually on a Sunday. And I publish everything ahead of time, so I don't sit in front of the computer those days anyway. But no, I try not to work on Sundays. And our forefathers and foremothers knew thousands of years ago. I mean, the basis for our legal system, the 10 rules, you know what I'm getting at, which is fundamental for a couple of beautiful religions. One of them is to don't work on a certain day. And, God created the world in 7 days, but he said he rested on the seventh day. He did it in 6 days, actually. And he did that just to kind of set an example for all of us that we need to take off at least one day a week. Otherwise, we'll burn out. We'll burn out, which I've certainly done many times. So speaking of health, I got to drink more water. All right. Okay, Craig is back. Craig is saying, just back on quick to say, watching the price of oil fluctuate because of what happened during the Arab Spring really put me off trading. I'm with you. And actually, one of the guys on my board, an amazing guy I taught when I was teaching at Stanford. I taught at Stanford Business School one day, and he was there. This guy named Jawad Nabulsi, and he, along with Wael, started the Arab Spring. And Jawad, I'm very proud to say, is a good friend of mine. And what happened with Jawad, and you can Google him if you want, Jawad Nabulsi, great guy, man. He's amazing. I'm going to tell you about the Arab Spring, okay? I'm going to tell you about how it all happened. And I want to show you what Jawad looks like. And I want to tell you behind the scenes what Mark Zuckerberg actually did to help the Arab Spring happen. Right? And this might be controversial for some people on the call, but I wear my heart on my sleeve always. So let me first of all go here to Jawad's profile. So I'll go here in LinkedIn. I want to show you who he is, right? So you can search on, first of all, Jawad Nabulsi. Okay, and I'm sure yeah, very good job, Chris. Idiot, I spelled it wrong. But you could learn a lot about Jawad just by here he is here. He's a great dude, man. So he's awesome. So Jawad actually, wonderful guy. I actually had him talk to my dad. He's Egyptian, and he was one of my students when I taught at Stanford in Business School. And I had him talk to my dad. My dad had a good conversation with him. But Jawad, what happened was he actually, let me go back here just to big mode Chris. He believes in human rights. God bless him. He's a beautiful person. His wife is amazing too. Just a great family. But what happened was in 2011, he and Wael, this other guy, created this peaceful march in Cairo at Tahrir Square. And I'll explain why Jawad had the eye patch in a second. It's kind of like Malala. My God, it's prophetic. I never thought of it that way. But what happened was Jawad and Wael, they organized this peaceful march, human rights based, in 2011. And it was in Cairo. And at that point, they organized it through Facebook groups. They had a Facebook group. And back then, for spam reasons, Facebook didn't allow you to have more than 5,000 people in a Facebook group. And they were marching in the streets. And Mark Zuckerberg, God bless him, he heard about this. And so Facebook lifted the cap. And all of a sudden, hundreds of thousands of people joined this Facebook group. And they all started marching in Cairo, peaceful march. And then what happened was the army in Egypt felt threatened. And what the army usually does is they try to control, in all countries since the beginning of time, they try to control communication. And so what the army did was really stupid. They turned off phone access and internet access in Egypt because they didn't want more people to go out and march. And what happened was, it was stupid because a lot of people were at home. They were like, hey man, the phone's not working. Internet's down for me too. I'm not saying, let's go outside. A lot of people went outside and more people started marching, and hundreds of thousands of people. And then the army did something even stupider. What they did was they started shooting people. And Jawad Nabulsi got shot in the eye. And he's actually had the eye replaced. You can't even tell now. It's amazing. But anyway, that's what happened. That's what happened. And Jawad is just an amazing person. He's out here in the Bay Area. Great guy. Jawad, if you're watching, I love you, brother. Thanks. I even talked about Jawad during my TEDx talk. He's a good dude. So anyway, that's really what happened during the Arab Spring. Technology had really played a big part. And I don't think that, like, I love the internet and mobile phones with cameras because it keeps governments in check and people in check too. It's kind of like putting your hand in a stream and trying to stop minnows from swimming upstream or downstream. Right? Eventually they'll go through your fingers. So internet's the best thing to happen to democracy and capitalism. And human rights too. Human rights. Yeah. All right. Next up is Mr. Wright. One second. I don't know why I've got this quote in my head from this movie, which is, a guy says, honey, if loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right. Mr. Wright saying, listen, I have to be honest. I had a near-death experience, and it has changed who I am. My ego died, and I met Christ. He told me consciousness never dies. It only transforms. God bless you, Mr. Wright. I love that. And this is, nobody else has to watch what I'm about to do. This is just for you, just between you and I. Okay. I hear you, brother. I hear you. And then Mr. Wright mentions here, and knowledge is power. It showed me my future. I just don't know how to get there. It has to do with business. I don't care about money or my image. I just want to help other people. God bless you. That's a great intervention. I love it. And it's kind of like with me, I remember, and I'm universal, whatever. I respect all religions and everybody. But I remember when I got fired years ago, and I called my dad and I was like, Dad, I don't understand. I made them so much money. And I think I got let go because I was maybe a threat to my boss. My boss thought he hired his assassin. But I said, Dad, I don't get it. I've worked really hard. Why is this happening to me? And my dad said to me, Chris, you won't understand now, but years from now, you might understand. And you'll be grateful this happened. And I said, but Dad, it's not fair. I mean, I pray to God, why is this happening? He's like, Chris, God already knows what's going to happen, and that should give you comfort. And I said, yeah, but Dad. And he said, I want you to read the book of Job, which is from the Old Testament, which is the basis for many religions. Okay. And it all made sense. And now I look back, and I'm grateful I got fired. Now, I'm grateful to the extent that, and I have a positive attitude on life. Whenever there's a crisis, I see it as an opportunity. And whenever I'm really worried, about something in my life, I just tell myself, don't worry, Chris, because God already knows what's going to happen. And that should put me at ease. And Mr. Wright goes on to say, and Daniel, so I'll get to you in a second, sorry. There was so much that it showed me, and now I have no idea how to start. I want to change the world. I have no friends anymore. I'm just myself. All I do is read. A college is filled with ignorance and partying, and I don't like it. This near-death experience changed me forever. Really, I just want God to lead my footsteps. I have peace in my heart for you, brother, because I'm thinking of that wonderful poem on there's this guy walking on the beach, and God was walking beside him, and so there's two sets of footsteps, and after a while, he didn't see other footsteps beside him, and so he thought to himself, my God, where are you? What happened? I had this great relationship with you. What happened? And then God said, please don't worry. The reason you only see one step of footsteps on the beach now is because I'm carrying you. It's interesting. So, but let me, I feel your pain there, man. I'm sorry that you don't have as many friends as you used to. And I went through the same thing. I cut off a lot of friends in my life that were negative. And I think to myself, what a waste of time I had. What I wasted every second I spent with that person or these people. They just want to bring me down. When I do really well with something, they're not happy for me or whatever it is. And they're so insecure. And when I say they, I'm just solving for X for all of you, because you all have people in your life that are like this probably. When you do well, they're not sincerely happy for you. Do you really need them in your life? Think about how much better you would be off without them. And so as I'm older now, and humbly a bit more successful, whatever, I have fewer friends. It's easier to make friends when you're young. But when you start getting successful, you find out who your real friends are, right? So I hear you. And let me just share one more quick thing. I promise no more on this. I have to tell you one more quick story. This is interesting. I want to tell you the origin of my name. Everybody should know the origin of their own names, right? Like my son Matthew. Matthew is Hebrew for gift from God, and he certainly was. I didn't know that when we named him, but my own name, it's interesting, Christopher. So if there's any other Chris's on the call. So back in ancient times, there was this profession before they invented bridges, and they were called tophers. And tophers would carry people across a river or swim and pull them on a raft. They didn't have motors back then. And one day, a topher carried this little kid. And he had the little kid in his back. And he's walking across the river. And all of a sudden, this kid got really heavy. Like, what's going on? And the topher didn't want to give up. He just kept at it. He was progressing. And Mr. Wright, you're going to love this story. And he almost gave up. And then the kid got way, way heavier for him. He was 3/4 of the way crossing the river. And he kept going. He's like, I have faith. I'm not going to lose it. And he finally got to the other side. And he dropped the kid off on the other side. And somebody said, congratulations, you just carried the Christ child. And that's why they called the topher Christ topher. That's my name. Anyway, moving on. Sorry, guys. Sort of. But I'm with you, Mr. Wright. I know you want to help people. And I used to get criticized a lot, man, when I used to work for other people, because I would spend time, like I always made my quota and did well. But my bosses always had this uncomfortable conversation with me at some point, usually 1 or 2 years into working for somebody else, which was this. Chris, you're doing a great job. But instead of spending this much time helping other people, let's focus on, and when somebody says, let's focus on, they're basically saying, you should do this. You should focus on this. It's just who I was. I would always, try to help people. I had people that worked with me that had career setbacks, and I helped them leave and get into Harvard Business School. It's a true story. I always wanted to help people. And I remember my dad would say to me, my dad's a doctor, and so is my brother. And my dad would always say, Chris, you have to go to medical school because you like helping people. And I just wasn't passionate about medicine. But now I understand it. It all makes sense why I'm doing what I'm doing. I just like teaching. And if you're a good teacher, you want to help people. That's what a good teacher is. And so, Mr. Wright and everybody on this call, if you want to help others and you don't know how to apply it, here's your chance. Start teaching online. And I've showed you before how to access my courses, my free courses, called 40 Tips on How to Make a Great Online Course on Udemy. Watch those. They're free. and start teaching online. We all have something to teach. We all have something to teach. And the world's a better place if you help others by teaching online. It's like digital faith, I guess. I don't know. Just made up that term. All right. I think I missed some questions here. I'm so sorry. Let me go back here. All right. Danios is saying, God bless your mind. And may God, thank you. May God give you more wisdom for the advice you have given to 20 and 40 plus year olds. Thank you. God bless you all more, please. Thank you. Thank you. All right. And I look, last thing I'll say on this for now, but I believe there's one God. So don't just think that I'm just too micro-focused on Christianity. There's one God, I believe, for everybody. Okay. All right. But Mr. Wright, I've never met you, but I love you, man. Love you. Thank you. All my stints. All right. Again, if I've missed any questions here, please let me know. Okay. So CBW is saying, hi, Chris. Hey, what's up? Can I know how important capital allocation is in business? Yeah. So I would say that diversification is important. It doesn't matter what business you're in. So if you're in financial services, and I mentioned this in my complete personal finance course, I don't recommend ever having more than 5% of your net worth, your liquid net worth, meaning your net worth outside of the house you own or apartment you own. I don't recommend having more than 5% in any one particular investment class, or investment, I should say. Okay. And I go through a really, really detailed discussion of portfolio diversification in that course, the complete personal finance course, if that's important to you. Yeah, that's what I would say. All right, next up, you're saying, and if that didn't answer your question, please advise me, let me know. Also, follow up, you're saying in M&A, meaning mergers and acquisitions, what would cause an acquirer to use stock versus cash to finance the deal? Thanks. Okay, that's a great question. All right, so a lot of times when companies use stock to buy another company, they're kind of telling you that, hey man, our stock is overvalued. Let's use our overvalued currency, meaning our stock, to buy someone else. And a lot of M&A can occur actually when a company's stock is way overvalued. And I love it when companies actually use cash to buy back their own shares. Of course, they have to use cash. Because when a company buys back their own shares, they're basically telling the world, we feel good about the outlook on our company, and a great investment for us is to buy our own stock. Right? And that's great because if they buy back shares, then there's fewer shares outstanding, which makes the price earnings ratio go down for the company, makes the company cheaper. It's just math. And when companies use cash to buy other companies, I usually like that better than when they issue equity or stock. It's just a signaling thing. All right, next up is, I'm getting hungry now. I only eat when I'm hungry. I eat small meals throughout the day. And I have actually Christine's dad, when he eats a meal, if he's still hungry after the meal, he drinks a glass of water and he's not hungry anymore. It's a little biohack, I guess, from the old country. Right, Mr. Wright is saying, all I can really do is look to others who have walked the path. So I'm grateful I found someone who is humbled and doesn't have a big ego. You have no idea how great of a service you're doing. God bless you. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Wright. I appreciate it. And what I want you to do is, if you want, I have a free course. So I created a work of fiction for everybody. It's free, and it's a story course, I call it, about finding your passion and purpose in life. And I want you all to watch it. You can access it on Udemy. It's free. But Mr. Wright, I think you'll love it. I think everyone will love it too. It's a work of fiction. I took a course on Udemy actually how to write a fiction book. And it's a story. It's really short. It's an hour and a half. Anyway, I think you'll like it. Everyone will. I've never really marketed it either, so it's just something I wanted to do. Write a fiction book, and I wrote it for my kids. All right. Next up is. Darn it, why does it jump here? Okay, here we go, yeah. Good, we're still recording. Okay, once we get to the 4-hour mark, I have to change the disc here, so I'll stop soon to put it in there. All right, next up is, hi again, Chris from CF. Hey, how are you? I'm good. I'm quite fortunate that I have a few career options that I can take. However, I may have to study a master's to become accredited to work in the field. This means I will have to self-fund, spend another year studying. I already have a master's degree, and then start from the bottom and work my way up at 27 on a beginner's wage. Is it worth it? Wow. That's a tough call. So here's what I would say. I want you to write down your 10-year goals in life. I want you to go on a long walk by yourself. And I want you to sit down on a park bench. And when you're walking, you release endorphins and serotonin. It helps you think more clearly. And you're isolated too, okay? Don't bring your cell phone. And I want you to write down your 10-year goals. And once you write down your 10-year goals, then what I want you to do is I want you to think to yourself, okay, this is my perfect life. And please don't be conservative. Make it awesome. 10-year goals are here. Here's a gap. What do I need to do to fill that gap in order to get to that point in 10 years? And if it includes that educational path you've selected and the beginner's wage you've mentioned here, then it is worth it. Okay. But make sure you understand why you want those 10-year goals as well. Don't just do it for the money. Do it because you're passionate about it in life and it's like your calling. Remember, Mark Twain said the two most important days in your life are number 1, the day you're born, and number 2, the day you find out why. So always focus on the why when you look at your goals. All right. Haroun! I smile when I see Haroun's name. I know I'm a broken record player every time I see you, but when I see Haroun, I think of my last name. It rhymes. We're brothers. Good morning, Chris. How are you doing? Great, thank you. How are you? Hope you're all well. I love what you do. In case I drop in the call, I'll be watching the recorded version. My questions will follow. Awesome. Thank you. So Haroun is saying, 1, what are a few jobs and roles? What are a few jobs and roles that are closely associated with the stock market? And where there is a steep curve? By the way, I'm very much intrigued and fascinated by the stock market. Yeah. So what I recommend doing is, there's actually, and for those of you that are confused by finance, what I recommend doing is this. Hey, Jawad, how are you? You can go directly to YouTube. Go to my YouTube video here, okay? Page. And when you're here, what you can do is, I didn't realize it listed up there. That's cool. Go to down here. There's a video I have that'll explain everything you need to know really, really quickly about different finance roles. It's coming. Please wait. Here it is here. Okay, yeah. So this is the one here. It's called Finance Jobs Explained, which is an excerpt from my complete financial analyst course. And what I do is I actually go through using cartoons. See, I'll just pause it here, okay? Actually, I'll let it run. All these different roles from all those people down there. And the names of all those people represent actually people that were friends of mine in my life, like Sohail, Mo, Horatio, all these people's names. Kind of fun, right? So it'll explain all these roles for you, okay? These different roles, okay, within finance. Then if you're interested, what you can do, and it's a mystery I wrote, who is the shark activist, private equity investor? I'm trying to be funny, it's not working. But you can take my course, the Complete Financial Analyst Training and Investing course. And it will teach you a lot more about all this stuff within finance. Okay, let me pause that so it doesn't use any more bandwidth. Pause. Go back to Big Chris. And let me just change the background. I'm in a New York state of mind. There we go. All right. Yeah, so I would take that course. All right, next up is a question from... Oh, I missed Willa D here, sorry. Willa D is saying, as a scientist and expert, what do you look for in the media and how to maintain a relationship with journalists? Yeah, that's a great question. So I actually, I'm glad you asked this because what I did this week was I created I created a vlog I'm just going to point you to right now. And I want you to please watch this vlog because I teach you how to get articles written about you in the media, free articles. Okay. And it's stuff I learned from Mark Benioff. Okay, so let's go here. So this is the one, by the way, that got published today. How badly do you want success? That's Dylan, my son. See, he's golfing. And this is, by the way, I did this with an iPhone, this whole thing, right? And the sound is great too, whatever. And then I superimpose 4K video there. All right, let's go back, Chris. Squirrel. The movie Up distracted Chris. But I'll show you that video. It's here somewhere. Where is it? I did one here on Mark Benioff for you. Oh, here it is here, okay? This video here, it's called Secret to Getting Free Media Publicity for Your Company, meaning how do you meet journalists, right? And a lot of it has to do with networking, which I talk about in my networking book. But you can watch this here, and this will tell you in a lot more detail. I am Batman. Okay, pause this so we don't use bandwidth. And let's go back here. We got so much content now. I can just point you to the vlog. It's fun. All right. This is the first backdrop I used in my videos, and people thought it was actually my real house background. Anyway, kind of fun. All right. And I'm going to get this green screen to the point where no one's going to know I'm in a green screen. It's getting better. You can see, you don't see as much fuzziness around my head as much. It's getting better. We're perfecting this. It's good. It's good. Okay. All right, so Neha. Hey, Neha, how are you? Dear Prof. Chris, thank you for your courses and this webcast. Thank you. Which career is better, product management or management consulting? Can you suggest a way I can be helpful to you? Thank you. Just being here and asking questions is all I need. Thank you. The sense of community and warmth and love is all I need. This is fun. Thank you. All right, so what career is better, product management or management consulting? So it all depends what you're passionate about in life. If you're really confused what you want to do and you're not sure, I'd recommend consulting, because consulting, if you work for a big consulting firm like I did at Accenture, what happens is you usually spend, 3 to 6 months, maybe longer, on a certain consulting client site. And if you hate it, it doesn't matter. It's all good, because in 3 to 6 months, they move you to another consulting project with another company. And sometimes they'll make you travel. It's like the army, right? You always go to where the war is. That's what consulting is like. Consulting is for younger people, I think, because what happens is I don't want you to travel when you have kids. It's not fair. Okay. So if you're not sure what you want to do, consulting is a great place to start a career. And Accenture was a great place to start a career for me. It's fantastic. So if you're confused what you want to do, consulting is the way to go. Product management is a little different because you're less of a generalist and you're more focused on one product. And if you love that product, then it's a fun job. If you don't, it sucks. So, if you're in product management, you might be, and you work for, let's just say the Theranos Corporation, right? It's the first thing I see here. If you're the product manager on the Theranos Smart Lid product, you're going to be focusing on this product only. Right? You're not going to be diversifying your skill set. If you're passionate about this product, then it makes sense. If you're not sure or you're not passionate, then I recommend being a generalist, meaning do management consulting first. It's a great place to start a career. All right. And I have a lot of friends that work for McKinsey. Actually, one of our next door neighbors here, he's good friends with Andrew, my son, is good friends with his kid. And when you get older, all your friends come through your kids, right? They go to school together, but he's the head of McKinsey's healthcare practice globally. And McKinsey, you're saying, has this great process now whereby it doesn't matter what engagement you work on, what consulting engagement, almost no matter what, they're going to fly you back home if you're out of town to be at home on Friday in the office, right? So you can bond with other people you work with, and so that the family life is not as hard as it might appear to be. But again, I recommend only doing consulting before you have kids. Or if you're confused, you don't know what you want to do. All right, the Willa D is asking a question. He says, please talk about the capital company. Which capital company? So there's, do you mean capital? Like there's the best mutual fund in the world is called Capital, in my humble opinion. Okay, American Fund's another name for it. And they're based in Los Angeles. They're the best. They're the best. And my intern, Daniel Faruqi, is there right now. He worked for me at Pequot, and he got into Harvard Business School. Actually, let me show you this guy's profile. Daniel's just a great guy. Just love this guy to death. I miss him. He works at Capital. It's the best mutual fund in history, right? So the Capital Group, And if you guys want to work in asset management, I suggest this company. This is the best one. Daniel, here he is here. Investment analyst, Daniel Faruqi. Yeah, well, he doesn't have a picture. I don't know why. Anyway, he doesn't need it. He's going to spend the rest of his life there. Yeah, he went to HBS. See, he doesn't have a Pequot listed here anymore. But anyway, he wrote me a nice, I think I wrote him a recommendation on his website. On that profile, it's not there anymore. Okay, whatever, all good. So if it's about capital, let me know. All right, next up is Hans Zimmer launched his own teaching school or something. No. What I meant was this. There's this website, which is great, which I actually subscribe to, right? And it's called masterclass.com. And what you can do, and Natalie Portman last night actually just launched this. She teaches you how to act. It's pretty cool, eh? Timbaland teaches you producing and beat making. I'm only laughing. I just saw this because he would release songs from people that already recorded them, and he'd talk a little in the background. All right, Jodie Foster teaches filmmaking. Oh, dude, check out the movie Contact, if you haven't seen it yet, if you want to see somebody passionate about what they do. Jodie Foster oozes passion. But you can go here, dude, and you can take these courses. Crypto Sipto, if you're on the call, James Suckling teaches about wine tasting. I take the more ones on directing and filmmaking here. Like Ron Howard, I took his course here. Gordon Ramsay teaches cooking. It's amazing. And the quality of these courses is something I aspire to. It's off the charts. It really, really is. And this is where I learned from Hans Zimmer. Here's Malcolm Gladwell, who I vlogged about actually today. My vlog that hit at 11 a.m. I talked about his book, Outliers. Annie Leibovitz, who's the best photographer in history. Anyway, you can learn poker from the best poker player in the world. I mean, this is incredible. Thomas Keller, who founded French Laundry. I vlogged about him recently. French Laundry is the best restaurant on the planet. It's up in Napa Valley. It's $500 per person. I've never eaten there, but I walked in there just to check it out. And Thomas Keller, by the way, and I love his story. I mean, he failed a lot with restaurants. One of his restaurants even burned down. And he just kept at it, followed his passion. It's never about the money. And he made it big time because of that. Steve Martin, who's hysterical, he teaches you comedy. And Paul Krugman, if you want to learn about economics and be bored at the same time. Yeah, this is great. Writing, Steph Curry, this one's cool. This guy's awesome, man. He teaches you basketball. You want to learn basketball? You can get access to him right here. It's incredible, man. It's unbelievable. Education changes the world. It fixes every problem in the world. And all these brilliant people teach. Here we have the Queen, Helen Mirren, teaching acting. It's incredible. Politics, that would bore me to tears, but you get the idea. Directing, Martin Scorsese teaching filmmaking. Oh my God. Like, this is incredible, getting access to all these people. Jude Apatow. Ken Burns, I took this one too on documentary filmmaking. It's off the charts. Shonda Rhimes, who did Grey's Anatomy on TV, Aaron Sorkin. I mean, just go through this. Judy Blume, who I actually met, she was the next door neighbor of a buddy of mine up at Martha's Vineyard. I went to business school with, and I remember I went to her house there. She had a little sign saying Iggy's home. Here's Hans Zimmer, what I'm talking about right here. He teaches you film scoring, and it's awesome because he teaches you little things like how to make it sound like somebody has a question or an answer. You're using different notes, like "dunno" is a question, "dunno" is an answer, that sort of thing. So check it out if you care about it, and they make it easy to understand, really easy to understand. This is, I think, a big German filmmaker, Christina Aguilera. I mean, this is incredible. Samuel Jackson, who's in like every movie that's ever been made. Serena Williams, she just bought a house. She lives a couple blocks away from me here. Herbie Hancock, amazing. This is incredible. Usher. Amazing. Accessible to everybody now. Unbelievable. And similar to my courses, I think you can sign up with a 30-day money-back guarantee or something like that. So that is Hans Zimmer. That answers your questions. Property Search is saying, do you have a recommended list of tools that every small company should use? So if you take my course, the Complete Business Plan course, I discuss a lot of things you can outsource. So I would check that out if you want to. But I challenge you all humbly to embrace as many software products as you can that will replace people. Meaning not fire people, but you don't have to hire people because you can use software products. Okay, and I spend a lot of money on software, in technology as well, and that's why we don't. It's just Wrigley and Brazil and me. That's it. Right? Everything is replaced with technology. Like I could have somebody sitting here if I wanted to lose a lot of money, that is creating this whole live webcast. But I use products like this. Okay, this is Elgato Stream Deck. See if it focuses. If I get rid of my face. Yeah, it's trained to focus my face. But I do this instead of having a production studio. Right? I'll spend top dollar on technology products because it saves me time. It's fun. I'm a nerd, clearly, and also I get to hire fewer people, which helps the bottom line. All right, next up I have got Haroun. All right, so I'm going to stay with me. I'm going to keep reading your question. I'm just going to change this disk right now, okay? Up here. Stop. All right. All right, so I stopped that disk, and I'm going to read Haroun's question now. So I took out this disk. See, this is 4K. So this here is 4 hours of video we just recorded. Right, it's 2 terabytes, and I'm going to put in another disk here too. And I've got, for those of you that are techie film people, whatever, I got something called the Shogun Inferno, which records the stuff here. So I'm going to put in the other disk here. Give me 1 second, please, okay? And I'm just going to change disks. Don't you go anywhere. All right, hold on 1 second. Format media, format, 10 seconds. I'll be with you. 5 seconds, and record. Good, done. So we're now recording. This is great. I'll keep this for later. Okay. Next question is Haroun is good. Haroun is saying also the future in Back to the Future is 2015. We are in 2019 and we still don't have hoverboards. It's true. It's true. You know what's amazing is just how wrong that film got it. But the film was amazing. And I don't have it here. It's stored away. I'll bring it maybe next week. But I actually bought the newspaper, USA Today. Remember, that was a film from Back to the Future Part 2. And I went through it. And it's fascinating because I remember at the time they predicted that the Chicago Cubs would win the World Series. And it was a joke because Chicago was a laughing stock. They hadn't won that World Series in years, the Cubs. And then they won it basically around the year 2015, right? They got flying cars wrong. But it's so interesting because if you and I go back to 1985 and we think about what was happening in the world then, Japanese companies were dominant. Okay, I mean, the Nikkei, the Japanese index, was at an all-time high, and it's still well below that high today. But what the writers of that movie, Back to the Future, assumed was that Marty McFly would be working for a Japanese guy who would fire him using a fax machine. Well, we don't use faxes anymore. That sort of thing. It was fascinating. It really was fascinating. But I will say that, and of course, we don't have flying cars yet. But I will say that there's this amazing relationship which has changed the world between Southern California and Northern California. So Southern California is where Hollywood is. Northern California is where technology companies are, right? And the rest of the world too. But what happens is Southern California, these movies, I call these visionaries that make these cool futuristic movies dreampreneurs. And these dreampreneurs come up with these ideas. And usually a decade or so later, Northern California will create these products. And there's so many examples of great products that have come because of dreampreneurs. You know, one example is the Motorola flip phone. The Motorola flip phone, remember those flip phones that were dope for a while there? That was actually created because it was inspired by Star Trek. So in the late 1960s, Star Trek, there was this process in the late 60s during the television show Star Trek, where you would go, you'd open this flip thing, you say, beam me up, Scotty. And Scotty, the engineer, would beam you up to the spaceship from a planet. And the only reason this is fascinating, the only reason they had the beam me up process was because back in the late 60s, this television show was not that profitable, Star Trek. And every time they tried to show the Enterprise, meaning the spaceship, land, it would cost them a fortune. So they're like, screw that, man. Let's just beam up, right? It's just bad writing, I guess. As Ryan Reynolds would say, that's just lazy writing. But it's amazing because it influenced actually it influenced the phone industry. And the same thing with Minority Report. So Minority Report had a prophetic big impact on software and graphical user interfaces. So Minority Report was created in 2002. A great movie with Tom Cruise, and it was Steven Spielberg made it. And what happened was you saw the swipe screens, right? Remember he would swipe that information, the data, move data around? Well, eventually Apple kind of took that to swipe from your iPad directly to your Apple TV. Android has it too, of course, and other form factors do. Same thing with Avatar. Remember Avatar? The first one, James Cameron's making 3 more. First one's coming out next year or the year after that. I can't wait. But with Avatar, do you remember that scene where they were swiping screens or carrying the screens around them? That actually was you have that today. You have that today. And you can't see it, but I'm actually using it behind the scenes here, right? We all use it. It's amazing. So Hollywood dreams up these ideas, and then what happens is Silicon Valley makes them reality. Now, the more recent movie that's had an impact on user design is a bizarre movie called Her, H-E-R, Her. A lot of you have seen it, with Scarlett Johansson, who basically is a PDA, personal digital assistant, a phone basically that talks to you, and it's the operating system. And Joaquin Phoenix, Mr. Phoenix, who's in the movie, he falls in love with this operating system. It's going to happen in the future, but it's out there. I'm not going there. But I think that the whole virtual process of you don't have to know where your operating system is. It's voice-based. You can't see, feel, or touch it. That movie, Her, has and will have a big impact on user design. Big impact. Big impact. Anyway, so there's that interesting relationship between North California and Southern California, which is fascinating. I love it. And I got to say, like, this is a little off script here, but I remember I was reading, I was just curious, who's this guy Obama, who I think is the best public speaker in the world. But I remember I read his book, the first one he published years ago. And I called my mom and I said, Mom, you're not going to believe this. Right? My mom's from Toronto, or she lives in Toronto with my dad. I said, you're not going to believe this. I'm reading this book, and Obama said that interracial marriage was illegal in 13 states in the 1960s in America. And the first interracial kiss was done on television, which was very controversial at the time in the late 1960s. God bless you, William Shatner. He went to McGill as well. And when I told my mom this about the interracial marriages being illegal in 13 states, what the fuck? Excuse my swearing there, but WTF, why the face? My mom said, yeah. My mom said it was hard for us. I go, what do you mean? She said, well, your father and I, we would walk down Yonge Street, and people would look at your father, and they'd look at me and say, your father would be ashamed of you. And it was awful. I was like, really, Mom? In Canada? Really? This is crazy. Yeah. It wasn't that long ago. Like right before I was born, obviously. But I think Hollywood does a good job with that sort of thing. And God bless whoever it was that decided to have that first interracial kiss. Anyway, never ceases to amaze me how closed-minded people have been and are, or have been recently even, and will continue to be. It's getting better, though. It's getting better. All right, next up is Joe. Hey, Joe. Chris, I took your modeling course. Modeling is going to be a focal point of my next role. I'll be going through the Training the Street program. Thoughts on that course or others? Okay. Are you talking about... Okay, I'm going through the training. I don't know that program. I do... my complete financial analyst training course is kind of for people that want to work on Wall Street, that sort of thing. But please let me know what you mean by this, because I want to humbly answer your question the right way. Thank you. But thank you for taking my course. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Danios is saying, Chris, we have quite some things in common. Although I am far from getting close to your knowledge and skills. It's because I'm old, dude. However, I'm crazy for software as well. We can do amazing things with it. Cheers. Yeah, amen, brother. I love software. It's just fun for me. Like, it's just this whole like this makes it more fun for me. Just software in general makes just life more fun. Like, I'm a nerd. I love it. Oh, when I was a kid, I went to school and they wanted to fail me in the 6th grade and the 8th grade. You know, F them for that. And I wasn't a great student, but my dad did something that changed my life. He bought me a Mac. It's a Mac Plus. I still have it. That changed my life because I realized that I like technology, man. It's just fun. And I think that a lot of people that love video games go on to be very successful in technology because they just kind of like interacting with machines, computers and stuff, and just you push this button, that occurs there, that sort of thing. So, you know, for those parents that try to not let their kids play video games, I think they're hurting them because they're passionate about technology to the kids. Within reason, of course. And they're hurting them socially too because this is how kids socialize. You know, yeah, I want my kids to go outdoors and play sports in the sun, obviously, but I don't want to stunt their maturity or their growth or limit their friend set because they can't play Fortnite with their friends online. It's not fair. It's not fair. All right. Next up, Haroun. Haroun is saying, how do you think choosing analytics as a minor along with a finance major can provide me an edge in the finance sector? Well, I think that, so the mathematics of finance is really basic. Okay, I don't know why in business they make us take calculus or statistics. I don't get it. We don't, like, I remember Poisson. Do you remember that Poisson distribution, which is just a fish for me? When I took my statistics exam, I was asked about Poisson distribution, and I had no freaking. I actually drew a fish, and the teacher laughed. Whatever. And by the way, if you have to take certain courses for your undergraduate degree that are really, 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 really hard, and you're worried about the grade you're going to get, then what I want you to do is this: during the summer, I want you to take at another university if you can. Because a lot of the times, because the grading structure is a little different between universities, all that happens is you get a pass or fail mark. It doesn't impact your GPA. That's what I did for statistics at University of Toronto during the summer of 1992 at the Arundel branch of Mississauga, so that statistics wouldn't go into my GPA at McGill University. It was fun. But I think in general, I don't think you really have to have any advanced knowledge of mathematics to do exceptionally well in finance. You know, finance math is very simple, right? The extent of it is just, you know, bed maths, right? Or using Excel, right? And just, you don't have to understand complex stuff. Okay. And you'll notice for those of you who wrote the GMAT, there's no complex math on it. It's pretty fun, easy stuff. All right, next up is the Will of D. Chris, I have advice for you. It's good you are filming the course. Drink your water. Thank you. Appreciate that. 2. A radio host advises me to always write my media interviews and lectures. Then you may have a lot of stuff. You can write books with your own contents. Tip: compress your videos. Keeping them uncompressed takes up huge space, and you can make your own storage server at home. And using internal hard disk, which is cheap, connecting them to each other with some mechanism will build a perfect storage. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. So here's what I do, and really appreciate that. So what I do is I actually have, I could show them to you if you want, but I've got flash drives where I edit all my stuff in Final Cut. And then after I edit on those flash drives, I then take it off the flash drive to traditional old storage, like kind of with the TDK GMR heads, old storage drives, right? So it's slow storage. And so I always put my old stuff in the slow storage when I'm done with them. Yeah. I've looked into RAIDs as well, which is Tech Geek for many drives that you can access at the same time. But RAIDs are actually redundant, meaning saves the information on both drives, and it's expensive, yeah. But thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. And I use proxy media as well. All right, hold on one second. Thank you. Avi Pro says, ditto on Reagan. Yeah, I love Ronald Reagan. Have you been to his small birthplace museum in Illinois? Oh, small and in a small city, but well worth checking out. I haven't, thank you, but I've been right outside the, I went to Santa Barbara. Beautiful, beautiful place, a couple hours south of here. And I went to his museum there where he lived. He had his ranch where he passed away. God bless his soul. But there's a big piece of the Berlin Wall there, and I have shivers just thinking about it now. Because remember that speech he said? He went off script, and he changed the world in 1989. He was in front of the Berlin Wall, and he said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." And he did that in front of the Berlin Wall, and the wall came down. And communism was defeated. It was symbolic, right? It was symbolic. But he's amazing. He went off script when he said that, and his speechwriter was furious with him. All right. I'll check it out. Thank you. I used to go to Illinois a lot. When I worked at Accenture, I used to go to St. Charles. That's where our training center was. And then also I would go, because Citadel's headquarters there, big hedge fund I worked for. I love Chicago. It's like a more polite New York. Okay, the Will of D. Okay, talking to each other, cool. Okay, good. So Avi Pro now is answering my question. Thanks for this, buddy. Appreciate it. I asked earlier, why are there so many amazing technology companies in Sweden? And he says, not sure why there's so many techs, but I think that we kind of... oh, you got an early start in school. Okay. All right, you're going to come back. Appreciate that. Mr. Wright, God bless you more. Mr. Wright is saying, my name is Jared Rodriguez Wright, and it's nice to meet you. Jared, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you. Oh, your dad's a surgeon too, eh? It's awesome. My dad's a doctor. My dad's a radiologist. And for those of you who don't know what radiology is, it means fixing radios. All right, Zach, you're back. Excellent. I asked Zach in week 7 or so, can I call you Zach and not Zachary? And he said, yes. Zach, you're my boy. You're my boy, Blue. What movie is that from? You're my boy, Blue? Okay. Zach says, hi, Chris. Good to see you again. Likewise. One of the e-learning challenges is very low completion rates. So I would suggest you to add tips and tricks, which helps students to finish your upcoming MBA. That's a really good point. Thank you for that. Huh. Most students don't finish my courses. You're right. You're right. And sometimes I've been putting some of the more important stuff I want my students to learn towards the beginning because a lot of them don't finish it. Now, I'm a perfectionist. I make every part of it as good as I can, but that's actually a good point. Huh. That's fascinating. Fascinating. Thanks for that. All right. Property search. Okay, how long will your MBA program be? Will it be a couple of year commitments or less? So I'm going to make it flexible to everybody. So you can live your life on your terms, take this MBA degree program on your terms. So you're going to be able to take it, if you want, you can go all in and do it in 6 months, meaning you don't really work as often, meaning you don't have a job, whatever, if you want. Or you can take it over 3 to 5 years. So it's up to you. Okay, and I'm going to have multiple sessions that I'm going to teach over and over and over again. It's going to be fun. And depending on what time works for you, you are the customer, you're the student. The customer's always right. I'm going to work for you in your time zone, okay, live. Okay, whatever's easiest for you. Okay, it's going to be very flexible. There's going to be a money-back guarantee. It's going to be an irresistible offer. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. And again, there's going to be plenty of scholarships. Okay. All right. Pleasant adventure. Thank you. Thank you, Craig. Appreciate that, dude. Thanks. Margaret Atwood, you're right. Very cool. Every single author, it's interesting. Every single author was rejected over and over again. So was C.S. Lewis. Yeah. All right. Okay. So Willa D, you said sorry, not capital umbrella. Retype the question if you want. Sorry, I'm having a senior moment here. I'm trying, there's so many questions. I can't keep track. Thank you. I don't know what you mean if it appears. Sorry. Ah, here we go. Mapsprofiles.com. Okay. Oh, you're talking to Mr. Wright about this, to Jared. Yeah. All right, hold on a second. And so if this call has been helpful so far, just please click the like button. It will help me out a lot. I hate asking, but you have to ask, right? So thank you. All right, I don't see many questions left. So please type questions if you have them. Otherwise, we'll wrap it up. All right, so a question I've got here, and if I've missed your questions, please let me know. Okay. Next question I've got is from the Will of D. What's the difference between the complete business plan course and the MBA 1 course? Okay, so you're doing the MBA course now. Yeah, most people start with that one. Yeah. So the MBA course is kind of a generalist, high-level overview of all major business topics that are taken. And the way I teach it is throughout the life cycle of a company, right? We start a company, we take it public, that sort of thing. Okay, and I teach all major business topics that way. The business plan course is different, where you actually write a business plan, your business model, your business idea, right? And that was the genesis for this call. Initially, I wanted this to just kind of help everyone out with, with questions they have in that course. But now it's just much bigger than that, obviously, this call. But the complete business plan course will teach you how to write a business plan from scratch. Okay. So the Will of D is asking me, why do I record this in 4K? So yeah, you can download it from YouTube directly, but YouTube, it can only be uploaded in 1080p 60 frames per second using the Blackmagic software, hardware product I'm using with Wirecast software to upload it. So you're limited, but I want to have the highest quality. I don't know when I'll use it one day, but I have it all handy anyway right now, and I actually use it for some of my vlogs too. Thanks. And I love recording in 4K because it's future-proofed. Yeah. Okay. Even if I just publish courses in 1080p, it still looks better. All right. So Craig Scott is saying 170 pounds a year. Oh, you're talking to. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're talking about, and it's hard for me to keep up. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. You're talking about the masterclass website. Yeah. I think I paid 190. Yeah. For you. Yeah. Rage Against the Machines guitarist lead. Oh, wow. He teaches there as well. I have that song Killing in the Name of in my head now from Rage Against the Machines. I remember we used to listen to that. It was heavy metal. We listened to that and that song Sabotage by the Beastie Boys before we used to go up when I was younger. I don't do that anymore. All right. Wow. So Craig is saying, I wanted shares of Apple when I was 11, meaning in 86, 87, after watching one advertisement, one commercial. Yeah, I hear you. It's so interesting because you don't need to take advice from anybody to understand what stocks you want to buy. You just need common sense. And there's this weird, I can't explain this, and I've never put this in my finance courses or any of my business courses, but some of the best investments I've ever made, when I start doing research on them, I get butterflies in my stomach, this passion feeling. And I know it's going to work. And I guess that's called going with your gut. But I felt that about Apple too. You know, if you get that excited feeling, it helps you to be a long-term shareholder as well. All right, Mr. Wright is asking, what is my ultimate goal in life? You know, I want to leave this earth having, humbly if I can, made the world a better place. You know, I want to have inspired people to live their lives in their own terms by leveraging education and cheap education, high quality, cheap education online. That's what I want to do. My favorite people I want to help are those that are, poor, smart, and hungry. I love that combination, poor, smart, and hungry, that were given a crappy set of cards in life. And they just want a shot. They want a shot at being competitive. And that's why my MBA degree program there's going to be a ton of scholarship opportunities. I'm not doing it for the money. I'm doing it because I want to help. I want to help people live their own lives in their own terms. Yeah. And even with my kids, I'm not teaching my kids, how to. I don't tell them what to do with their lives. I just want to teach them to be happy and confident. Yeah. Will D is saying, what's the idea of an umbrella company so I can keep all my companies and stores attached? Okay, now I understand. I got you. Okay, good. All right, great. Oh, wow, a bunch of new questions just popped in. Yeah, please type your questions now. Thank you. Let's see if I can do the graphic. Yeah, got it. Nice. Okay, and I just need to change the scenery, you guys. There we go. All right, looks like I'm shining a bit. All right. Next up is... Okay, so Will is saying, okay, umbrella company. Okay, what's the purpose of an umbrella company? Sure. Yeah. So basically what you can do is, and every person in the world and every region in a country has different tax mandates. So please speak with a tax attorney. The tax attorney I use, I'm always fully transparent, is Tax Ninja here in San Francisco. They're very expensive, but I save way more money, after paying them for a couple hours of expensive work. But you might be able to figure out a way whereby you can have an umbrella corporate structure so that you own multiple companies. And say you're starting a new company and this company here is not profitable, but this one is. Well, maybe you'll pay less taxes, right? Because your profits are used to cover this one's losses, that sort of thing. So that's what the purpose of an umbrella company. But again, I'm not a tax attorney, so please make sure that you speak with a lawyer first before starting any company, especially an umbrella company. All right. Thanks, Joe. Thank you. Appreciate it, buddy. All right. Mr. Wright saying, yes, it was a true pleasure, Chris. I love that you interact with everybody. Thank you. I do. I just love it. It's fun, man. I don't have a job. And we've been going, we're in our 5th hour now without a break because this is fun. I could never do that when I was in school or when I was working even. I always had to take a break. But it's fun. It's like a video game. You can go more than 5 hours playing Fortnite. Apparently. My kids play it. I don't play it. I don't get the whole Fortnite thing, man. It's fun and everything. My kids love it. But why do you... I don't know if you guys have seen people play it, but whenever they're being shot at, they jump in the air. Like, dude, someone's got a gun. You run. You don't just jump in the air. I don't get it. All right. Let's see here. All right, so proprietary search is saying, you mentioned presentation and networking as key skills in business. Will your MBA program focus primarily on those skills or other focus areas too? It'll focus on everything. Everything that's going to make you incredibly successful in business. I'm putting my reputation, my wallet, everything on the line. It's going to give you everything you need to be successful. And I'm going to teach you, there's going to be a course called How to Become CEO for those that want to, work at a big company and become CEO. But there's also going to be courses on helping you make a business model from scratch and helping you be a one-man or one-woman operation to make a fortune running your own company. Running your own company with hardly any money up front, which is completely scalable, so that you can learn, earn, and return. All right. So Craig here, who's joined us for the first time, he says, my first impression of the first few videos I have seen, you seem to be heavy into analytics. No fluff, just what you believe we need to know. Yeah, it's true. It's true. And I love teaching stuff, Craig, that's practical based from my experience, from my failures and successes, whatever. And not theory, because, I look at my business education. Yeah, I learned some stuff, but I've never really used stuff like supply and demand graphs or some statistics stuff. And I just want to teach what's important, like how to be successful, how to manage your own money, how to get a job, All right. So, and Daniels is saying, Chris, I wonder if you know about the Smartly free MBA program. I did all the required courses through them, trying to get into their program. I don't know what that's about. Tell me about it. What is it? You said, although I got 100 in all but one course, I did not get selected. What I would like to suggest is that they have an interesting, friendly way to test you. Yeah. So for me, yeah. Huh. Thank you for that. Let me do my usual little screen print here. Command-Shift-4. Now you know I'm using Apple. Thank you for that. I'll look into that. Appreciate it. Thanks. And I actually looked into Seth Godin's as well, which is different. It's really different. His alt MBA or alt X school. But I'll look into it. But for my program, you don't have to have even a high school degree, because I don't think it's fair, especially what's happening right now in the media with all these people paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy their kids into USC and Stanford. It's not fair. I don't think you have to have a high school degree even. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a really interesting class. You're all going to learn from each other too. It's going to be great, right? You'll see how. But there's going to be an interview process as well. I'm going to interview you over Skype or whatever. I want to get to know you. Yeah. I agree with you. Communism sucks, from Food Bottom Mom. I remember, it was about 8 weeks ago or something. You said Chris is a communist. That was funny. I remember that now. Okay. And if you want food Budo Mom, please let me know if I'm pronouncing that wrong. I made a vlog on China. It's called China plus Trump plus taxes. You may want to watch it if you want my thought process on communism and why China is doing the right thing, going from communism to capitalism slowly. Because if you go fast overnight, it's like Russia. I'm not going to go there. You know what I'm getting at. Okay. All right, so the Will of D is asking me, can you read my questions right now from the email? Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll answer that right now. Sure, I'll do that. I don't usually do this, but give me 1 second. I'll read your question, which you emailed me. I don't know if I got it. Let's see here. I don't see it. Where'd you send it? Did you send it to LinkedIn? Will of D. Let me know where you sent it and what time you sent it, because I don't see anything. It might be a spam thing. If you want, you can send it to me over. I don't see it. Sorry. Send it to me over LinkedIn. LinkedIn, there's no spam process that I know of. So why don't you just copy and paste it to me over into LinkedIn. Let me know here when you send it, and I'll do it live. Thanks. All right. All right. Next up here, and I'm not going anywhere, Will until I answer this. I promise you. Okay. So just send it to my LinkedIn and let me know. Oh, you said Gmail there. Yeah, I don't see it. When did you send it over Gmail? First, oh, dude, I got billions of. I won't be able to. Can you send it now? Yeah, I get spam and everything. I can't get. It's just if you don't mind, you know what? Send it over LinkedIn right now, because Gmail half gets caught by spam. I don't even know, but send it over LinkedIn right now, messaging, and I'll do it right now, and I promise you I won't mention. Actually, you probably don't want to do on LinkedIn for certain reasons. Send it to my Gmail again right now. Just forward it to me again, okay? And tell me the second you forward it, and I'll go check the junk mailbox too, okay? So re-forward it to me right now. Thanks. Okay, next up, I've got a question from Thomas. Okay, Thomas is saying, hey, Chris, those reports you've made for eBay and NetSuite to define if it was a long or not, do you get all that information from the same source, or you pick it up from different sources? So Thomas is referring to my one-page write-ups on stocks. So I get it by doing a number of different things. You know, I read the financials on SEC.gov. I listen to the earnings calls for companies. I do my own proprietary research. I use the product almost always, right? So, and I also do background searches on the management team. I do a lot of things, which helps me populate that one-page template. Yeah. And I use finance.yahoo.com if there's technical stuff too, which I usually don't focus on too much. All right, Property Search is saying, I must say, Chris, I have not heard any prof, who would put their reputation behind their classes. I'm really looking forward to your MBA program. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's going to be fun. You're my boy, Blue. It's from Old School. Zach, that's what I'm talking about. Excellent, Zach. Wasn't that a great movie? I love that movie, man. I love that movie. That movie was, it's like Animal House for my generation. It was awesome. It was awesome. Blue, he was my boy. I love that shot when Will Ferrell gets shot by that thing for the horse, and he goes, wait, I love you, man. It's funny. The whole movie is great. I got to watch that again. It's been a while. Vince Vaughn was in that too. He was great. It's great. All right, so Will of D sent me a question. And Denny, I'll get to you one second. So what I'm going to do now is, if anybody has questions, ask them now. We're going to wrap it up. But as promised, I give you my word, I'm going to answer every question you have. So I'm going to go here. I still don't see it. Let me go to the junk box here. Hold on a second. So type your questions now, please, if you guys have them. And then spam box. Oh, here we go. Yeah. It's in my my spam box. Okay. AAS. Gotcha. Thank you. I know. Okay. I'm going to read this out loud. Can I read this out loud without mentioning your name? I'm going to ask you that now. Let me know can I read this out loud without mentioning your name or not? And while you answer that, I'm going to see if there's any other questions. So Daniels is saying smart.ly. Okay, so smart.ly. It's like a bit.ly. Where talent meets opportunity. Okay, and I'm going to share. Actually, I'm not going to share my screen because I've got that other email open, but I'm looking through here. So Michael Horn's a founder. He's a co-founder of the Clayton Christensen Institute. I've read all Christensen Clayton's books. He's amazing. He's a Harvard Business School teacher. Very cool. Thank you. I'm going to open this window up right now, and I will check this out after this call is done. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Thank you. See, I learn more from my students than I do anyone else. Okay, so let me read here. What do you think of spreading to media and journalists? What is the best way to do it? Yeah, so Will, what I would say is just go to my my vlog and watch a vlog I did last Saturday. The image is a green bulletin board and it's called How to Get Free Media Attention. And basically what I do is I summarize part of Mark Benioff's business philosophy from one of his books called Above the Clouds. Check that out. That will tell you how to get it. It's interesting. I got the beautiful view of San Francisco behind me right here. So check that out, and that should answer your question, please. And then let me see here. All right, so Craig is saying, oh, cool, Craig's here. Bunny Hopper in first-person shooters are harder to target. Battlefield Friends Episode 3, Frags is my favorite. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. I'm dating myself, Craig, when I tell you this. My favorite first-person shooter, just for sentimental reasons, is GoldenEye, which was, Nintendo 64's first... there was Doom. I played Doom before that in Quest, which is owned by ID Software, which Activision has permanently licensed. Yeah, they're all great, though. It's fun. They all use the same engine, though, right? Yeah. All right. So, food bottom. Great. Thank you. What truly caused the Great Depression? Yeah. So what happened was the United States, and there's a great book called The Forgotten Man, if you want to read it, about the Great Depression. A little boring, but so one of the things that caused the Great Depression was there was inflation. And as a way to stop prices going up, the government raised interest rates materially, too much. And that kind of makes the whole economy stop working. And so what's happened is over the years, fiscal and monetary policy has advanced to such an extent that governments, especially the Federal Reserve and the Treasury Secretary of the United States, they're a little bit more sophisticated in terms of the mechanics of managing an economy. And so what happens is when there's the government raises interest rates when things are going well now for good reason. Because what happens is that will make prices go go up a little bit less so. Maybe it'll go down a bit. And also it gives governments and the Federal Reserve chairperson the ability to cut interest rates if the economy is not doing well. That's what I call it, jump spark the economy. Right. And so one of the many reasons the Great Depression was just fiscal mismanagement because of the government. And it's interesting because, and I hate to bring this up, but a lot of times war is good for the economy. I didn't come up with that, please. But it just helps because, economies spend more money on stuff, which helps companies. And that's basically what I remember when the statue of Saddam fell in March of 2003, I think it was, or April or May. No, it was April, I think. That marked the bottom of the market. Gulf War II, I think, at the time. Was it Gulf War II? I guess it was, whatever. And then World War II really helped the U.S. economy because the U.S. economy was basically Europe's banker to help rebuild Europe, which led to the subsequent rise of J.P. Morgan. Yeah. Cool. Thanks. All right. All right, so Property Search is saying, can you talk about different legal systems to set up companies like LLCs versus S Corp versus C Corp and the differences between those kinds of company structures? Sure, I'll talk a little bit about it. I'm not really that sophisticated and the right person to talk about legal stuff. I always recommend talking with a real lawyer. And you can set up a call for $15 with real lawyers at LegalZoom.com for personal reasons or $30 for business reasons. It's a one-time fee. I'm not affiliated with them. But basically, an LLC basically means it's a limited liability corporation. You can't have a ton of people owning an LLC structure, which is why companies that are publicly traded are usually C Corps, incorporated. S Corps are like C Corps, but it's a pass-through. So all my earnings get passed through through the company, right? So, and I'm not really knowledgeable enough to say much more than that. I'm so sorry. And it's different in every state and every country as well. But the bottom line is, please make sure that you register a company name before starting a business so you can protect your family and your assets. I'm so sorry I can't provide more color than that. I'm just not. I don't feel it's like my area of strength. Thanks though. All right, Phil Germany is saying and food Budomum. Am I pronouncing that right? Food bottom up? I'm not sure. Thank you for that question, and please ask as many as you want to. Please, thank you. All right, Phil Germany too is saying, I'm in the process of writing a book. Actually, I'm halfway finished. Where's the book writing template located? Thanks. Yeah. So if anybody wants to write a book, and Phil, when you're done, let me know because I buy all my books for my students right now. I'll show it on the air. Just go to my website for the Microsoft Word template that you can use, which is the same template I use to write all of my books. Okay, it's the exact same one. You go to Haroun, all lowercase, okay, harounventures.com/writebook, all one word, write book, and then you can download the template there. If you can't see it, let me know right here, please. Thank you. Okay, now. What I have to do now, so if anybody has questions, please write them down. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over as promised and answer the question for Will. Okay. Okay, so it's a question of who am I and how to describe yourself. So far you've described yourself, Will of D, as entrepreneur, certified trainer, BDM, research and developer, writer. I like sharing my experiences to serve the community. Now you're asking me, how do I make it better? Okay. I probably list in there something about what your end goal is, your goal in life. I'm very passionate about X. And my lifelong goal is to X, whatever that might be. Like for me, it's to help people, live their lives in their own terms. through business education, so they can start their own company, so they can earn a return. Maybe something like that. And what you're doing right now is interesting because it's kind of like you're creating a personal mission statement, which a lot of companies have. So that's what I recommend. Thank you. So let me know if I answered your question. Will of D, I'll call you Will. How's that? Let me know. And let me keep reading here. Let's see. Okay, so Craig is saying Guns, Germs, and Steel by Jared Diamond is a great book. Also a TV production. The author narrates identifying why Europe advances faster than Asia. Cool. Huh. It's interesting. Will D is saying, I'm using the template, the book template, to write my first ebook now. I will write some simple books for free and pay ones on books that cost me a lot. Thanks, man. You're welcome, Will. And let me know, Will, if I did not answer your question properly, okay, with respect to your personal mission statement from your email there, okay? Tell me here on the call. Thanks. All right. I don't see any more questions. So if anybody has questions, I'm reading property searches here. So property search is saying, how do you start? So please write your questions down now. If your people are still on the call, and click like, please. It'll really help me out as well. Thank you. All right. Let me make sure I'm above this here. All right. And I am going to put myself in Hong Kong. We're going to do. We're going to finish this call up with Hong Kong. Write down your question if you have them, please, people. All right. Property search is saying, how do you start in networking? Essentially, how can one create elevator pitches for themselves? Yeah, it's interesting. It's so interesting. You know what's amazing? Property search and Will of D, you both basically asked me the same question. The Will of D basically said, how do you come up with an elevator pitch of myself? In my answer there, and this will be for both of you, and I'll come up with a one-word thing in a second, is to think about what your end goal is. What is your purpose, your passion in life? What do you want to do? And Bill Gates, it was simplistic for him, not simplistic, but he said, a PC on every desk in every home. Right? So for you, it might be a little bit different than that. But just figure out what your end goal is first, because that will help you to decide how to best describe yourself when you're networking or for elevator pitches for yourself. So that's what I would say. My passion, my lifelong mission and vision is X. Solve for X. Okay, that's what I would say. So let me think. So Will of D, I read the profile thing you sent me. If I have to describe you in one word, after reading that email you sent, I'd probably describe you as giver. How's that? Giver. Enabler. Catalyst. Catalyst for change. Selfless. Selfless giver. It's the same thing. It's oxymoron. Selfless catalyst for change. Okay, you want to empower solutions, human and communities in life, and solve their problems. Yeah, I think empower the empowerers. Empowerers is not a word, but I like that approach. My mission is to empower the empowerers to live their lives in their own terms and make the world a better place. Something like that. So either way, these are just some ideas that you can think about and work with. But let me know if you have any additional questions about that, please. And if anybody else on the call has questions, please type them now. Otherwise, what I can do is I can wrap this up. Okay, so Will D is saying, but what am I among the words I described? A consultant, scientist? Yeah, I'd say something like more of an entrepreneur. Right? Yeah, it's tough to really put it in one word. A visionary, an entrepreneur that thinks differently, Let me go back to it. Hold on a second. I'm going to open it up again here. All right. Yeah. Innovative entrepreneur. A selfless, innovative entrepreneur. Is that working? I've got here, Danielle is saying, thanks so much, Chris, for giving us one more day of wisdom knowledge. Thank you for please sharing with me. The only thing I don't like about the webinar is that I can't stand up to pee. I don't want to lose any of your words. Blessing. Thank you. God bless you. I appreciate it. You can always pause it. You can pause it, and you don't have to watch it live, right? You can. It's kind of like a TiVo or a PVR or DVR, whatever they call it. Thank you. Thank you. And Food Bottom is saying, you just want questions related to courses you offer? No, you can ask me. This is an AMA. Like on Reddit, AMA. AMA stands for Ask Me Anything. Anything you want. Yeah. So, yeah. All right, so Willa D, let me know if you're satisfied with the answers I've given you. I'm not going until you are. An entrepreneur who empowers the empowerers. An innovative entrepreneur that empowers others. I'm not sure what you're looking for, but let me know if what some of these things I've given you make sense. Yeah. So, all right. No, but if anybody has questions, just let me know. I'm not going anywhere until I've answered your questions. Until I'm dismissed by Food Buddha Mom and Daniels and Will of D, I can't leave. Okay. I think a entrepreneur is a word. Yeah, I think it describes you. Empowerer. Because I think of I like that. Like I like to think of you empower the empowers. Peter Thiel. Yeah. So Peter Thiel, for those of you who don't know, he's the he was the first investor in Facebook. He also owns a company called Founders Fund. I've been to his office before. He invests, and the reason his firm is called Founders Fund, and he's here in the Presidio district in San Francisco, is because he invests in founders, right? He gets it, and part of his genius is that he understands the fact you have to invest in great people. And I went to his office, one of his other companies called Clarium, when I was raising money for my hedge fund in 2008, years ago in the Presidio. And it was so interesting because when I went to Clarium, and I went in his office there, I met with this dude, great guy. And I remember it was so funny. I was sitting in one of the offices, and everybody's office had a sliding glass door. And because they all love Star Trek. And the sliding glass doors to their offices were so advanced that they didn't make any noise. And they didn't like that. They wanted to hear the movement from Star Trek, the sound. So they put, this is true, this is funny. They put little speakers in the ceiling so that whenever the quiet sliding glass door opened your office, it would go It's a true story. It's funny. All right. You're welcome, Daniels. Thank you. Okay, the Will D is saying, I'm that guy who leads the leaders, empowering the empowerers, guiding them. That makes sense. Makes sense. Oh, Conrad, new one. Hey, how are you? I use my iPhone, and Chris is with me everywhere. Thanks, dude. Awesome. Thanks. And Conrad, I'm working right now with my son Dylan's golf instructor, this brilliant golf dude named Matt Lacousse, and we're making a golf course. We have to call it something that you can take it with you on your iPhone. You can take golfing with you. So say you hit a shot. If you don't play much golf, or if you do, it'll work for you. Say you take a shot and you hit it in the sand trap. You're like, damn it. As you're walking up to the sand trap shot, you might open up your iPhone, go to the Udemy course, for example, and it's sorted alphabetically. S for sand shot, and it'll be 30 seconds. Here's how you hit a sand shot. You open your club face up, you hit under, you full swing, whatever, that sort of thing. So that way I'll be with you everywhere. And it's so interesting because I met Tony Robbins, and I've done a couple of his events. And more recently, I did one down in Florida. And he mentioned that when it comes to legacy, for him at least, he's working with artificial intelligence engineers to set it up so that every type of question his kids or future generations ask him will be online. He's digitizing himself, kind of like a Tupac with the hologram, whatever it is. Yeah. All right, so we got Food Bottom Mom is saying, what financial textbooks did I use for college? So I didn't really find any of them helpful. There's one if you want to know the basics of finance, written by a guy named Damadorian, who's a finance professor at NYU. I didn't go to NYU, but that one is quite popular. There's another book I read, which was not in college, called Financial Shenanigans, which was a good read. It was written by CIFRA, which is the Center for something accounting things. And they would look for inconsistencies in accounting statements. Yeah. So yeah, I don't have any other textbooks that I'd really recommend. I mean, they're in finance. Sorry, I don't. I think the way finance and accounting is taught is so confusing. It's just not fun. It's boring. It's dry. And I try to teach it in a much more edutaining way. I got a D in accounting first time I took it. So I try to teach it a little bit differently. So I've learned from failing. Yeah. Principles Corporate Finance. I think I did that one too. Yeah, I did that at Columbia years ago. I remember that one. It wasn't that long. I think it was like, no, I think I did that one. Principles of Corporate Finance. Yeah. Make sure when you use that book though, that you don't memorize stuff. Make sure you understand it, because if you understand the relationship between the numerator and denominator in return on equity, for example, you can disaggregate that formula. So it's the DuPont model, for example, with the ROE. So make sure you never memorize any finance formulas, or you'll get a D in accounting like I did. Make sure you understand it. And it makes it more fun too, because when you really understand it, then you remember it too, and it's enjoyable. And then you'll learn how to read financial statements like a good book. Okay. And Craig is saying, are there preferred places to visit for networking? Yeah, absolutely. So what you can do, Craig, is you can always go to meetup.com and enter in your city name, as well as what you're interested or passionate about. And you'll find free events you can go to, meetup events, local ones, and network there. It's kind of like a digital online version of what Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak did in the 70s. They went to the Homebrew Computing Club. You can Google that if you want, the Homebrew Computing Club. And that's how they met a lot of people in tech, and they networked a lot that way too. Yeah. You're most welcome, Food Boat Mom. Thank you. Cool. All right. Any other questions? We're now in our 6th hour. Nonstop. Booyah. Any other questions? No more questions? All right. If you have a question, just type any letter right now. Just let me know you're typing something. Okay. Any letter, A, B, C, doesn't matter. Otherwise, I'm going to I'll wrap this call up. Okay, I'll wrap it up. So I just want to thank you all for your time. This has been a lot of fun. And within a couple of days, what happens is Wrigley types it all up so that it's all... hold on a second. Conrad is saying, I'm here every week and I watch all your videos on YouTube. You're doing a great job. I have a feeling that I know you very well. Greetings from Poland. Oh, awesome, Conrad. Ghost to Ghost, type your questions, please. I'm here forever, man. I'm here for you. Everybody, more questions, please. Let's not stop now. Let's keep doing it. Conrad, I want to say one thing, and I always mention this when I meet somebody from Poland, is that Lech Walesa was kind of a hero for me growing up. And Ronald Reagan too. They worked together and they changed the world forever. And I really wish that one day somebody would make a movie on Lech Walesa, maybe Steven Spielberg or Oliver Stone or one of these great directors. I think that would be a fascinating movie. Anyway, Lech Walesa does wonderful things for the world and for individual human rights. Thank you. Ghost to Ghost, great to have you. Take your time writing your question. Don't worry. Take your time. I'm here forever, man. Yeah. Poisson Idriss. That means fish Idriss? Poisson, French, right? For fish. I remember I wrote a statistics exam at University of Toronto during the summer of 92. And I had to answer a question about what is the Poisson distribution, which means it's some mathematical stats thing. I had no idea, so I actually drew a fish, Poisson. And my teacher had a good laugh at it. I didn't get a good grade, but it didn't matter because it was pass-fail. All right, let me see. If I've missed any questions, please let me know. The Willa D is saying, what is our homework? What is our shkudai, as I would tell Fujimori-san, Japanese for homework. So homework this week is just write down your 10-year goals, I guess. If you want homework, just write down your 10-year goals. Go on a long walk by yourself. Write down your 10-year goals. And don't be conservative. And then come to the next call and let me know your goals if you want. And I can help you get there. Humbly. We can talk about how to get there. I want them to be crazy big goals, though, because as one very smart person said, those who think they're crazy enough to change the world are often the ones that do. Okay. All right, so next one I've got is, how do we switch domains to marketing? Okay, so you want to make a career change, I guess, from whatever it is you're doing now to marketing. So the best thing I can see you, Saharsh, and I think it's the first time I've seen you on the call, forgive me if I'm wrong, but Saharsh, what you need to do is network a lot at your company to switch into marketing, or outside of your company even. And you can go to my website, harounventures.com, and you can download this free 200-plus page networking book. And I promise you, if you follow the methodology in this book, you will be able to make that career change to marketing. Okay. So what you can do is just meet with people that are in marketing that have something in common with you, because I promise you, people want to help you. All you got to do is ask. Okay, so read this book and let me know if you have any follow-up questions on that. And there's a couple hours of videos I linked to from that book as well, which I humbly hope are helpful to you. And marketing is fun because it's one of the few segments within business where you can actually be creative. So anyway, I'm going to change this background here. Where are we going to go now? I will take you to Prague, which is where I recorded 7 of my trailers for my courses last year. We had a drone in one beautiful setting on a bridge, and it stopped working. We had a shot. It's going to video me and go up into the sky. It stopped working because this is cool. By law, in every country in the world now, drones have software built into them that won't let them go near government buildings. All right. So anyway, we were near a government building. I'll take you to the Brooklyn Bridge while you're typing your question there. There we go. That's nice. Water, peaceful. New World Trade Center there. Okay, so next question is Ghost to Ghost. What is the best advice you think a person from business can receive from you? So I would say 2 things. Number 1, don't ever give a damn what anybody thinks of you and your business model, your appearance, or anything about yourself. I'm not telling you to be rude or disingenuous, but live your life on your own terms. Don't live your life for somebody else. Otherwise, you'll always be their prisoner. Right? Do what you were meant to do on this earth. That's number 1. Number 2, don't do it for the money. If you chase money, you'll lose your dreams and your money. If you chase your dreams and you're resilient, like a pit bull on a pork chop, and you're cool with failing a couple times, and I hope you all do. I say that with love in my heart. But you will be incredibly successful. Your dreams will come true, and by accident, the money will follow, even if you don't want it to. Nobody changes the world or creates an incredible empire just for the money. They do it because they love what they do. And I vlogged today. My vlog today hit at 11 a.m. And I talked about the 10,000 hours rule, which you can watch if you want. And the 10,000 hours rule is based on a thesis by a guy that wrote a book called Outliers. The guy's name is Malcolm Gladwell from Toronto. And in Outliers, Gladwell basically states that if you want to be the best in the world at something, you got to practice 10,000 hours. And statistically, he's right. He's done his research. If you make it to the Olympics by the age of 20, you've already practiced 20 hours. You've already practiced 20 hours. Tiger Woods practiced 10,000 hours. This is the 6th hour. I'm getting tired here. But I'm not tired. I'm good. I got my coffee here. Anybody that's ever made it big has practiced 10,000 hours. And you'll never make it big if you're practicing something you don't enjoy. You'll never make it 10,000 hours if you're practicing something you don't enjoy. You got to love doing what you're doing in order to make it 10,000 hours. Okay. So anyway, there's that. And just also be a contrarian. You know, the most successful people in the world buy investments when everyone else hates them. Because if you buy a stock, for example, that everybody else loves, who's the incremental buyer that's going to push it higher? There's not many. All right. Okay, so Ghost to Ghost has got an interview for a buy-side company. Yeah, make sure you've taken my course, the complete financial analyst course, because in that course, I give you a couple of one-pagers, okay, and also one-page handouts to bring, okay, with you. Number two, I would go online and find out what stocks they own. Okay, you can do that. They have to publicly disclose it if they're a big buy-side firm. Okay, you can look at the 13 Ds. Now, don't mention what stocks they own, but just be ready to talk about them because they might ask you about it. And a lot of times a portfolio manager or an analyst at buy-side firms, when they interview you, they're curious. What does this person think of this company I already own? So you don't want to, I'm not going to say it. Don't say anything negative about stocks they own. I hate politics, but it'll help you get the job if you know what I'm getting at. Okay, sorry for bringing that up. That sounded disingenuous, but I care. I want you to win. Also, there's a whole section in that course, the Complete Financial Analyst Job, or course, which teaches you on how to interview for a finance job. If you don't have time to watch that, come with me. I've got that song from Charlie and Chocolate Factory now. Come with me, and we'll see. Let's go here to my vlog, and I'm going to give you the video. And you don't have to buy my Complete Financial Analyst course if you're in a hurry, okay? So what we'll do is we'll go here together, here, and go to my vlog and do a search on finance interview. Okay, it's 20 minutes, and it will help you here. So let me just do a search here on interview. Okay, it's coming. Okay, I'll watch this one here, how to interview better than anyone. Okay, this is 3 tips. This is not the one I was referring to, but watch this. This will help you a lot, okay? And then I want you to watch, hold on a second. There's one here this one here. I want you to watch this one here. This one here actually is pretty good, okay? How to ace your finance interview. Watch this one here. So a couple things. I want you to watch this one, how to ace your finance interview, okay? You can screen print this if you want, or just do a search on this, you'll find it. And the other one I want you to do is, it's just similar to that one. Is I want you to watch this one here, how to interview better than anyone, 3 easy tips. And I want you to watch this one too, okay? How to start an interview. Then I want you to watch this one here. Sorry, I'm giving you a lot. Anyway, so yeah, that's why I recommend this one here, I guess. Just watch all of them, the ones that are finance-based. You'll find them. Just pull them up here, too. Just do a search. Look how goofy I look in that picture. It's Ratatouille. I talked about Thomas Keller in that one. All right, I'm fading here. Sorry, guys. All right, let me go back here. There we go. Awesome. Love when you guys bond there, Phil and Conrad. That's awesome. Oh, thank you about Lech Walesa. Appreciate that. The movie. Thank you. Okay. Next question is from Thomas White. Who's saying, what's your best technique for memorizing concepts or ideas? Yeah. So I try to understand things, and that way I don't have to ever memorize them. But if I do have to memorize something, I usually make it something really stupid and silly, which is my attention span and my maturity, 7.5 actually. But I equate it to something kind of crazy. So if I meet somebody, like I met this woman years ago, I'll never forget this. I was 18, okay, in 1990, I think it was. And I took the Dale Carnegie public speaking course. And they taught us during that course how to remember things, how to remember people's names, which is the best sound anybody hears, their name. And they taught me to kind of think about something funny on a person. And there's this woman there. I'll never forget her name. I met her once that day. Her name was Cynthia Mustacho. And I thought of Cynthia with a big mustache. I visualized it. And to this day, I met her once, Cynthia Mustacho. In terms of other things, just think of like, say you first meet me and you're like, okay, his last name is Haroun. How am I going to remember Haroun? Because phonetically it sounds like heroin or, Haroun. How am I going to remember that? Okay, so, here's how I'm going to remember. Haroun, if you're still on the call, I love you. This is not directed at you, it's directed at me, okay? Haroun rhymes with baboon. So when I see Haroun, Chris Haroun, I'm going to think of baboon. Now you'll never forget how to pronounce my last name. So I think of funny things like that. And then when I learned business German years ago. Phil Germany too, you'll love this. So you mentioned you're from Germany. I remember we mentioned Hans Zimmer earlier. When I was taking German years ago, it was complicated for me because in German, words are masculine and feminine. We don't have that in English. So when I would think of certain words, I'd think of them as being masculine objects or feminine objects. Like I think a clock is male. So I pictured a man with a clock as a head. And a table was as well, male, something like that. German was tough for me, man. I wasn't great at it. I remember there were some long ass words too. Like the German word for scientist is this long, and it's basically translated as a dude that takes a lot of stuff in a laboratory and blows them up, something like that. So I think of kind of throw humor into it as well. That's how I remember things. And I was teaching my son; he had to memorize just a ton of stuff for a history exam. And I created this entire story for him out loud, right? Like little things like he had to remember, it was some Civil War thing, which I learned as well because I'm Canadian. I never learned about the U.S. Civil War. And so what I did was I created this story for him of, I think it was a Smurf or something, walking through the forest, saw Gargamel, Smurfette, Brainy Smurf, and all these people. And all these individual Smurfs with different names were different Civil War characters. And that's how we visualized it, so that he never forgot. Yeah. So, and I used to create rhymes too, like 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue, stuff like that. That's how I kind of remembered stuff. So hopefully it's helpful. It's a little sophomoric or immature, but look at me. I don't care. All right, next up. Oh, awesome. Saharsh, thank you. Okay, so Harsh is saying, is Microsoft Excel still the go-to tool in the business industry? What are other such tools we must have a command on if we're doing business-related analysis? So I think it is, but there's a lot of things you can do with Google Sheets and with Numbers, which is another app runs on the Mac OS, and other open source applications that you can run on Linux-based systems, right? Like OpenOffice. I like Excel just because I'm used to it, and I've used Visual Basic for Applications, VBA, coding within Excel for years. I'm just comfortable with it. It kind of had first mover advantage, sort of. But anyway, I just like it. But I think that an older people in finance still use it. So for now, I think it's relevant. And I enjoy it. I use it because I enjoy using it. That's why. And you'll see in a lot of my courses, I create these dashboards. I never use any code in it, though, because macros can lead to viruses. I just create these images with hyperlinks behind them. It's just fun for me. I enjoy software. I enjoy using Excel. It's fun for me. So, but I think it's the go-to app for Wall Street, for now at least. Yeah. Even though most people only use like 5% of what it can do. In terms of business-related analysis, other tools, I mean, there's lots of them, right? There's like every big enterprise software company has their own tool set. And the whole business intelligence sector got consolidated years ago, a decade ago, right? So Hyperion, a great business intelligence dashboarding tool, was bought by Oracle because they're here in the Bay Area. Business Objects, which was a French company, got bought by SAP, Germany, France closer. Proximity has a lot to do with M&A as well. And then I think actually that Crystal Reports is owned by Business Objects, which is a fun way to make reports in Visual Basic if you want. And then Cognos was bought by IBM. They have a great product called ReportNet, which lets you do web-based queries, data analysis. But there's lots of other ones too that exist right now. There's one right now. Oh my God, how am I forgetting this? I met this guy named Christian Chabot when it was a private company, and I invested in his company. Tableau. Yeah, based in Seattle. That's a great one. It's fun to use too, really easy to use. Christian Chabot. I didn't even need to know what they did when I met him. This guy he oozed passion. This guy could sell. And when you're selling, if you have a software company, you're selling something people can't see, feel, or touch. You got to be a great salesperson. They call them software evangelists for what it's worth. But Christian Chabot is like that, just like Mark Benioff too. He makes you excited about cloud software. All right, next up is Property Search is saying, what are the ways to outsource accounting, finance, and payroll for a one-person company? Any softwares recommended? Yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking into outsourcing my CFO role too. You can pay, it's a couple grand a year to do that. But in terms of software and accounting products, yeah, I've used them all. So I like QuickBooks. QuickBooks is great, and QuickBooks is fun to use. And when I used to have employees in my hedge fund years ago, even back in 2008, 9, 10, whatever, I used QuickBooks. It's amazing because it'll cost you a couple $100 for the software, but it's worth it. What you can do is you can get a little add-on called QuickBooks Payroll, which is brilliant. And QuickBooks basically, all it does, and I didn't use cash for anything. I used credit cards and linked to my bank account. So I never had to pull in any transaction data. It was just automatically done. And then what I would do is when it came time to filing taxes, I had my accountant just access that little file, which is QuickBooks based, which had a password. And the payroll thing is great because my employees would be paid using QuickBooks Payroll automatically every 2 weeks. And what happens is you have to pay state and local taxes, whatever, payroll taxes, federal, whatever. That would automatically be wired to governments. And all the tax forms would automatically be created by QuickBooks Payroll and sent to the right government agencies. And it really dumbed down the process. It was fun to use too. Intuit's a great software company based here in the Bay Area. And basically what you can do is you don't really have to understand finance and accounting that well to use QuickBooks. It's just basically money in, money out. It's the way it should be. And you can always go up to the menu in QuickBooks and select build financial statement, income statement, or cash flow statement, or whatever it is, balance sheet. And it'll do it for you. It'll ask you what years. You double click to drill down, kind of like when you use pivot tables in Excel. And it'll create reports for you on the fly. So I recommend taking a look at QuickBooks. There's also a nice mobile side to it as well, which will integrate. So check that out. You'll love it. And if your company ever becomes massive, then you'll probably graduate from QuickBooks to NetSuite, which Oracle bought. And then when you get even bigger than that, you'll probably use SAP ERP software. But anyway, start off with QuickBooks. I recommend it. Thank you, Ghost to Ghost. Appreciate that comment. Thank you. Craig is saying, it isn't my business what they own till my income is at risk. Okay, and Craig, I'm so sorry. You have to let me know, buddy, what you mean by this. Is it with respect to your question? Let me scroll up here. Yeah, sorry, man. I might be fading because it's the end of the call. Not the end of the call. We're just getting started, right? Mr. Wright is who's Jared. Thank you, Jared. Thank you more. Appreciate that. Thanks. It's awesome. All right. And speaking of remembering names, the way I remember you, Mr. Wright, your name is Jared, is because my brother-in-law, good dude, his name is Jared as well. So, and he's the right man for my sister. There you go. Now I remember your name forever, Jared. Okay, Saharsh is saying, I went through your course, an entire MBA, which was fantastic. Thank you. Which are the new ventures, according to you, which have a great potential for investment and growth? So I think 5-10 years out whenever I invest in companies. So, and I don't really. I feel it's important for me to Jared, you'll like this, to teach you how to fish instead of giving you a fish sort of thing. But I think the way to think about it is this. 5 years from now, is this company I'm thinking of investing in going to be more relevant or less relevant than it is today? And so I like audio-based platform investments. I like virtual reality and augmented reality-based platform investments as well. And whenever I invest in companies, a lot of times I love to invest in platforms because if you own the road, you charge the cars. Now, I'm not an investor in Udemy, but Udemy is an amazing company because it's a platform. They own the road, education road, and they make money from the students and the teachers. They get a cut. Everybody wins on Udemy. Everybody wins. You know, if you're a student, you get access to prices at a very low price. If you're a teacher, you can teach online. It's fun, and they make money as well. And sometimes I feel like they don't do it for the money. They just love it. Everyone's passionate there about what they do. So, yeah. But always try to invest or think about investing in companies that are infinitely scalable. Don't invest in companies, it's just my humble opinion, that have inventory. Okay, that's why I love like digital stuff online because it can grow quickly. Mnemonics are a master of memory. Mnemonics. Okay, interesting. Okay, you're talking about memorizing stuff too. That's cool. Okay. Craig is saying mnemonics and modern variant of Silva method. Tony Buzan has a few books that I found helpful, but haven't fully applied. First lesson, I learned the importance of a person's name. Yeah, absolutely. I'm so bad at it, man. Like, even though I think it's just genetically, or it's just the way that I've been built. I'm just bad with names. And it's maybe I have a lazy brain when I meet people. I don't know, but I'll be at a party and I'll meet somebody and I'll talk to them for 3 hours. And I know everything about them except their name. And even my wife, Christine, the problem with having a wife with the same name as you, her name is Christine, I'm Chris, is that nobody forgets our name. Like, it's like, oh, it's Chris and Christine, which sucks because I don't remember their names. And so when Christine is at a party and she comes over to me and I'm talking to somebody else, I do this all the time. What I do is if I go like this, Christine introduces herself right away. Because this means I don't know their name. It's a signal we have. And by the end of the night, my neck is all red. It hurts. I'm getting better, I think. All right. And Amir Muhammad. Hey, Amir, how are you? I'm smiling. My neighbor growing up was named Amir Shalaby in Mississauga, Ontario. That's right. Amir is saying, what's the thing you study every day? Wow. I mean, the only thing that's constant for me daily is some sort of exercise, the right nutrition, praying, being grateful to God. I don't get out of bed ever, any day, without doing the following things. I say a quick prayer, and then I thank God for 10 things. And the 10 things are usually this: Christine, Andrew, Matthew, Dylan. Those are my kids, my wife, my mom, my dad, my brother Jamie, my sisters Katie, Elizabeth, and my students. So it's a great way to start a day. Just being grateful for what you have. So that's and I guess videography, sort of. Yeah, because I do this stuff every day, and I love it. I'm a nerd. I love all this tech equipment stuff. It's fun. My chair is squeaking a bit. I'll have to put WD-40 on it for next week's call, but so it doesn't get picked up by the microphone. All right. And Phil Germany is saying, that's funny. Actually, my last name is Germany. I live in the U.S. Oh, that's so hilarious. That's awesome. But correct me if I'm wrong. You didn't say German. I thought you said Hans Zimmer. Somebody said earlier in the call. I'm so sorry if I did that wrong. See, I told you I suck with names. All right, let's see here. Actually, and my rep, when I worked, I had my hedge fund. Her name was Jennifer Germany Croswell. Yeah. All right, she was cool. I liked her. Okay. Joe Ward is saying, hi, Chris. This was the course I named earlier. Not sure if there are other good ones investment bankers go through as analyst associates. Okay. Joe, I'm so sorry. I don't see the course there. They won't let you paste. Links here for some reason. If you want, you can just do, for example, for CNN.com, you can do CNN and then space DOT and then space COM. That might help with pasting that, kind of like somebody did earlier with that Smartly link. Thank you for that, Daniels. Okay, let's see here. Okay, yeah, but send it, please, Joe. Saharsh is saying, your daily quotes on LinkedIn are phenomenal. Thank you. And thank you to Wrigley, who works with me, for doing a great job with that. The first thing I do every day at work is refresh my feed daily and look out for your posts. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. God bless you for that. It really does a great job on that. And the way that we do it, actually, it's interesting, is Wrigley gives me a link to a website. I think it's quotes.com or something. And you can create your own folders in there. And he asked me which quotes to include. And he does the great job with the images and stuff, too. He's the bomb. He's the bomb. Wrigley rocks. There's only one Wrigley. Okay. Thomas is saying, Chris, I don't finish to understand your Northstar. I mean, okay, yeah. The connection between CNBC and Harvard Business School you always talk about. Can you explain it in a very easy way? Thanks a lot. Thank you for mentioning Northstar, too. I refer to that in my one of my courses as your Northstar goal. Yeah, it's funny. Every time I mention this, somebody asks me to explain it again. And obviously that means I'm not doing it right. But what I mean is this, my North Star goal. I believe that education should be fun. It should be edutainment and entertaining and educational. And the reason I've set up the studio here like this, with all this stuff, and there's so much more to it behind the scenes here, including the massive cinema lens that I haven't really used yet. But what I want to do is, just like the news, and I'll show you an example of it here. And of course, I have to get better graphics set up here. I'll show you. This is not right, but let me make myself small here. Hold on. Clear, Chris. So you can see that there, right, with the background. And I could put myself, if I wanted to, up on top of that here. Let me just drag it over there. I'm way too big here, by the way. I just dragged myself up there. Big newscaster. I want to. Hi, M4. I want to set it up so that eventually I have a studio here. It looks like a real news studio, like CNBC has a news studio. But I want to also, take on MBA schools. Right? I think small groups of people can change the world. And so I want my way of teaching to kind of be like a TV studio, right? In the way that CNBC broadcast news, business news, is they try to make it entertaining as well. Right? That's why you have all the graphics and the logos and the music, the intro and the outro, that sort of thing. And they interview people, which I'll do, and I have the technology set up here to do so. So I want it to basically be like that, but also like business school, like Harvard Business School, which is a great school. That's why I pick on them. It's like picking on the New York Yankees. They're a good team. That's why people don't like them sometimes. Yeah. So that's what I mean. If that doesn't make sense, please let me know. But eventually I'm going to get to the point where the transitions between scenes, it's off the charts. And you're going to think that there's an army behind me working with different technologies when it's just me here and really down in Brazil. You live your life on your own terms from anywhere in this new digital reality. So hopefully that answers your question. Thanks. All right, next one is Craig Scott. The second lesson was don't be too shy in asking. Yeah, you're right. You're right. And I always recommend that people go to YouTube and search for Steve Jobs Ask, those 3 words. And Steve Jobs created Apple because he had no shame in asking, always. Okay. All right, next one I've got is from Amir. I'm still thinking of Amir Shalaby, my next door neighbor. Amir is saying, if you could make a phone call to your 20-year-old self, what would you say? Yeah, it's a great question. I'd probably say, Chris, don't give a damn what people think of you. Okay? Don't be insecure, Chris. Don't live your life for somebody else. Otherwise, you'll always be their prisoner. And just remember, Chris, that someone else's opinion of you does not have to become your reality. I want you to march by the beat of your own drum. I want you to live your life on your own terms. I don't want you to chase money, because if you go to Wall Street, you're going to be miserable, right? Why do you want money? What is this? Chase what you're passionate about. You don't have to go into venture capital. Do what you love doing. You want to teach, Chris? Teach right now. Don't you want to be happy? I want you to be happy. Don't care what other people think of you. Live your life on your own terms by doing what you love doing. That's what I'd say. But the crazy thing is, though, Amir, that I look back now and I have no regrets on what I've done, because I kind of feel like through my failures and some successes, whatever, I can impart some sort of tutelage or wisdom or lack thereof, whatever, by teaching. And I'm also grateful because, grateful to God, because had I not had certain shortcomings in my career, which I thought were a crisis at the time, but they were an opportunity, I wouldn't have been led down this path to where I am right now. I probably would have also told myself one other thing, which is, Chris, don't worry, because God already knows what's going to happen. Let God take the wheel. Okay, just focus on today. Be happy today. The past doesn't equal the future. You can't control the future. Only focus on what you can control, which is today. Live for today. Be grateful today. Love today. Laugh today. Okay. Oh, here we go. Awesome. All right. So Joe has sent me the web address there. Thank you. Trainthestreet.com. TheStreet.com was, I think it was Jim Cramer's old company. All right. So we're going to go there together. Whoops. You guys still there? Okay, good. All right. Screen. Yeah, it's not working here. I'm going to have to go and share this. Give me 1 second, please. Sorry. Okay. I'm going to have to manually make myself small. Oh, I see why. Sorry. I got to move myself in the corner. No. Oh, here it is here. Yeah. I changed something by accident. Okay, there we go. Sorry. All right. See, I'm not there yet with my studio, one-man operation. I'll get there. All right, so we're going to go to that website together that Joe has mentioned. So let's do that here. Actually, let's go over here full screen. Trainthestreet.com. Okay, preparing financial professionals for success. That screen is moving too quickly. All right, on site. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's corporate training. Okay. About TTS. All right, let's see here. That's Morgan Stanley's headquarters there. Training Institute's mission is to provide clients highest quality training. Yeah, when I worked at Goldman Sachs, they brought in some dude to train us like this too from some other company. And there's actually a guy in Toronto I went to business school with named John Zellman that does this. Really smart guy, nice guy too. Yeah, I mean, I can't vouch for them. I just don't know. So in a lot of corporate training programs, when you join an investment bank, they'll train you on the spot. And it's bizarre they have to train you because a lot of people have MBAs, whatever. But it just goes to show that people aren't ready, right? So anyway, that's interesting. Huh. This sounds great. You can probably learn a lot of the stuff. I'm biased and I'm competitive for you. You can probably learn all this stuff anyway taking my courses, which will be a lot cheaper. $9.99 for a 22-hour course on everything you need to know about finance I have. Versus, wait a second, if you're early, it's $1,100. And I'm also going to be providing certification soon as well. Not just my MBA degree program, but some finance stuff too. You'll see when it comes. Right? So, Yeah, all this stuff I teach in my courses. But if Joe, if you need this to get hired by a certain company, right? And I think you mentioned a couple months ago that you're at private wealth management, right? But if you need this, then go for it. But if you're doing PWM or private wealth management, I don't know if your clients are really going to care as much if you work at a great brand name that you have this. Macros, what does that mean? Macro, like Excel macros? I don't know. Yeah. So anyway, if you have any follow-up questions on that, please let me know. I can't vouch for them though. But anyway, here's what you can do. So I'm going to go to Twitter with you. When companies contact me, like I contact a lot, like every other day now, to put my courses online somewhere, and I almost always say no, thank you. They always talk a big game. Well, some of them do, and you can know if somebody's legit by going to their Twitter profile. Okay, so you ready? We'll see how many followers they have. Right, they have to have more than like a couple hundred, whatever. So let's go here. I'm assuming this one is bigger. That's not that many, dude. 125. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they just don't have much of a social media profile. They joined Twitter here, March 2011. It's not that many. Let's go to, I mean, I'm sure we can go to LinkedIn as well. That's not that many. I don't know. I'm thinking out loud here with you. This is how I tend to do due diligence. Let's go to LinkedIn, how many people follow them. I know it's supposed to be the quality, not the quantity. Let's see here, 1,000. Okay, that's a bit better. Train the streets. I probably look to see who works here. There's 49 employees and see if I can contact one of them to do a little bit more due diligence on them. I don't have any first degree contacts, but I've got a bunch that are second degree contacts here. So I've got 8 shared contacts. Was it somebody on our call? Let's see here. No. All right, let's go through here, see who I know in common. So what I probably do, I have 10 mutual connections with this person. Looks like that was the person, the dude on the website there too. I've done business with Sean before. I might call him. He knows everybody. I met her. That's right. She worked at Microsoft Venture Capital. I might contact these people. This is just how I do due diligence on companies. And doing background checks, that sort of thing. God bless you, Ryan, for what you've done. And Nilesh, I went to business school with Nilesh. So Nilesh knows this person. Nilesh knows, Chirag, who works at Train the Street. So what I probably do, and Nilesh, I think, worked at Bear Stearns for a while too. He's a good guy. So I'd probably go to Nilesh's profile here. We went to business school together here at Columbia. I'd probably reach out to Nilesh. I say, Nilesh, I hope all is well, dude. It's been a while. I'm thinking of taking this course from the TTS or whatever that company is called. And just I see you have a friend that works there. You know, what are your thoughts? That sort of thing. So anyway, that's where I'd go about doing it. You might want to look into CFA instead, maybe, if you want to. CFA is Certified Financial Analyst. It's a really, really respected designation. And I guarantee you it's going to cover more than what TTS will teach you. Anyway, so just an idea. But I feel kind of ignorant talking about TTS because I've never heard of them until today. And it doesn't do it justice, my comments here. So anyway, those are my humble thoughts. All right, let's see what's next here. And if you have follow-up questions, Joe, just please let me know on that. Thanks, man. So I got a question from Rudy. Rudy is saying, who's my contact at Fiverr? Earlier in the call, I mentioned that I had somebody at Fiverr creating the covers of all my books. And if you go to my 10, I think her name is Ultracon. I'll give you more details in a second. Okay? If you go to my website, you can get more details on who this person is, so that you can just get her to create the books for you. Again, she's from Bangladesh, but let's go there together, okay? So let's go to Haroun Education Ventures / write book. Here we go here, okay? I'm going to show you. The link is in here. All right, so you click here to download the template. Okay, and you can download this Microsoft Word format. It's open right here. It's fine, whatever. But let me just look at it here. Here I explain how to make the book, right? Paper-based, digital. That's Amazon Kindle, and ACX for Audible, which took me 2 hours. That one day to record that. It's done really well. Like, it's crazy. Hardly any work, but I put my heart into it. So here's a person here, Ultracon. Okay. Sorry for that last comment about money. But anyway, so I clicked here. Here's Ultracon. Okay, a 5-star rating with over 1,000 reviews. Like that, dude, that is off the charts. Yeah, Bangladesh, here we go. So you can contact this person this way, and you can see sample of their work here. Why are my books not here? Just kidding. Anyway, it looks like this person, Ultracon, has done everything, right? So this one here looks like she starts at $10 for the basics. But I paid more. Looks, I tipped, I remember, $20 one time because the work was amazing, right? God bless her. And you get the source file here if you pay more, right? So there's different packages. And the source file means if you want to get the Photoshop, which I didn't know how to use at the time, but I know how to use it well now. I love it. You can actually get that. You can get the package here. So you pay $10 for basic, or you can pay $20. Okay. And if you pay $20, or actually no, it looks like she jacked up her prices. Good for her. Premium, okay. You get access to the stock photos as well, meaning you have the rights to use it. You also have the source file here. And if you want it to get done in 2 days, you pay an extra $2 if you're in a hurry. So anyway, that's just do business with this person. UltraCon's been amazing for me. Yeah, okay, I've had good experience with them. Okay. All right. Marin, thank you. I think it was you that sent me a very nice message over YouTube that I liked and I loved. Thank you for that. I think it was you. Thanks. All right. So Marin is saying, "Hi Chris, thank you for the talk. You're doing this. My pleasure. I have learned a few things. Waking up early to do work. It works. It's like 5 hours extra." You're totally right, man. If you get up like an hour early or half hour early and you do work in the morning, right, or you read or study in the morning, that's the equivalent of 5 hours a night because you're fresh. Okay. And you can all tell I was much more fresh at 8 a.m. my time. It's now almost 2 p.m. We're into our 6th hour now. But I'm still with you. All right. I have done my business plan and presented to venture capitalists. Never, ever, ever, like ever, would have thought I'd do this. Thank you. I have started my side hustle and I'm in the go-to market stage. Amazing and thank you. God bless you. And yes, I asked and got advisors. This asking thing works. Yes. Excellent. Dude, it's the bomb, right? It's the bomb. Asking you shall receive. It's prophetic. It's been true since the beginning of time, right, Jared? If you're still in the call, Jared. It's amazing, isn't it? Isn't that incredible? People want to help you. Imagine that if you ask. And the problem is for all of us that we don't want to lose my voice, but the problem is that we grow up as kids and we go to school and we think if we get good grades and we keep our head down, we'll do well. We'll do well, right? And then we start working for other people and we realize that if you don't ask for a raise and if you don't ask for a promotion, you'll never get it. Obviously, if you don't ask for a date, you'll never get it. For some reason, after we graduate high school, we stop asking. And the earlier in our careers we realize, the better. If you want anything in life, you got to ask. Sounds simple. Asking you shall receive. It's been true since the beginning of time. So it's prophetic. Great job there, man. Awesome. And this is why I do this. I feel great now. Awesome. Thanks, man. I love when you share your success. And this is just the beginning, dude. Just the beginning. All right, Property Search is saying, do you have a few thoughts on how to automate complete recruiting life cycle? What trends are you seeing in the Bay Area about it and any tools that you recommend? Let me think about this one. Do I have any thoughts on how to automate complete recruiting life cycle? Yeah, so there's a company, there's two of them actually. There's a company here called Success Factors that was bought by SAP. They have some of the HR stuff, but a better one I think to look at, which is all encompassing the full life cycle of HR stuff, is Workday. So I would check out Workday. Ticker is WDAY. I invested in the IPO years ago, 2013, 12 or something, whatever. Yeah. David Duffield started it. He started PeopleSoft before that, which got bought through a hostile takeover by Larry Ellison. I remember because I was investing in both sides of that in the hedge fund industry. So I would check out Workday. That's probably the best one I've got for you. All right, next one is Property Search is saying, what are the best businesses to enter? How do you decide a product or service? And can you talk a little bit more about overheads for each kind of business? Driver leads? Yeah, what do you mean by overheads? Please let me know. In terms of what best businesses to enter, just ask yourself a basic question, which is in 5 years, is this business model or this industry going to be more relevant or less relevant than it is today? Okay, and that will kind of help you see the forest in the trees. And more importantly, make sure you enjoy it and you're passionate about it. Because if you're passionate about what you do, you'll be great at it. You'll be the best at it. If you're not passionate about it, if it feels like a job, you won't reach your full potential. Okay. All right, Joe is saying, thanks, Chris. Thank you. I appreciate that, Joe. Thank you so much. Okay, and the Willow D spoke to Ultra. She's on vacation. She's worth the wait. She's great. Yeah. All right, cool. Okay, overheads. Thank you for that clarification. So property search is saying, can I talk a little bit about overhead for each kind of business? Yeah. So I don't recommend starting a company where you're going to have inventory or where you're going to create a product, like a physical product. You can do it if you want to, if you're passionate about it. I recommend doing what I'm doing, this sort of thing, where you create digital content, which can be scalable globally. And YouTube is the biggest gold rush in history, the best gold rush in history. Because it's the first gold rush, for example, where you can create the product for next to nothing. All you have to have is like a cell phone. And you have access to billions of consumers immediately. That's never happened before. And so when I think of overhead, I love to think of companies where you can scale them very quickly, meaning after you have your fixed overhead, like the cameras here, I have whatever, then you can scale it materially globally, and the whole world is your customer. Okay, that's why I like online media, like writing books online, which isn't as profitable as you think it is, or doing courses online, which is very profitable. Everyone should do it. Okay. Okay. So Patrick, hey Patrick, is asking, what are the 3 things you would tell your 25-year-old self? Okay, and I answered a question about this a couple minutes ago about my 20-year-old self. My 20-year-old self, I would have said, live your life in your terms. Don't care what anybody thinks, that sort of thing. But my 25-year-old self, I was at a different point. I was close to getting married. Here's what I would say. I would say, Chris, have a family and enjoy the journey. Don't feel like you have to make your fortune first and then have kids and a family. Okay, just start now. What's the hurry? And eventually we had kids by the age of 30, whatever. But and I'm so blessed and grateful that we had our kids when we did. But I would say don't forget to smell the roses along the way. Yeah, live for today. Otherwise, what happens is if you work your whole life because you have a goal to make a certain amount of money, you'll get it and you're like, I'm depressed, man. What's next? Okay, so if there's any more questions, please enter them now. All right. No more questions? All right, so I want to wrap it up with a different background here. Oh, awesome. Awesome, Will. So did I. You and me together, man. This is good. When one teaches, 2 learn. All right, good. More questions. I love it. All right, good. Let me get some more coffee so my voice is kept here. And by the way, you're probably wondering, is that coffee cold? It's not. I've drank 1 cup the whole time. And I have this thing that's upside down. You can change it to Celsius too. It's Fahrenheit right now. It just heats this here through induction. And it's not hot. It's weird. It's really well designed. You can get it on Amazon, whatever. It's cool. And I like this because what I used to do is I would drink coffee, and when it got lukewarm, I would kind of finish it and go get more. It's not good for you, right? A little bit of coffee is very good for you. It's an antioxidant. All right, so 1 cup. All right. Next up is Joe. I got to change the background now. I want to go back to the ocean. I think I used that one too much. I'm going to go to the real beach this time. There we go. All right, great. All right. Joe is saying, what are your thoughts on universities, continuing education, colleges that teach curriculums such as CFP, Certified Financial Planner? That's right, you're in private wealth management. You mentioned a month ago on the call. Do you think they add the value they charge, or should I get a self-paced, cheaper course? Okay, so what I would do always when it comes to education is I want you to look into why you need it. And if you're only going to get hired, or you're only going to be able, Joe, to get more clients in your private wealth management business because you have that certification, then get that certification. Maybe talk to people that are already certified and ask them if they help them or not. Okay, but always think about why you need that designation. Is it well respected or not? A lot of designations people have not heard of. Okay, so talk to people that have those designations and ask them, was it worth it? Did it help you? And people will be honest. They love being asked their opinions. That's what I recommend. But I think a certified financial analyst designation is probably cool to have. I know it's a little bit different, Joe, from what you're doing with private wealth management. But I would speak with experts in your field that work in PWM and ask them what is the most respected designation to have. Because if you think about it, Joe, your customers, the high net worth investors, or high net worth people that you're going to manage money for, do they even know what that means, CFP? Right? So if not, does it matter? I don't know. Maybe you won't get hired to work on a certain PWM team unless you have a certain designation. I just don't know. So I recommend speaking with people that have been in the industry for ages. You can find them on LinkedIn. You know how to network to find them. We've talked about it in these calls. And if you have follow-ups, please let me know. Thanks. Oh, God bless you, Will. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. I love when people have breakthrough moments. This is it's awesome, brother. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. And thank you for sending that email too. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. God bless you. And Oceano is saying, thank you, Chris. I really enjoy your MBA course. Do you think the internet industry is still the most bright industry to start a business in the next 10 years? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, without a doubt. Because prices keep coming down. Like the cost of computing is basically, it's like utilities. Like it's cheaper than water, right? Like we pay more money for bottled water than we do for internet access. So absolutely, dude. And you can use, I mean, it doesn't matter what country you're in. It doesn't matter what country you're in. You know, you don't have to be in Silicon Valley to start a tech company anymore. It used to be that way. Or you'd have to be in, great, like a Hyperpad, or you have to be, in Oxbridge, in between Oxford and Cambridge, whatever, or in Canada, it's just outside of Ottawa. It doesn't matter anymore. Business is now virtual. The lines of distinction between countries has been blurred. We can all start companies online. And just take my complete business plan course if you want help on making your business plan. But I want to empower all of you to start your own companies. You can live your own life on your terms. And as we mentioned, Ultra Khan, who is from Bangladesh, who made all the covers of my books on Fiverr, she's in Bangladesh. Doesn't matter where she's based. Doesn't matter anymore. It's almost better that you're not in the Bay Area because it's expensive to live here, right? All right. So not Shrup. Patrick. Oh, you're welcome, Patrick. Thank you. Mr. Unknown. Mr. Unknown is 16, right? I remember I saw you a couple weeks ago. It's amazing, dude. 16, I knew Jack. I didn't know the difference between preferred stock and livestock when I was your age. Okay, so Mr. Unknown is saying, hey, Chris, just got back from work a bit too late. Welcome. And Avi Pro is saying, thanks for today, Chris. Have a good one out. You too, brother. Thank you. My best to you there in Sweden. Okay. I'm smiling because I remember that conversation I had with that dude at Stanford a couple days ago about why Sweden has so many incredibly good-looking women. It's amazing. It's so true, dude. It's so true. I went to the old town there, Ganlöf or Genlöf? I can't remember. The old town, everywhere there. It's amazing. Okay, the Willow. Oh, God bless you more, Rudy. Thank you. Willow D is saying, Chris, can you explain trail and fail to Mr. Unknown? I don't know what that means. I'm so sorry. I don't know what that means. Trail and fail. It's interesting. It rhymes. I'm so sorry. I don't know what it means. Otherwise, I would. I'd love to. Okay, Joe is saying, agreed. The CFA has to be the most valuable, well-known, yet hardest credential. Yeah, it's tough. And Joe, if you're going to do it, like what I did level 1. That's it. I wrote it back in 2002. I'll never forget, actually. It's an interesting story. It's sad, though. I wrote it in this, we all went out to New Jersey. Goldman Sachs paid for everything. It was nice. But for us to take it, most companies do. And we went to New Jersey. And I think it was February, March of 2002. And there's 5,000 people in this big warehouse in New Jersey. And before the exam started, the proctor, said on a big microphone, it was like an old warehouse. It reminded me of that Apple commercial with industrial IBM-ish, everything's gray. But it was weird. I didn't get shivers just thinking about it. It was a sad time because we were all told to stand up. So we all stood up. And I thought it was going to be some sort of pledge, I won't cheat thing. And they said, before we get started with the CFA test, I just want to read out the names of all the CFA charter holders that died on 9/11. And there was a lot of them. And they read the names out, dude, and it went on forever. Oh, my God, it went on forever. I mean, a couple thousand people died that day. A lot of them worked in finance in the World Trade Center. It was sad. Sad, but no, I think it's a good designation. Okay. Mr. Unknown saying, how are you doing, Chris? I'm doing great. Thanks, man. Never better. Never better. I got pretty unlucky since this month. I need to work on each Thursday. Yeah, no, sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. But we have replays too. You can always do the replay of this call. You don't have to listen to the whole replay. To save you time, within a couple days of the call being done, you can always go to the description field and you can look at each question and just click and save yourself time. Yeah. Okay, Craig is saying there is a time to stop and smell the roses, and that time is not now. Joseph Salatin. I thought Stalin. I wasn't reading it right. Yeah. Stalin would have said something more negative. All right. So Mr. Unknown is saying, so Chris, I sent you a message, but I think you didn't see it yet. Yeah, only send messages, please, in here. I can't keep up with offline, and I don't want anybody to be insulted, please. So here's always the best. So Mr. Unknown is saying, so Chris, I sent you a message, but I think you didn't see it yet. Oh, yeah, whatever. If anybody sent a message within this YouTube call and I haven't answered it yet, please repaste it now. It's tough for me to keep up over 6 hours or so, but it's fun. So your question is, what do you think about buying a suit? Should it be a classic one, or do you think unique colors are a bit better? Okay, great. So you're probably thinking about for a job interview. So here's what I recommend. So if you're not sure what to wear for a job interview, or you're meeting with a client, whatever, two things you can do. Number one, go to the LinkedIn profile of that person, see what they're wearing, and see what people at their company are wearing. Search for them on LinkedIn. Number two, you can actually go to that company's website to see what they're wearing. Okay, if you want to be conservative and you're not sure, but you know you have to wear a suit, and every region of the world is different. You know, a dark color is fine with a white shirt and a conservative tie. All depends where you're on in the world. Okay, that's only if you have to wear a suit. If it's business casual, don't wear jeans. Okay, unless it's Silicon Valley, whatever, and you see pictures of people wearing jeans in the office. You can wear khakis, like light brown, and then just a blue button down. That's it. That's it. Yeah, that's what I recommend. And I've interviewed a lot, and I created a course called the Complete Job Course, which is 12 hours, I think. And I created the Complete Presentation Course, which is 16 hours. And I analyzed to death interviews, everything. And make sure that when you go to your interview, I want you to always bring one of these with you, okay? Because what happens is and this is the best, by the way. This is Quest, which means net carbs. It's not very many. A lot of fiber. It's good. And it's oatmeal chocolate chips, my favorite one now. It's the best. Way better than the Oreo cookie one. But bring these with you. Put in your pocket. Because a lot of times when you interview at big companies, it's a really disorganized process. And they don't give you anything to eat. And sometimes you can't think when you're hungry. And so you go to the washroom and you eat this quickly. I usually get a Cliff Bar. It's higher in calories for when you're interviewing, more energy, right? And sugar too. Also, never iron your clothes the morning of. Ever. Ever, ever. If you go to a hotel, always iron the night before. And the reason I say that is because if you, and I know this is kind of detailed, but if you iron your clothes the morning of, when you put them on, they're going to get ironed to you. There'll be tons of wrinkles. And this comes with experience. Too much experience. So anyway, best of luck with it. You can take my my Complete Job Course if you want more help on that. I go over everything you need to know. Okay, you're working as a waiter, but you want business people to take me serious when I'm about to start my business. Yeah. Yeah. So... yeah, I think, yeah. It depends who your investors are, too, and how they dress. So, anyway, any more questions? And that's not me saying I want to wrap up the call. I don't. I'm here for you. You're all the customer. The customer's right. Click the like button if this has been helpful. And I'm here. Ask me questions. All right, I'll give you guys a couple more seconds. That's a nice one, eh? I like that one there. All right. All right, I don't see any more questions. You scroll down and make sure I'm not missing anything. I don't see any more questions. Okay, great. So I want to thank you all for your time. If I don't see you tomorrow on my vlog, my daily vlog, then I will see you next week for our next call. Thanks again for your time. This was a lot of fun, and I think we broke a record. We're just over 6 hours. I don't know if we're gonna break week 23 where we were also just over 6 hours. I'll have to double check on that. But thanks again. God bless all of you, and I will see you next week. Thank you.